Chapter 1202. Capturing two ancestral immortals with each hand? Everyone was stunned. This is the strength of a sixth firmament ancestral immortal. Yan Chuan is already a sixth firmament ancestral immortal? High up in the sky, Hua Bing's expression changed. Roar! Yan Chuan roared as the fangs in his mouth slowly retracted. After swallowing the extreme Yin Heaven Toad shield and absorbing the pure Yin essence, I finally reached the second firmament ancestral immortal. But it's still not enough. I still need a lot of things to recover my first life's body. Yan Chuan analyzed. Bastard, Yan Chuan, let me go. Otherwise, when my old ancestor comes back, he will definitely. Lord Hua Tian cried out in pain. If you want to kill me, you should have thought of this. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Boom! He grabbed the two ancestral immortals and slammed them into each other again. The two ancestral immortals immediately felt dizzy. Bang! After throwing the two ancestral immortals to the ground, two pitch-black chains suddenly emerged from Yan Chuan's sleeves. The chains seemed illusory. Once they came out of Yan Chuan's sleeves, they immediately drilled into the bodies of the two ancestral immortals. Boom! The two ancestral immortals suddenly trembled as they revealed a pained and fearful expression. Ka. The chains locked the two ancestral immortals' shoulder blades. The two ancestral immortals cried out in pain. Stop! High up in the sky, Hua Bing glared. But Yan Chuan responded with a cold and fierce gaze. On the other side, the group of Hua family disciples who were blocking Desolation Hua were shocked. How could this be? Boom! Desolation Hua charged out of the group of stunned clansmen. In an instant he arrived in front of Yan Chuan. Sage King, are you alright? Desolation Hua asked worriedly. Desolation Hua, you traitor who betrayed your master. Even now, you still call him Sage King? Lord Hua Tian said in pain. Shut up! Desolation Hua shouted angrily. Yan Chuan looked at Desolation Hua and said, Don't worry, you are you, they are them. I, Great Jin, have always been clear. Thank you, Holy King. Desolation Transformation said gratefully. Looks like we're not the only ones who want to destroy the Saint's dojo. Or you. An expert from the Dugu clan laughed. Yan Chuan looked at the expert and did not reply. He did not want to talk to him at all. The face of the powerhouse from the Dugu clan stiffened, and he looked at Yan Chuan with some resentment. Great Ancestor, save me. My strength has been completely sealed. Lord of Heaven Transformation shouted to Hua Bing. Hua Bing's face was gloomy. She looked at the restless experts of the Dugu clan, then looked at Yan Chuan and frowned deeply. Yan Di, Lord Hua Tian is young and insensible. Yan Di, please be magnanimous. Hua Bing said solemnly. Yan Chuan smiled coldly and said, He wanted to kill me and you want me to let him go? Hua Bing was slightly stunned, not knowing how to answer. An excited dragon roar came from afar. Yan Chuan's dragon carriage returned once more. The three dragons were all injured. The seven fiends were covered in wounds, but their eyes were filled with excitement. Giguzi was driving the dragon carriage, while Yin Hentian and four others were clan ancestral immortals who were similarly chained stood beside him. All of them were covered in wounds. They were filled with grief and indignation. In the plaza of revered Heaven Palace, the Zhou clan ancestral immortals who had been restrained by Yan Chuan saw that all the Zhou clan ancestral immortals had been restrained. They immediately cried out, No! It was not just the Zhou clan ancestral immortals. Lord Hua Tian, Hua Bing, and the Dugu clan disciples were all shocked. Four ancestral immortals. Four ancestral immortals. How long had it been, and they had all been taken down? Even if they were low-level ancestral immortals, they were still ancestral immortals. Ancestral immortals had the heavenly Tao. Even if they could not win, they could still flee. But now they had been restrained? This was much harder than defeating four ancestral immortals. There were only 3 dragons in front of them? Roar! The dragon carriage landed on the plaza. Bang! The 4 ancestral immortals were thrown in front of Yan Chuan. Holy King, none of them escaped. Gigazi laughed. In Hentian sighed. Gigazi's imitation of a sage was too shocking. In Hentian only knew about the strength of feng shui masters from his clan's records. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. The three dragons were also extremely respectful towards Gigazi. Yen Chuan nodded. The seven fiends twisted their bodies, somewhat anxious. By the way, the seven fiends of the underworld dragon fought with all their might, charging forward without hesitation. The last ancestral immortal nearly escaped, but the seven fiends of the underworld dragon managed to stop him despite sustaining heavy injuries. Gigu Zi boasted. The seven fiends immediately looked at Gigu Zi with gratitude. Yen Chuan looked at the seven fiends and nodded. Well done. Here are the ancestral immortals. Choose one to eat. Thank you, Holy King. Thank you, Mr. Gigu Zi. The seven fiends shouted excitedly. The seven fiends had been stuck at peak ancient immortal for 20,000 years. Now they could finally become ancestral immortals. The seven fiends did not care about the Zhua clan at all. They eagerly opened their mouths and swallowed an ancestral immortal. Bastard, how dare you? We are from the Zhua clan. If anyone dares to touch us, the Zhua clan will destroy you. Zhua Qing shouted angrily. The seven fiends did not care and swallowed an ancient immortal. All around, whether it was the restrained ancestral immortals on the ground or the Hua clan and Duga clan in the sky, they all felt a chill. It was not because of the seven fiends. It was because of Yen Chuan's attitude. Ancestral immortals? Reward them as salaries? Reward them for killing ancestral immortals? Eat them? How dare you? Zhua Qing's eyes widened. The other four ancestral immortals who had been restrained had looks of horror on their faces as well. No, you can't eat six, brother. You can't. One of the ancestral immortals shouted. Grand Ancestor, save me. Grand Ancestor, save me. Lord Hua was so frightened that he screamed. High up in the sky, Hua Bing could no longer hold back and flew down. Yen Di, Lord Hua Tian has offended you. Yen Di, please give me some face and let Lord Hua Tian live. Hua Bing bowed extremely respectfully. All around, countless Hua clan descendants had ugly expressions. They were the disciples of sages. How could they have to act according to others' wishes? Hua Bing was the number one person in the revered heaven territory apart from sages. How could he be so polite to Yen Chuan? Gui Guzi laughed coldly and said, Your face? How can it be compared to the life and death of the Sage King? Hua Bing looked at Gui Guzi with a dark expression. Sage King, how should we deal with these people? Gui Guzi looked at the five ancestral immortals on the ground. In Hentian, the Zhua clan has a great enmity with you. However, we can't give you all these ancestral immortals. Choose one to kill and remove your blood-bathing curse. As for the others, bring them back to the Great Qin City and reward them for meritorious service. After killing them, their corpses will be given to you. Grind their bones and scatter their ashes. Yen Chuan said solemnly. In Hentian naturally had no objections. When the surrounding cultivators heard Yen Chuan's words, they felt a chill down their spines. Not far away, Dragon Fifth saw the seven fiends devouring the ancestral immortals. When he heard that Yen Chuan was really going to treat the ancestral immortals as a reward, he immediately looked at the seven fiends with envy. Meritorious service for the ancestral immortal position? Dragon Fifth's eyes turned red with envy. Next time, he would work harder next time. In Hentian was also direct. After so many years of hatred, In Hentian wasn't willing to wait too long. A sword instantly pierced through the chest of an ancestral immortal. The ancestral immortal looked at In Hentian with a look of regret before he died. When the six Zhua clan ancestral immortals came, they were extremely aggressive and forced the sages to retreat. Now they were captured and killed one by one? Grand Ancestor, save me! Lord Hua Tian cried out in horror. Yen Chuan wasn't joking. Was he serious? Bring them to the dragon carriage. Let's go back. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Gui Guzi and In Hentian replied. Desolation Hua frowned slightly. He looked around and finally sighed, "Yes." "Oh right, Lord Hua, thank you for this sage's sword. I'll return it to its rightful owner," Gui Guzi said with a smile. Desolation Hua received it. His expression changed slightly as he nodded. "Grand Ancestor Hua Bing, please return the sword to the Grand Ancestor." "I'll return with the Sage King," Desolation Hua shouted to Hua Bing. Hua Bing's face turned ugly. "Yen Chuan, Lord Hua Tian is a member of my Hua clan. Even if you don't give me face, you should give Desolation Hua face, right?" Hua Bing's face finally turned cold. Desolation Hua immediately said, "Grand Ancestor, don't count me in. Lord Hua Tian asked for it. I advised him many times, but he didn't listen at all." Hua Bing's face turned cold. "Bastard, Desolation Hua, remember, your surname is Hua. Lord Hua Tian is still your clan. Grand Ancestor Hua Bing, you only know that I, Desolation Hua, am a person today? Everything I've done is worthy of the Hua clan and the Grand Ancestor." Desolation Hua's face also turned cold. As he spoke, Desolation Hua threw out the sage's sword. "Bastard evil creature!" Hua Bing shouted angrily. Boom! 50 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared around Hua Bing. The 50 heavenly Dao surrounded Hua Bing in the center. Hua Bing's body merged with the heavenly Dao. He reached out and grabbed at Lord Hua Tian on the dragon carriage. Desolation Hua's face changed. He immediately shouted to Yen Chuan, "Sage King, please calm down. The Grand Ancestor has lost his mind for a moment." Looking at the hand seal grabbing at him, Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. He reached out and punched towards the distance. Boom! A black fist suddenly appeared and crashed into Hua Bing's palm. The 50 heavenly Dao suddenly burst out with bright light. Endless power gathered into Hua Bing's palm and met Yen Chuan's punch. Boom! With a loud bang, the void shook violently. The huge palm shattered, and the fist aura rushed towards Hua Bing's heavenly Dao like a hot knife through butter. Yen Chuan's power was not restricted by the heavenly Dao at all. He brazenly entered the heavenly Dao's interior. What? Hua Bing's face changed. Boom! With a loud bang, Hua Bing's figure retreated 10,000 feet away. The original heavenly Dao collapsed. Clutching his chest, Hua Bing's hair was messy. He looked at Yen Chuan in shock. Below the sage, the number one person in the Venerable Heaven territory, was actually not a match for Yen Chuan. Countless Hua family disciples were shocked. As for the Dugu family disciples, their eyebrows twitched. Above the sixth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. He's definitely above the sixth heaven. A Dugu family disciple said solemnly, "Thank you for showing mercy, Sage King." Desolation Hua immediately said respectfully, "Yes, he only wants to snatch Lord Hua Tian. I won't argue with him. Let's go." Yen Chuan said indifferently, "Roar." The three dragons pulled the dragon chariot towards the north with reverence. "Yen Chuan, do you know that this is the sage's dojo? Today's humiliation, the sage will not let it go in the future." Hua Bing roared from afar. The dragon chariot flew towards the north. "If you don't let it go, ask the sage to come to my Great Qin. I'll be waiting in the Great Qin Empire." Yen Chuan shouted. Around the Venerable Heaven Palace, whether it was the sage's disciples or the Dugu family's experts, they were all slightly stunned. Waiting in the Great Qin city? Yen Chuan dared to provoke the sage? Where did he come from? A Dugu family disciple asked curiously. Chapter 1203. On the Dragon Carriage. Hua Desolation was guarding the 4 imprisoned ancestral immortals on the balcony. "Hua Desolation, I was wrong. Please help me beg for mercy. I was blinded by greed. I don't want to die. It wasn't easy for me to become an ancestral immortal." Huan Lord cried. Hua Desolation's face twitched. Although he knew that Huatian Lord was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and that he only obtained this ancestral immortal position by currying favor with Hua Bing, he didn't expect Huan Lord to be so afraid of death after being imprisoned. Huatian Lord was strong in the past because he had a good backer. With a sage standing behind him, he was arrogant no matter where he went. However, it was different now. Yen Chuan didn't care about his background at all. How could he kill the Zhou clan just like that? Just now, he didn't hesitate to offend the sage to take him away? Hua Desolation, I was wrong in the past. Please help me beg for mercy on the account that we're from the same clan. Huan Lord said. Hua Desolation frowned and looked at Huan Lord. I can't beg the sage monarch now. If you want to live, you better not say anything when you reach the great Qin city. Your mouth is always ruining things. Okay, I won't say anything. From now on, I'll keep my mouth shut. Hua Tian Lord shouted. Zhou Qing, who was also imprisoned, said coldly, the family head will soon receive the news. Great Qin? My Zhou clan will not let anyone live. Hua Desolation smiled coldly. Not a single person will live? However, you'll never see it. If my great Qin is destroyed, I'll definitely kill all of you before I do. You, Hua Desolation, you're the descendant of a sage. Yet you're helping an outsider deal with a sage? Zhou Qing angrily rebuked. Ha ha ha. Hua Desolation looked at Zhou Qing and laughed mockingly. Inside the dragon carriage. Thank you, Sage Monarch. I've brought a lot of trouble to Great Qin this time. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. Trouble? Because of trouble, Great Qin can rise so quickly. Don't worry, the officials of Dezhen aren't afraid of trouble, they are only afraid of no trouble. Yen Chuan laughed. Thank you, Sage King. Yin Hentian was touched. It's a pity that the sky-burying coffin was placed in the square, but no one knows who took it away. Yin Hentian sighed again. Gui Guzi shook his head and said, Don't take it to heart, Lord Yin. The Sage King purposely put that up for a certain someone. Yin Hentian was slightly stunned. You go out first. Check on those Zhou clan ancestral immortals and see if you can get anything out of them. Yen Chuan said. Yin Hentian nodded. Stepping out, Yin Hentian exited the great hall. The door of the hall was closed again, leaving only Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi in the hall. Holy King Prince Fu Su is here, Gui Guzi said with a smile. In our first life, we entered the Purple Cloud Palace in the vast thousand realms with the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets. Is this the place he called Earth? Earth? It's a strange place where the yuan qi of heaven and earth is so condensed that it can't be absorbed. There are only mortals there. I passed my soul down to the Ying family and all the kings of the great Qin Empire. Although I can't cultivate, I gained a lot from that place. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, Yes, I also gained a lot from that place. Gui Guzi nodded. Earth is also Hongjuan's training ground, the Purple Cloud Palace. At that time, you were the one who found the path to heaven that Hongjun left on earth. My son Fu Su led a few people and entered it. So that path to heaven was left by Hongjun. He had been planning to take over the weakest world for a long time? Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, Unfortunately, Hongjun failed in the end. He failed to transcend. He was destroyed by fate. Gui Guzi sighed softly. No, you forgot one thing. Yen Chuan shook his head and said, Oh. How did Hongjun appear when he was about to transcend? Yen Chuan said with a trace of light in his eyes. Hongjun? Gui Guzi's pupils suddenly shrank. Back then, the 7 sages of the Great Thousand World went against the heavens and died. Later, the sages came back to life. Then the Grand Elder died, Premier died, Xuanti died, Jane died, and Hongjun died. However, Hongjun came back to life by possessing the body of Tongtian. Why did Hongjun possess the body of Tongtian? Where is Hongjuan's body? Yen Chuan said seriously. Sage King, you mean? Gui Guzi said in surprise. I don't know. In an era, Hongjun was the most powerful person in the Great Thousand World. He was not only strong, but also scheming. Hongjuan's scheming was rare in the Great Thousand World. Do you still remember Wu Jiong, who we met in the Sealed Realm? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong should be someone from Earth at that time. Yushi said that Wu Jiong once opened my imperial mausoleum. Emperor Qin's mausoleum? He found a heavenly order and sighed? We have told you before, do you still remember? Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. Gui Guzi nodded. My imperial mausoleum seals the path to heaven that Fu Su came from. It is a path that Hongjun left behind that leads to the weakest world. However, there has never been a path to heaven, Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Sage King, do you mean that Hongjun put it in before he died? Gue Guzi asked in a deep voice. Earth is also called the Purple Cloud Palace. That was Hongjun's Taoist right. Even if it was not in his hands, he might have been able to enter. This heavenly order at least created the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and Wujiang. I'm not sure whether Hongjun is dead or not, but at least I'm sure that Wujiang is related to Hongjun. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, although this world looks weak, there are turbulent undercurrents. Gue Guzi nodded. No matter how many undercurrents there are, we must lift them up. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Heavenly Revered Palace Square. A group of Hua clan disciples looked at the dragon carriage leaving with ugly expressions. Great Ancestor, what should we do now? A few Hua clan disciples asked anxiously. Even Hua Bing could not stop Yen Chuan. What should they do now? Wait for the old ancestor to return. Hua Bing could only sigh. In the sky, a group of Dugu clan disciples looked at each other. Suddenly, someone revealed a bitter smile. Everyone, did you feel that you were completely ignored just now? A Dugu clan disciple smiled bitterly. It's Yen Chuan. He's so arrogant. No, Hua Bing, who can fight evenly with us, is not even a match for Yen Chuan. He can completely ignore us. Yen Chuan. One person's aura has already overshadowed all of us. Do we still want to fight? A Dugu clan disciple smiled bitterly. Destroy the sage's Dao field. Let's go. My heart is already thwarted. There's no point in destroying the Dao field. If the clan head wins, the Dao field will be destroyed. Let's go and cheer for the clan head. A Dugu clan disciple said in a deep voice. Senior brother, your state of mind has changed? A person beside him asked. I suddenly understood that too hard is easy to break. The arrogant dragon has regrets. Haha, the gains and losses are uncertain. Let's go. The Dugu clan expert laughed. A group of Dugu clan disciples shouted. Then, the group of Dugu clan disciples shot towards the east. There were a few Zhua clan disciples who managed to escape. At this moment, the group of Zhua clan disciples seemed to have collapsed. 6 ancestral immortals. Not a single one of our Zhua clan's ancestral immortals escaped? How could this be? A Zhua clan disciple said with a sorrowful expression. Senior Hua Bing, the Hua clan and our Zhua clan, but. The Zhua clan disciple said anxiously. Hua Bing shook his head. Your Zhua clan has already lost 3 ancestral immortals. They must have had life tablets in the Zhua clan's headquarters. The Zhua clan head, Zhua Chuanxiu, must have already known that their life tablets have been destroyed. There's no need for you lowly clan heads to worry about the matters of the upper echelons. Yes. A few Zhua clan disciples immediately responded. Hua Bing pointed at a few Hua clan disciples. Stay here and clean up the area. The rest of you, follow me to cheer for the ancestor. Yes. Netherworld. Inner South Continent. An enormous palace. The palace's name was Palace of Spring and Autumn. The doors to the palace were wide open. Within the palace, there was an azure-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. In front of the azure-robed man was a clump of azure-colored mist. The azure-robed man faced the mist, his mind seemingly immersed within it. He didn't move at all. Reporting, clan head. An urgent voice suddenly sounded from outside the palace. The mist in front of the azure-robed man suddenly dispersed. The azure-robed man slowly turned around. It was a white-faced man. He looked extremely valiant, his long hair draped behind his back, and he looked incomparably dignified. The azure-robed man looked at the red-robed man who had rushed in from outside the palace. When the red-robed man saw the azure-robed man, especially the azure-robed man's pupils, his body suddenly trembled, and he knelt down. Pupils. The azure-robed man had 2 pupils in each eye. Polychoria. Looking at the polychoria, the red-robed man felt as if his soul had suffered a violent blow. He fell limp to the ground, his entire body trembling as he knelt down. Clan head, clan. The red-robed man said in horror. The man with polychoria was the Zhou clan's clan head, Zhou Chuanxiu. Why are you in such a panic? What happened? Zhou Chuanxiu said in a low voice. Patriarch, this is bad. 3 ancestral immortals in our clan's ancestral immortal life tablet hall suddenly exploded just now. They were 3 of the 6 ancestral immortals who had gone to the sage Taoist rite to kill the remaining members of the Yin family. Something might have happened in the sage dojo. The red-robed man said with some fear. Zhou Chuanxiu's 4 pupils contracted slightly. 6 ancestral immortals? They can't even handle such a small matter? Zhou Chuanxiu's face showed no signs of anger. Clan head, what do we do now? The Yin clan? Back then, he was chosen by the heavens not only because of his sincerity to the world. Since there are remnants of the Yin clan, they must die. Immediately go to the heavenly revered hall to investigate the situation. If things are really difficult, let the saints take action and kill Yin Hentian. Zhou Chuanxiu said in a low voice. The saints? The saints will agree? The red-robed man said in surprise. Zhou Chuanxiu sneered and said, he will agree. He has no choice. Yes. The red-robed man said respectfully. Also, I will be in seclusion for a period of time. Other than the Zhou clan's survival, no one is to disturb me. Pass down the order. Anyone who dares to disturb me will die. Zhou Chuanxiu said coldly. Chapter 1204. Above a vast sea. The emperor carried a long saber on his back, and 12 disciples followed behind him. There was a huge dark cloud in the sky, and countless lightning bolts flashed violently in the dark cloud. However, the dark cloud had been split in half, and some saber chi could be vaguely seen between the 2 halves. Congratulations, Master, for killing the heavenly tribulation and becoming an ancestral immortal. The disciples immediately said, Did you see it clearly? The saber is unstoppable. When the saber intent reaches, it can cut through everything. Remember, it's everything. The emperor lectured the disciples in a deep voice. Yes. The disciples immediately nodded. However, the disciples were still somewhat repulsed. After all, who could be as fierce as their master? The heavenly Tao. That was the heavenly Tao. Fusing with the heavenly Tao was basically flawless. Ancient immortals were unable to break through the heavenly Tao. According to contemporary cultivators, an ancestral immortal who fused with the heavenly Tao could fight against 1,000 ancient immortals. However, that day in front of the heavenly hall, their master had cut the heavenly Tao vertically with his saber. A vertical slash. That wasn't just a small cut. The emperor seemed to have seen through their thoughts. I picked all of you out. You all have innate saber bones. There are no innate experts, only weaklings who do not work hard. Although your talents are high, you cannot slack off. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. The disciples replied. Immediately follow me to the inner North Continent. Challenge all the 36 territories, one by one, challenge all the sects and countries. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. It seems that the east of the inner North Continent is the Great Perfection Holy Court, and the north is the outer North Continent of the Netherworld. Yen Zizai has set up a training ground there? A female disciple said. Yen Zizai. The emperor narrowed his eyes, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Yes, I received news that Yen Zizai has occupied 10 territories in the outer North Continent of the Netherworld. He has set up a temple in each territory. 10 feng shui temples. The female disciple said. The emperor squeezed his saber and frowned slightly. I know. Yen Zizai? One day, I will fight Yen Zizai with my saber. On that day, I hope that you can help me. Don't disappoint me. Yes. The 12 disciples answered loudly. Underworld, 10,000 Ghost Domain, Great Qin City. The dragon carriage finally returned and landed in the Great Qin City. Great Shen's officials quickly came forward to greet them. Welcome back, Holy King, the officials said respectfully. Yen Chuan nodded. There were also 4 prisoners on the dragon chariot. Holy King, who are these people? Yi Feng looked at them curiously. Lord Huatian didn't dare to say anything. As for the 3 ancestral immortals of the Zhou clan, their faces turned ugly. We've arrived. We've arrived at Great Jin, but the family head hasn't arrived yet? Did the patriarch not make it in time, or did the patriarch not care about us? They're all ancestral immortals, Yan Chuan said somberly. You've worked hard these past few years. Pick one and slay him to become an ancestral immortal. Yifeng nodded in surprise. The other officials were also shocked. Pick one to kill? How dare you? Yan Chuan. Zhuqing shouted with grief and hatred. However, their will couldn't affect Yan Chuan at all. Hua Qiliang's eyes flashed with anxiety. After all, although Lord Huatian was annoying, he was still a member of the Huatian clan. However, Hua Qiliang didn't rush to speak. Gigu Zi seemed to have seen through Hua Qiliang's anxiety. He smiled and looked at Yan Chuan. Holy King, Hua Qiliang's contribution in capturing these ancestral immortals is not to be overlooked. Lord Huatian's eyes lit up with joy when he heard Gigu Zi's words. However, Hua Qiliang said, I've only been in Great Jin for a short period of time. My contributions aren't enough for you to praise me. Yan Chuan looked at Hua Qiliang. Indeed, Hua Qiliang's contributions in Great Jin weren't as much as Yifeng's. However, since Gigu Zi had spoken, Yan Chuan went with the flow. He wasn't afraid of the saints, but he didn't want to disappoint his officials. All right, Hua Qiliang, pick one of these people to deal with. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes, thank you, Holy King, Hua Qiliang said gratefully. As for the remaining 2, give one to Lu Buwei and the other to Li Si. Yifeng, you do the cursive script. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yifeng replied. The surrounding officials were envious. Great Jin's benefits, bestowing ancestral immortals? This was too exaggerated. Especially the Holy King who had been persuaded by Hua Qiliang. At this moment, he was looking at the ancestral immortals being bestowed with red eyes. He was also a Holy King back then. Why was he so miserable? The officials naturally didn't dare to compare their contributions with Li Si and Lu Buwei. There was no way to compare. They could only silently swear that they would work harder in the future and make the Holy Kings pay more attention to them. Perhaps, they would get a share of the ancestral immortals next time. Yan Chuan arranged everything and returned to his palace. He left the officials looking at the prisoners in amazement. Lord Yi, I choose Lord Huatian, Hua Qiliang said. Lord Huatian's eyes were filled with joy. He had escaped and didn't have to die. Yifeng nodded. Thizi smiled and said, Great Jin has always been very fair. The Holy King usually doesn't favor anyone. Although your contribution is great, how is it compared to Zhang Yi? Naturally, it's not as much as the 7th Legions. Hua Qiliang said truthfully. It's good that you know. The Holy King doesn't want to disappoint you. I hope you don't disappoint the Holy King. Gigu Zi said. Hua Qiliang bowed slightly and said, Thank you for your advice. I naturally understand the Holy King's painstaking efforts. Gigu Zi nodded and said goodbye. The Zhou family's disciples were taken away. Only Hua Qiliang was left looking at Lord Huang. Hua Qiliang, thank you for this time. In the past, it was all my fault. Lord Huatian cried out with a sense of relief from escaping. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, Although I saved you, I don't plan to let you go. From now on, you will stay in Great Jin's prison. What? You won't let me go? Lord Huatian glared. I saved you not because of your face, but because I don't want to cause trouble for myself or the old ancestor. You better be honest and stay in Great Jin's prison. With me here, no one will kill you, Hua Qiliang said in a deep voice. But are you so afraid of Yan Chuan? You don't even dare to let me go? Lord Huatian shouted irritably. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, The Holy King gave you to me so I can do whatever I want with you. However, I naturally won't cause trouble for the Holy King. How can I not know your character? If I let you go today, you will definitely cause trouble in the future. You won't be able to rest in peace. I won't. On what basis do you say that I will cause trouble? Lord Huatian still argued. Because you have no faith in life. Thus, faith is worthless to you. Although my Hua clan has the support of the old ancestor and people say that saints are invincible in this world, saints are not the strongest compared to other clans. This is also the reason why I came to Great Jin. You, on the other hand, can only be said to be the Hua clan's misfortune. Attracting hatred everywhere is not good for the old ancestor. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, "No, I won't." Lord Hua Tian begged. Hua Qiliang shook his head and said, "Being locked in Great Jin's prison might not be a bad thing for you. Think about your past. Your abilities aren't great, but your ability to cause trouble is not small. I hope that when you are released, you will be able to rebuild your faith in life. Don't disappoint me or the old ancestor." "Release? How long are you going to lock me up for?" Lord Huatian anxiously asked. "That depends on you." Hua Qiliang shook his head. "No, I don't want to go to prison, I don't want to," Lord Huatian angrily said. Lord Huatian used to be high and mighty, and was even the ancestor immortal of the world. Who would have thought that there would be a day when he would be imprisoned? At this moment, he was naturally incomparably sorrowful. Even his resentment towards Hua Qiliang was extremely deep. But how could Hua Qiliang's will change just because of Lord Huatian? "Don't worry, in order to give you a quiet time to comprehend, I will personally take you to the Yang Realm's prison." Outside revered Heaven Hall. The earth had been restored. It had been some time since the battle between Sage Departing and Dugupadian. Outside revered Heaven Hall Square. A red-robed man was surrounded by a group of Zhua clan disciples. The red-robed man held a broken jade slip in his hand. "It's broken. The remaining 3 life tablets are also broken. They were all killed by Yan Chuan? Yan Chuan is so ruthless," the red-robed man said with a face full of resentment. "Old ancestor, what do we do now?" a Zhua clan disciple asked with an ugly expression. Taking a deep breath, the red-robed man said, "How is Sage Departing now?" "He fought with Dugupadian. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses and went back." "Sage," a Zhua clan disciple said. "Both sides suffered heavy losses?" Sages can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. They can be said to be invincible powerhouses. Both sides suffered heavy losses? Dugupadian? His strength can't be underestimated, the red-robed man said with a gloomy expression. "Old ancestor, how strong is this sage?" "Sage? Only ancestral immortals have the qualifications to become sages. Hua Zun Tian should be at this cultivation level. However, this cultivation level is nothing. The key is that he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. In other words, he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth," the red-robed man said with a solemn expression. "The 6 old ancestors have all fallen. What does Patriarch plan to do?" The red-robed man looked at the heavenly hall. At this moment, Hua Bing walked out of the heavenly hall. "Zhuahong, the old ancestor wants you to go in." Zhuahong nodded. She walked towards the heavenly hall alone. After stepping into the hall, the doors of the hall slammed shut. Hua Bing stood guard outside the hall, preventing anyone from approaching. The hall was slightly dark, with only a ray of gentle white light at the center. Hua Zun Tian sat cross-legged on a large futon, looking at Zhuahong, who stepped into the hall. "Greetings, sage," Zhuahong said respectfully. "Zhuachuanqiu, why are you here?" Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. "Patriarch said that Yin Hen Tian must die. Sage, please take action." Zhuahong said respectfully. "Yin Hen Tian has enmity with your Zhua family. Why doesn't your Zhua family appear? Why should I appear?" Hua Zun Tian said with some displeasure. "Patriarch said that you have no choice." Zhuahong said truthfully, not daring to look at the sage. After all, these words were threatening the sage. However, Hua Zun Tian suddenly fell silent. Zhuahong was curious. After a moment of silence, Hua Zun Tian sighed. "Yin Hen Tian? When my injuries are healed, I will go. Go back and tell Zhuachuanqiu that this is the last time." But Zhuahong nodded blankly. "That's it?" Hua Zun Tian sighed. "Yes." Zhuahong left the hall. In the hall, only Hua Zun Tian was left. Hua Zun Tian's voice was filled with bitterness. Chapter 1205. Netherworld, in front of the revered Heaven Hall. Zhuang walked out of the revered Heaven Hall. A group of Zhua clan members quickly gathered around her. Zhuang did not say anything. Instead, she led the group of Zhua clan members to her own hall. Ancestor, what did the sage say? What about the vengeance of our ancestors? The group of Zhua clan members asked anxiously. Zhuang's eyes turned cold. We must avenge Zhua Qing and the others. The sage has already agreed. The sage has agreed? The sage has already agreed to personally take action. Zhuang nodded. Everyone was shocked. Let's help the sage. Zhuang said solemnly. What? Spread the news that the sage is recuperating. Once he recovers, he will use his heavenly might to destroy the great perfection sage court. Zhuang said solemnly. Spread the news? That's right. Although the sage has agreed, this is just a precautionary measure. He has no choice but to go. Zhuang said solemnly. Understood. Yang Realm, Xianying. In an open area south of Xianying, lightning clouds flashed in the sky. Rumble. The tribulation clouds churned as if they were shaking violently. At the foot of a mountain below, a large number of soldiers were standing guard. 3 huge dragons were circling the foot of the mountain. They were Torvosaurus, 7 Fiends, and Dragon 5th. 7 Fiends was covered in injuries, but his face was filled with excitement. Beside him stood Great Perfection's officials, Li Si, Yin Hentian, Lu Buwei, and Yi Feng. Congratulations, you've gotten what you wanted. You've finally transcended the tribulation and become an ancestral immortal. Dragon 5th looked at 7 Fiends enviously. How little 5, aren't you the same? The Empress personally took action and removed your curse. Can't you speak now? 7 Fiends said. Torvosaurus revealed a bitter smile. Torvosaurus, you should be content. Think about your own situation. You asked for it. The sage monarch is benevolent and you contributed greatly. General Meng Tian, who attacked Barbarian Dragon Weave, did not kill your clansmen. If it were you, what would you have done? 7 Fiends curled his lips. Indeed. Torvosaurus nodded. The Great Perfection is strict with rewards and punishments. As long as one's contributions are good, the sage monarch will not be stingy. How can the other holy halls have such benefits? Now that the 7 Fiends had benefited, they began to flatter De Jin. Of course, they might also be trying to curry favor with De Jin's ministers. The 2 dragons did not speak. Furthermore, I feel that De Jin still has a great future ahead of it. When we were heading to the Sage Dao sect, an ancestral immortal from the Netherworld actually tried to barge into the Yellow Springs Road. In the end, he was surrounded by Jin Diyu and Bai Ditian. In the end, he was killed by Bai Ditian, who also became an ancestral immortal. I believe that as time goes on, De Jin's group will become more and more common. De Jin will also become stronger. The 2 of you, don't look so bitter. 7 Fiends advised ere long. Ere long thought about it and finally nodded. Boom. The tribulation cloud in the distance suddenly exploded. A loud tiger's roar rang out as Bai Ditian stood in the area where the tribulation clouds had dispersed. His eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations, Supremacy Bai. Yi Feng said with a smile. Lu Buwei, Li Si, and Yin Hentian also smiled and nodded. The 4 of you have also become ancestral immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Bai Ditian laughed. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. All right, since all of you have become ancestral immortals, it's time for us to return and report. Yi Feng said with a smile. All right. Everyone nodded. Just as everyone was about to fly back to Xianyang, Lu Buwei suddenly flew in front of the 3 dragons. Torvosaurus. Lu Buwei said. Lord Lu. Torvosaurus said extremely politely. Did you hear what 7 Fiends said just now? Lu Buwei asked with a smile. 7 Fiends was excited. Yes. Torvosaurus nodded. Back then, when you took the lead to offend Xianyang, the Sage King did not pursue the matter and allowed you to pull the carriage. This is already a favor to you. This time, you also contributed to the Sage Dao sect. The Sage King has instructed that you will be rewarded for your contributions. You can persuade your descendants to join Dejin. Dejin will definitely treat them equally. In Dejin, at the very least, they will be protected by Dejin and you. If they wander outside, they might be used by some schemers to influence you. It's up to you whether you are willing or not. Lu Buwei said. Torvosaurus's eyes flickered. Dejin wanted to completely devour barbarian dragon weave. However, when he thought about it, Torvosaurus smiled bitterly. Just as Seven Fiends said, Yen Chuan was indeed merciful to him. Yes, I will. Torvosaurus nodded. Lu Buwei nodded. Lord Lu, Little Five worked very hard that day. Seven Fiends immediately pointed at Dragon Fifth and said. Dragon Fifth looked at Seven Fiends gratefully. Lu Buwei smiled and said, Don't worry. Dejin's Sage Hall will definitely reward those who have contributed and punish those who have committed mistakes. I have already asked the Sage King for Quasi-Dragon Fifth to return to the Eastern Sea to visit family for a month. You must return after a month. You want me to return? Dragon Fifth said excitedly. He was even trembling. Lu Buwei nodded and said, I have already delivered the message. Let's begin tomorrow. A month. After saying that, Lu Buwei and the other officials flew back to Xianyang. I can go back? I can go back? Dragon Fifth still felt like he was dreaming. How could this be? Would the Sage King really let him go? Since the Sage King has spoken, he will naturally keep his word. Congratulations, Little Five. Seven Fiends smiled. This. Dragon Fifth said excitedly. However, from what I can tell, Lord Lu never makes a losing deal, including me. Although my contribution this time is great, it's not enough to reward me with an ancestral immortal. The Sage King rewarded me with an ancestral immortal as a way of expressing his stance to all of you, as well as all of the subjects of Great Qin. As long as we work hard and achieve success, the Sage King will not be stingy with his rewards. As for you, the Empress has already lifted your curse. Allowing you to return to the Eastern Sea was Lord Lu's idea. Since the Sage King has agreed to it, there must be other intentions. That's right. Torvosaurus nodded. The two dragons helped Dragon Fifth analyze. His excitement instantly calmed down. What does the Sage King want me to do? Dragon Fifth frowned. I remember that the Sage King thinks highly of the Eastern Sea Dragon Emperor. He once invited him to become Dejin's sovereign beast. Torvosaurus analyzed. What? He wants me to persuade the Dragon Emperor? Dragon Fifth raised an eyebrow. Based on what I have seen and heard, can't you see the rise of Dejin? It is not Dejin who is trying to curry favor with your Eastern Sea Dragon race. It is your Eastern Sea Dragon race who is trying to curry favor with Dejin. Don't you know the freedom of sovereign beast of Dejin? Look at Bai Ditian and Dog God. Also, I heard that Dejin has two other sovereign beasts of Dejin. They are not under Dejin's control and are roaming the world. Why can't the Dragon Emperor enter Dejin? Didn't you say that the dragon race is in trouble? Will Dejin stand by and do nothing? There is nothing to lose. Seven Fiends said earnestly. Dragon Fifth's expression changed. Torvosaurus thought for a moment and said, Of course, the Sage King did not personally ask you to persuade the Dragon Emperor. It is up to you to persuade him or not. Of course, this also shows his respect for the Eastern Sea Dragon race. Respect? Dragon Fifth was slightly taken aback. That's right. The Sage did not force you or the Dragon Emperor. Everything is up to you. If you go to the Eastern Sea and do not say anything, the Sage King will not blame you. However, if you can persuade the Dragon Emperor, I dare say that the Sage King will definitely remember this favor. Seven Fiends nodded. Dragon Fifth fell silent. Regardless of the outcome, early the next morning, Dragon Fifth impatiently left Xianyang alone and headed for the Eastern Sea. Along the way, Dragon Fifth looked back at Xianyang several times as if he did not believe that it would let him go so easily. Dragon Fifth arrived at the Eastern Sea a few days later, feeling lost. The excited Dragon Fifth transformed into a golden dragon and rolled around the Eastern Sea several times before confirming that he had returned home. How dare you? Who is it? A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shouted from the Eastern Sea. Are you all blind? Can't you recognize me? Dragon Fifth shouted. The 5 Dragon Kings are back. The 5 Dragon Kings are back. The group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shouted excitedly as they rushed into the Eastern Sea. This news instantly caused a commotion in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The 5 Dragon Kings are back? The Eastern Sea's Dragon Kings quickly gathered at the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor also came after hearing the news. The Crystal Palace was filled with excitement. Dragon Fifth, how did you escape? Dragon 1 shouted excitedly. Dragon Fifth is very lucky. He finally escaped. Dragon Fifth, you can drink all of my 100 Immortals wine later. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. That's right. We must not return until we are drunk. Congratulations to Dragon Fifth for escaping. The group of Dragon Kings shouted excitedly. The Dragon Emperor frowned slightly but did not disturb the group of Dragon Kings. Dragon Fifth, who was surrounded by a group of Dragon Kings, also smiled blissfully. However, Dragon Fifth still shook his head. No, the Sage King allowed me a month's leave. After a month, I still have to go back. I came back to gather with everyone. Dragon 1. Dragon Kings. Go back? Dragon Fifth, did Yen Chuan cast a curse on you? If you don't go back, you will be cursed? Dragon 1 asked in a deep voice. The Dragon Kings were filled with righteous indignation. No, there is no curse. He just allowed me a month's leave. Dragon Fifth shook his head. Dragon Kings. Dragon Fifth, is your brain damaged? You escaped with great difficulty. Why do you still want to go back? Yeah, Dragon Fifth, are you stupid? The group of Dragon Kings could not understand Dragon Fifth's thoughts. Do you think that it is honorable for a Dragon King to pull a carriage for a human? Dragon 1 shouted in disappointment. Dragon Fifth did not speak, but his expression seemed to be admitting it. Dragon Kings. The group of Dragon Kings was going crazy. What was wrong with Dragon Fifth? You guys go out first. Dragon Fifth, stay. I have something to ask you. The Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. The Dragon Kings responded. However, when they looked at Dragon Fifth, they still felt like they were looking at a retard. They were waiting for the Dragon Emperor to teach him a lesson before scolding him again. In the blink of an eye, only the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Fifth were left in the Crystal Palace. Dragon Emperor. Dragon Fifth greeted respectfully. Yes, I believe that you would not say that you are willing to go back for no reason. Many things have happened during this period, right? The Dragon Emperor asked kindly. Dragon Fifth nodded. Without hiding anything, he told the Dragon Emperor about what he had been through during the days when he was pulling the carriage. Chapter 1206. Yang Realm, Xining. ZZ was holding Yen Chuan's arm, leaning on Yen Chuan as they strolled in the back garden of the palace. I didn't kill an ancestral immortal, but my cultivation has broken through to the ancestral immortal realm. ZZ frowned. Yen Chuan thought for a while and said, Meng Sanxing Shadi? It seems that their strength has also increased. You're already an ancestral immortal, so they must be ancestral immortals too. ZZ nodded. I wonder what exactly your race has to say? The blood curse has been broken. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. I heard from Meng Honging that our bloodline is very ancient, so ancient that most people in the world have never heard of it. ZZ shook her head and said, You'll know in the future. As long as you're by my side, they're not important. Yen Chuan said with a smile. ZZ leaned on Yen Chuan happily. Meow. Suddenly, a meow was heard. Bang. A kitten suddenly jumped into ZZ's arms, completely breaking the silence. Meow, 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 how long have I been asleep? It was Meow, who kept meowing in ZZ's arms. You're awake? ZZ said in surprise. Yes, how long have I been asleep? Meow immediately cried. Not long. ZZ smiled and said, How's your comprehension after this nap? Yen Chuan asked. Take a guess, Meow. Meow said proudly. I can't guess. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Just you wait. The next time I fight with an expert, I'll let your Lord Meow fight. You'll be scared to death. Meow cried proudly. Lord Meow? ZZ laughed disdainfully. Meow, Sister ZZ, don't always undermine me. I'm really powerful. Meow cried out gloomily. Good. You're amazing. I prepared arowana for you in that pond. ZZ smiled. Meow, Sister ZZ treats me the best, unlike someone Meow. Meow started to criticize Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan smiled. He was happy that Meow had woken up. Just as he was about to say something, Yen Chuan was slightly stunned and said, Huh? What's wrong? ZZ asked curiously. I don't know. It's that fearless person who came to Xianyang to make trouble again. Yen Chuan said with a smile. The mortal realm has the primordial dragon vein, and the netherworld has the Yellow Springs Road. Aren't you clearly digging a hole for those ignorant people to jump in? ZZ laughed. Let's go and take a look. In the outer eastern continent, there should be very few people who would dare to snatch the primal dragon giant vein. Looks like it's someone from another continent. Yen Chuan nodded with a smile. The two of them led Meow to the entrance of the skyward hall. Xianyang landed on the dragon head of the primordial dragon giant vein. At this moment, outside the dragon head, there were thousands of fiery red dragons surging in the south. Ha! D. Renjia told us not to step into the true dragon domain. So it's because of this treasure. The primordial dragon giant vein. The primordial dragon giant vein. An excited roar resounded. A group of officials gathered in the plaza of the skyward hall. They were looking at the ecstatic dragons in the south. The dragon in the lead was thousands of feet long, the leader of the 1,000 dragons. Haha, the primordial dragon giant vein, a treasure. The dragon in the lead opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of flames. Not far from the skyward hall, the 7 fiends and the barbarian dragon were looking at the red dragons in the distance. The dragon in the lead was dancing with joy. Is this guy a fool? I think he's crazy and came here to show off. The 2 dragons were speechless as they looked at the red dragons in the distance. Lord Dragon King, you are wise to bring us here first. The primordial dragon giant vein, if you can swallow it, won't you be the same as Jizun and the others? No, even stronger, because only in ancient times did the great ancestor dragon swallow it once and become the ancestor of all dragons. A little dragon at the side laughed. D. Renjia's army is still behind. If they know, they will not let this go. Another little dragon said. Swallow, before they come, I will swallow the primordial dragon giant vein. I Huada can also become someone like the Dragon Emperor. Ha! The fire dragon in the lead shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Dragon King. The group of dragons shouted excitedly. Ha! I'm looking at where to start. Don't worry, if I eat it, you will also benefit. Huada shouted excitedly. Dragon King, there are still people on the dragon head. What about the city? A little dragon shouted. True dragon territory. 5,000 years ago, I came with D. Renjia to receive the Heavenly Emperor. I have already investigated. The strongest there is only an ancient immortal. What are you afraid of? If they dare to resist, just eat them. Huada shouted disdainfully. Dragon King is wise. The group of little dragons immediately flattered. Above Xianyang, 7 fiends and Torvosaurus looked at each other. Where did this fool come from? 7 fiends said strangely. 5,000 years ago? I might know. Back then, a large army from the west came here, and the major forces from all directions could not get close. They are here again? Torvosaurus frowned. You don't say. It is really similar to us back then. Another one to pull the carriage? 7 fiends suddenly laughed. Torvosaurus was speechless. Around Xianyang, there were also scouts from various territories in the outer east continent. At this moment, they also saw the 1,000 red dragons in the south. For a moment, they were speechless as they looked at the red dragons in the distance. Is there something wrong with the heads of these red dragons? I don't know, but they look stupid. Ignorance is the happiest. The scouts from various major forces looked at the 1,000 red dragons flying in the south with pity. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yen Chuan walked over with ZZ and Meow. Sage King, The officials bowed. Yan Xuan nodded. He also looked at the group of red dragons in the distance. At this moment, Huohua, the leader, flew to one of the dragon horns of the proto-dragon giant Vane. He opened his mouth as if he was rehearsing how to eat the dragon horn first. Meow? Where did this weirdo come from? Meow looked at the ugly red dragon that was preparing to bite the dragon horn of the proto-dragon giant Vane in astonishment. ZZ also laughed. Impudent! Yan Xuan shouted coldly. The dragon head of the proto-dragon giant Vane was the symbol of Xianyang. Now, a red dragon was baring his teeth and preparing to eat the dragon horn? In the distance, Huohua, who was baring his teeth in the sky, suddenly quivered. That scared me. Who shouted? Who shouted? Huohua shouted. The officials of Xianyang. 7 fiends and Torvosaurus. Dragon King, it's him. That emperor. A small dragon immediately said. Huohua looked at Yan Xuan and said arrogantly, so it's that sage king. Alright, I'm in a good mood today. Take everyone and leave. I'll let bygones be bygones. The officials of Dezhen. Sage King, little dragon requests for battle. Take down this fool. 7 fiends shouted. Sage King, Torvosaurus requests for battle. Torvosaurus also shouted. Yan Xuan looked at the leading red dragon speechlessly and nodded. Granted. Roar! Roar! 7 fiends and Torvosaurus rushed into the sky excitedly. 2 huge dragons rushed into the sky. The 1,000 red dragons were slightly stunned. For you, Huohua shouted. You'll know who we are soon. 7 fiends shouted excitedly. You came without knowing the situation. Sighed. Torvosaurus also sighed. What did you say? Huohua asked in a low voice. The 2 dragons roared and tore at Huohua. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly Tao appeared one after another. Instantly, the 3 dragons started fighting crazily. 3 ancestral immortals. In an instant, the sky above Xianyang was filled with raging winds. The 1,000 fire dragons looked at the Dragon King with their mouths agape. Isn't this the true dragon territory where only ancient immortals live? A small dragon looked on in confusion. The group of small dragons could not interfere in the battle between the 3 ancestral immortals, let alone help. Bai Ditian, take them all down. Yan Xuan said in a low voice. Alright. Bai Ditian nodded. With a loud roar, a large number of tigers followed Bai Ditian into the sky and rushed towards the 1,000 fire dragons. The sky was filled with dragons and tigers fighting each other. Rumble. In the sky above Xianyang, there were thousands of lights and raging winds. At this moment, the tolerance of the citizens of Xianyang had reached a new height. Xianyang was protected by array formations, so the battle in front of them was extremely rare. Watching the battle often could even improve one's cultivation. Many residents of Xianyang brought out stools from their homes and sat at the door to watch the battle in the sky. There were even 2 families sitting together and drinking tea while watching the battle in the sky. They could even make some comments. How enjoyable! In the sky, the more Huohua fought, the more strange it felt. They are all ancestral immortals? Isn't this the true dragon territory where only ancient immortals live? Did I go to the wrong place? The result was obvious. Huohua was captured, and so were the small dragons. They were all tied up and thrown in the square of the Skyward Palace. At this moment, Huohua still could not understand what was happening. This is not right, not right? I heard you mention Renxia? You are from the Great Zhou Heavenly Court? Yan Xuan said in a low voice. I won't tell you, Huohua said stubbornly. The 7 Banes and the dragon showed a look of disdain because the 2 of them were also stubborn. Yan Xuan looked at Huohua and nodded. Alright, I also find it troublesome to ask. Lu Gang, bring him down and let him enjoy. Prepare a report for me later. Yes. Lu Gang replied. Enjoy? Huohua did not understand. But he quickly guessed something from the gazes of the people. You can't torture me. I am the Dragon King of Great Zhou Heavenly Court. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court's army is about to arrive. You can't torture prisoners. Huohua said anxiously. Pitiful fellow. The 7 Banes shook their heads. They watched as Huohuo was brought down by Lu Gang. 5 days later, Huohuo was covered in wounds and had a sad expression as he was tied up in front of a carriage. Beside him was the dragon and the 7 Banes. How did this happen? How did this happen? Huohuo said with tears in his eyes. This is the will of the heavens. Who told you to be stupid? Don't worry, I will protect you. The 7 Banes consoled him. The Torvosaurus glanced at him and then closed its eyes to rest. Chapter 1207. Yang Realm, Xianyang, Upper Study Room. Lu Gang stood respectfully in front of the study table. Yen Chuan was looking at a document that had just been sorted out. 10,000 dragons attacking the East Sea Dragon Palace? Yen Chuan's expression turned serious. Di Renjie is also leading the 1,000 bull guards to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Lu Gang nodded. Wu Jiong wants to unify the Yang Realm's dragon race. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Also, I just received news that the Gongyang family of the Southeast continent is also sending experts to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Lu Gang said. The Gongyang family is also joining in the fun? It seems that this is not just a war between the dragon race. Yen Chuan pondered. Lu Gang did not say anything and let Yen Chuan think alone for a while. Prepare the carriage. I want to go to the East Sea. Yen Chuan said. Yes. East Sea Dragon Palace. Ever since Dragon Fifth and the Dragon Emperor talked, the Dragon Emperor instructed that all the Dragon Kings were not to interfere with Dragon Fifth's will. After a month of vacation, Dragon Fifth would return to Xianyang. However, the Dragon Kings were not aware of the situation and continued to look at Dragon Fifth strangely for many days. On this day, the Dragon Emperor summoned all the Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor's expression was extremely solemn. Dragon Emperor, what's wrong? Dragon Fifth looked at the Dragon Emperor in confusion. Dragon Fifth, return to Xianyang. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Return to Xianyang? Dragon Emperor, my 1-month vacation is not up yet. There are still a few days left. Dragon Fifth exclaimed. It's going to be too late. Dragon Fifth, return quickly. The Dragon Emperor said. Dragon Fifth suddenly realized something. Are they coming? Dragon Fifth asked worriedly. All the Dragon Kings looked solemn. The Dragon Emperor nodded. Yes, leave quickly. If something happens to us, you can also pay tribute to us. No, I'm not leaving. Dragon Emperor, I told you before that you can form an alliance with De Jin. Why are you not willing? Dragon Fifth asked anxiously. The Dragon Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, if we die together. If we live together, we live together. I'm not going back. Dragon Fifth shouted. Little Fifth, go back. The other Dragon Kings persuaded him. I'm not leaving. I am also a member of the East Sea Dragon race. We brothers live and die together. Dragon Fifth said sorrowfully. Reporting. Prime Minister Turtle's voice suddenly came from outside the palace. Prime Minister Turtle rushed into the main hall. Reporting to the Dragon Emperor, the North Sea Dragon Emperor requests to see you alone. The North Sea Dragon Emperor? The expressions of the Dragon Kings changed. The Dragon Emperor's heavy expressions suddenly turned complicated. Why is she here? Not long after, Prime Minister Turtle brought a middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes. Although the woman looked aged, she still retained her charm. The North Sea Dragon Emperor? The group of Dragon Kings stood by the side while the East Sea Dragon Emperor's expression turned complicated. Big Brother Ao Dong. Long time no see. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. The Eastern Sea Dragon Monarch Ao Dong's expression turned gentle. Then he revealed a bitter smile and said, How many years has it been? 500,000 years. I'm already old. Mianru, you're still the same. Are these the little dragons of the East Sea that you recruited? Heh, I heard that the East Sea Dragon Palace is very picky when it comes to recruiting dragons in the world. You even abandoned a few ancestral immortal dragons? In the end, they went to the West Sea. Mianru said with a hint of curiosity. The East Sea Dragon Palace only recruits those who are loyal and righteous. Ao Dong said in a deep voice. Those who are loyal and righteous? How many years has it been? Your stubbornness hasn't changed at all. Mianru laughed. Ao Dong took a deep breath and looked at Mianru. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes. Why are you here? Where is he? I'm here because I don't want things to be too tense. Big brother Ao Dong, our dragon race suffered a great calamity during the ancient calamity. It was the four of us who supported the dragon race in the Yang world. Now, it's time for the dragon race to rise again. Big brother Ao Dong, please consider the big picture and support us to build the glory of the ancient dragon race. Mianru said solemnly. Consider the big picture? Him? Is he worthy? Ao Dong's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Mianru frowned and said, Big brother Ao Dong, he's my husband. Please don't say that anymore. Moreover, my husband is talented and strategic. You've always misunderstood him. The South Sea Dragon Palace, West Sea Dragon Palace, and North Sea Dragon Palace have already been unified. Now only the East Sea is left. Ao Dong looked at Mianru with a look of pain in his eyes. The scattered dragon race has a chance to reunite. Big brother Ao Dong, don't you want to see the dragon race regain its glory? Mianru said in a deep voice. I just don't want to see him succeed. The dragon race is no longer the dragon race of the past. My East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Dong, will never submit to him. Ao Dong's eyes flashed with determination. Big brother Ao Dong, why are you doing this? You guys were best friends back then. Mianru sighed. Looking at Mianru, Ao Dong's eyes suddenly flashed with pain. Best friends? Best friends? Ao Dong's voice was filled with endless resentment. The group of Dragon Kings looked at Ao Dong in surprise. The Dragon Emperor had never lost his composure like this. When Mianru saw Ao Dong's expression, a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the outside. Mianru, don't persuade him. Ao Dong is stubborn. Then let's do things according to the rules. A deep voice sounded. You're here? Ao Dong's eyes flashed with coldness. Mianru sighed slightly. Boom. Ao Dong stepped out of the Crystal Palace and rushed towards the surface of the sea. Mianru and the group of Dragon Kings quickly followed. Not only that, but there were also other weaker dragons, prawn soldiers, and crab generals in the East Sea. Boom. Huge waves rose above the East Sea. The East Sea Dragon Emperor, Ao Dong, led the East Sea troops out of the East Sea. Standing on the surface of the sea, there were more than 100,000 dragons, prawn soldiers, and crab generals. On the other side, there were all dragons. There were 10,000 dragons floating on the surface of the sea. An extremely mighty man stood at the front. The man had a square face, and his eyes were filled with a threatening heroic spirit. Mianru came out of the sea and flew towards the mighty man. Big brother Ao Dong. The mighty man smiled. West Sea Dragon Emperor, ancestor? I'm not your big brother. Ao Dong said coldly. The mighty man's smile turned solemn and his expression darkened. Ao Dong, I know you're jealous of me, but you have to think clearly. Mianru and I are in love with each other. It's useless for you to think too much. Please don't put your personal feelings into the development of the entire dragon race. Mianru was surprised. Mianru didn't seem to know that Ao Dong liked her. Big brother Ao Dong, you can't really. Mianru looked at Ao Dong in surprise. Ao Dong revealed a trace of pain and bitterness. He looked at Mianru and didn't know what to say. Big brother Ao Dong, don't think too much. In my heart, you've always been our big brother. Mianru shook her head. As she spoke, Mianru stood beside Chengzu as if she wanted Ao Dong to give up. Ao Dong clenched his fists tightly. His eyes flickered with a painful expression that no one else could understand. In the distance, Chengzu smiled and said, Is it painful? Ao Dong, although you're the oldest, it doesn't mean that you're the strongest. You can't beat me whether it's feelings or strength. However, on account of how you took care of us after the great ancient calamity, how about this? We'll follow the rules of the dragon race. Whoever loses will submit to the other side. Submit? Will you? Ao Dong said disdainfully. Do you not believe me, or do you not believe yourself? Whether you're willing or not, after today, There must only be one voice in the dragon race. The ancestral dragon fell in the great ancient calamity. The ancestral dragon's fate was divided into 4 parts, one for each of the 4 dragon emperors. Today, it must be united. The outcome is up to the will of the heavens. I'll bet 3 of my fate on one of yours, Cheng Zhu said solemnly. As he spoke, Cheng Zhu took out something that looked like a jade plate. The jade plate emitted a gentle white light, but there was a large hole missing only 3/4 of it. On the round plate, it looked like a giant dragon opening its mouth to roar at the sky. From afar, a boundless domineering aura was emitted. The surrounding dragons immediately felt a huge pressure, causing all the dragons to lower their heads. The ancestral dragon's fate? Aodong's face sank. I've already obtained 3/4. I'm just short of yours. The ancestral dragon fell in the great ancient calamity. Otherwise, my dragon race would be the overlord of the world right now. I just want to regain my past glory, Cheng Zhu said solemnly. For today, I invited the great Zhou Heavenly Court's Di Renjie to be our witness. How about it? Cheng Zhu said with a smile as he looked at Aodong. Cheng Zhu pointed at an island in the distance. At this moment, an army of 100,000 stood on the island. The leader was dressed in an official's robe. He was extremely handsome and had a heroic spirit between his brows. His eyes were crystal clear, as if he had seen through the world. I'm Di Renjie. I've long heard of the East Sea Dragon Emperor's name. How about I be your witness today? Di Renjie said with a faint smile. Aodong narrowed his eyes. However, Cheng Zhu smiled faintly and said, I've thought of forcefully snatching it. However, you know that it's not good to involve these little dragons in our grudges. When I unify the dragon race, these little dragons will be inseparable. If the dragon race can avoid any losses, try not to. Ha, it's rare for you to be so considerate. Aodong's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. It's great that you can think like that. How about it? Take out the great ancestor dragon's fate and hand it to Di Renjie for safekeeping. Let's begin, Cheng Zhu said with a smile. Let Di Renjie safekeep it? Do you think I'm as easy to fool as I was back then? Back then, I treated you as my brother, but I didn't want you to do such a despicable thing. Cheng Zhu, you're with Di Renjie. How dare you ask him to be your witness? Aodong sneered. The East Sea Dragon Kings also stared at Cheng Zhu in the distance. Just as Cheng Zhu and Aodong were in a stalemate, a burst of laughter came from the southwest. Ha! It's a blessing for the dragon race to unify the world. Since it's difficult to find a witness, why don't you let my family be your witness? A voice came from the southwest. Cheng Zhu, Aodong, and Di Renjie raised their brows. In the southwest direction, there were about 100,000 people heading towards them. However, before they could get close, 3 loud dragon roars came from the east. Roar! Roar! The dragon roars were so loud that everyone quickly turned to look. They saw a dragon carriage slowly flying over from the true dragon territory in the east. Nearly 100,000 soldiers were guarding it. Chapter 1208. Above the East Sea, 3 dragon roars sounded from the east. The great Xin army slowly spread out. 100,000 experts from the Gongyang family came from the southeast. Boom! The great Xin army and the experts from the Gongyang family stopped on the sea, creating huge waves in the East Sea. The Gongyang family. The leader was a man in a white robe. His long hair was combed back and he had an arrogant look on his face. Aodong, how have you been? The white-robed man suddenly smiled. Gongyang Xian? Aodong asked. That's right. I heard it from afar. You need to find a witness. What do you think of me, Gongyang Xian? The white-robed man smiled. Aodong's eyes darkened. On the other side, Cheng Zhu and Di Renjie raised their eyebrows and looked at Gongyang Xian. At that moment, Yan Chuan walked to the balcony of the dragon carriage. Behind him were Bai Qi, Gui Guzi, and Lu Gang. Aodong, Yan Chuan came uninvited. Yan Chuan said. Aodong raised his eyebrows when he saw Yan Chuan. However, he quickly relaxed and said, Yan Di, you're too serious. I've told you before that the East Sea welcomes you at any time. However, I might not be able to entertain you today. It's fine. The Great Jin Empire and the East Sea Dragon Palace are neighbors. I won't stand by and do nothing when the East Sea Dragon Palace is in trouble. Yan Chuan shook his head. As he spoke, Yan Chuan looked around. Sage King, that's Gong Yang Xian, one of the ancestors of the Gong Yang family. He's an expert among the ancestral immortals. According to the analysis of the guards, he might be at the 6th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Lu Gang explained. Gong Yang Xian? Yan Chuan nodded. Those two are the West Sea Dragon Emperor and Cheng Zhu. The North Sea Dragon Emperor and Mian Ro are husband and wife. Lu Gang explained. Yan Chuan nodded. Then, Lu Gang pointed at Di Renjie on the distant island. Before he could say anything, Di Renjie suddenly shouted from the distant island. Di Renjie of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court greets the First Emperor. Di Renjie suddenly bowed slightly to Yan Chuan. The bow took Gong Yang Xian, Cheng Zhu, and Ao Dong by surprise. Di Renjie? 5,000 years ago, he had come to the true dragon territory. Everyone knew who he was. He was the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. The Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court was almost on the same level as a Sage King. And because he was the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court, he should be even more arrogant when facing ordinary Saint Kings. However, Di Renjie was actually so humble, bowing in advance. This seemed to place Yan Chuan on the same level as Wu Jiong. Everyone looked at this scene with a strange expression. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. First Emperor? Supreme Martial Artist, Lord Di, save me. In front of the dragon carriage, the red dragon suddenly roared. When the red dragon roared, Cheng Zhu, Mianru, and Di Renjie realized that it was a big fire. Fire? What's wrong with you? Cheng Zhu said in surprise. De Hua was anxious. You only have yourself to blame. Di Renjie suddenly raised his brows and said. Big Fire was stunned. Cheng Zhu also looked at Di Renjie in astonishment. Di Renjie looked at Yan Chuan again. The Great Zhou dynasty only received the news not long ago. It turns out that Emperor Yan is the first emperor. When the Heavenly Emperor found out, he was even more shocked. It's a pity that he couldn't talk to the first emperor in the sealed world. Before coming, he told us that the Heavenly Emperor ordered us not to set foot in the Zhenlong territory. Cheng Zhu, which sea region is this red dragon from? Di Renjie frowned. In the distance, Big Fire was suddenly speechless. This is a dragon king of the South Sea. Cheng Zhu said solemnly. Di Renjie looked at Big Fire, and his eyes were uncertain. Big Fire, you disobeyed the Heavenly Emperor's order, which is the crime of deceiving the Emperor. According to the Great Zhou dynasty's law, you should be executed. However, since you were captured by Emperor Yan, it's your good fortune. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Great Zhou dynasty's heavenly court. Big Fire was shocked. He was abandoned by the Great Zhou dynasty? No, even if he was saved, he would be executed. Should he pull the carriage here or go back to die? Big Fire was suddenly at a loss. However, Cheng Zhu saw Di Renjie's politeness. Big Fire was in the wrong, but a general could not obey the emperor's orders. Moreover, the dragon race was only in an alliance with the Great Zhou dynasty. Big Fire's crime did not warrant death, but Di Renjie actually gave him up. Di Renjie was too polite to this Yan Chuan, right? Yan Chuan looked at Di Renjie. He took a deep breath and said, the Great Zhou dynasty, it's the Great Zhou dynasty again. Back then, I destroyed the various countries to completely clear Zhou. I didn't expect Zhou to appear again in the later stages. Wu Jiao? 900 years later, my empress became the first female emperor in history, and the world bowed to her. Di Renjie explained. Many people around did not understand. The first female emperor in the world? 900 years? On the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Others did not know about Earth, but Yan Chuan was very clear. During the slave era and the feudal period, it was a patriarchal society. There was no magic power, only endless wisdom in the world. For a woman to be able to become the ruler of the world, her ability was obviously extremely powerful. Wu Jiao, back then in the sealed world, I was still muddle-headed and could not do anything. What a pity. Yan Chuan nodded. Before coming, the Sky Emperor said that if the first emperor is free, the Sky Emperor will welcome her at the Taiji Palace. Di Renjie said solemnly. Qing Zhu, Ao Dong, Mianru, and Gong Yangxian all looked at Di Renjie in shock. Wu Jiao? She was the Sky Emperor, a person who stood at the top of the world like a saint. She actually thought so highly of Yan Chuan? Welcome her at the empty space? How grand of a gift was this? If there's a chance, I will go. Yan Chuan nodded. By the way, before coming, Lord Shangguan asked me to bring a letter to the Yan Emperor. It's a private letter. I don't know the specific content. Di Renjie said with a smile, then took out a letter and threw it to Yan Chuan. The letter instantly reached Yan Chuan's hands. Rip. The letter was torn open. Yan Chuan read it. After reading for a while, Yan Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Under everyone's curious gazes, Yan Chuan put away the letter. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan nodded and said, "This letter is quite important to me. This time, thank you, Mr. D." Di Renjie laughed heartily and said, "It's nothing." Yan Chuan nodded. The dragon race is my great Zhou's national beast. It is indeed a bit biased for me to be the witness of 2 dragon emperors. Why don't you be the witness with me? Di Renjie said with a smile. From the beginning to the end, Di Renjie had excluded Gong Yangxian. In the distance, Gong Yangxian's face darkened. Yan Chuan looked at Ao Dong and said, "Ao Dong, what do you think?" Ao Dong frowned and finally nodded. "Thank you, Emperor." "All right." Yan Chuan nodded. Dragon Fifth, return to your seat. Ao Dong looked at Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth looked at Ao Dong anxiously, but he still answered, "Yes." Dragon Fifth once again transformed into Bai Long and flew towards Yan Chuan. "Holy Monarch!" Dragon Fifth bowed respectfully. Only then did he fly in front of the dragon carriage. A dragon lock immediately extended from the dragon carriage and locked onto Dragon Fifth. On the dragon carriage, the 4 dragons roared. In the distance, Qing Zhu, Mianru, and Gong Yangxian looked at this scene in confusion. Why did Ao Dong let a dragon king pull Yan Chuan's carriage? Where was the pride of the dragon race? A jade slip slowly appeared in Ao Dong's palm. It also emitted a vast dragon aura. The shape was just enough to make up for the other half of Qing Zhu. The life providence of the ancestral dragon? Ao Dong's eyes flashed with excitement. Qing Zhu and Ao Dong waved their hands, and the 2 broken life providence slowly approached each other. Boom! Suddenly, the 2 shattered birth charts fused together in a flawless manner. On the life providence, the angry dragon with its mouth facing the sky seemed to let out a loud roar. Under the loud roar, the legs of the countless dragons in the eastern sea suddenly went soft. They could not help but submit. Right. Qing Zhu's eyes were filled with excitement. Ao Dong's eyes were also filled with excitement. However, the 2 still pushed the life providence to the center of Di Renjie and Yan Chuan. It floated in the air. Neither Yan Chuan nor Di Renjie made a move to take it. "Yan Di, thank you for your trouble," Ao Dong said solemnly. "Lord Di, thank you for your trouble," Qing Zhu said. "All right." Yan Chuan and Di Renjie answered at the same time. In the distance, Gong Yangxian's expression was extremely unsightly. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he led his subordinates to another island and waited patiently. The dragons retreated into the distance, leaving only Qing Zhu and Ao Dong standing in the center of the sea. Qing Zhu roared. As he roared, the seawater under his feet suddenly surged. Strong winds blew in the surroundings. The original Qing Zhu suddenly turned into a huge white dragon that was 10,000 meters long. Boundless seawater surrounded it as if it moved according to Bai Long's thoughts. Ao Dong also roared and turned into a huge azure dragon that was 10,000 meters long. The seawater surged in the surroundings. Rumble. 80 heavenly Taos suddenly appeared around each of the two dragons. The entire eastern sea's seawater seemed to tremble. The dragon monarch is actually so strong? Long E in the distance exclaimed. As the two dragons roared, the 160 heavenly Tao clashed with each other. Boom! The entire East Sea was spreading in all directions, and the void was instantly distorted. Then, the void was smashed into pieces by the powerful impact. Roar! The space in the battlefield of the two dragons instantly turned blurry. Mist and spatial tears from the seawater wrapped around the two dragons, blocking the vision of the people outside. Rumble! Rumble! In the battlefield, the two dragons attacked violently. Suddenly, Yanchuan's clothes squirmed, and a kitten's head popped out from Yanchuan's chest. Meow. Yanchuan looked at Meow speechlessly and said, "Didn't I tell you to stay in Xianyang?" "Meow, I want to see. You can't run away. I have a contract with you. Wherever you go, I can appear in front of you through the contract." Meow said proudly. "The contract's rule is that you can't teleport here without my permission." Yanchuan said strangely. "Meow, this rule is ineffective against me." Meow said proudly. Yanchuan smiled bitterly. "All right, look at that fate. Didn't you give me the fate of 12 earthly branches? Isn't it the fate of the great ancient calamity and the fall of heroes? Ancestral dragon? I have one here. Why is there another one here?" Yanchuan asked curiously. "Meow, how would I know? You guessed it yourself. I don't even know how these fate are in my little felt hat." Meow. Meow shook its head. Yanchuan. Chapter 1209. On an island in the East Sea, Gong Yangxian stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were 100,000 subordinates. His eyes were focused on the two-dragon battlefield. Behind Gong Yangxian stood a few close subordinates. "Old ancestor, it seems that it will be difficult for us to intervene in the battle of the dragon race," a subordinate said with a frown. Gong Yangxian narrowed his eyes and said, "The battle of the dragon race? I don't care, I care about the results." Results? There is a secret place in the East Sea called the East Sea Eye. The dragon race has guarded this sea eye for generations. No one knows what is inside and no one knows where it is. It is even rumored that there is an ancestral dragon mark above the sea eye. Other than the ancestral dragon, no one can open it. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. No one can open it? That's right, but it doesn't matter. There is the fate of the ancestral dragon. As long as the dragon race refines this fate, they will have a similar ancestral dragon mark and can open it. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. Is that so? Do you see that Renjie? Did the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court really come just to deliver a letter to Yanchuan? Haha, I have seen Wu Jiong's arrogance with my own eyes. She must be guessing the secret of the sea eye. She also instructed Renjie to guard the opening. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. The subordinates were surprised. Gong Yangxian looked at Yanchuan in the distance and narrowed his eyes. The information you have collected on Yanchuan is too little. Why does Renjie hold Yanchuan in such high esteem? Even someone as arrogant as Wu Jiong holds Yanchuan in such high esteem? Why do you have so little information? Gong Yangxian said angrily. Old ancestor, we are not sure about this. The one who knows the most should be Gong Yangben Lei, but he was brought to the netherworld by the elders. Gong Yangben Lei? Go back and summon him immediately. I want to ask him personally. On the island where Renjie was. My lord, that Yanchuan is only a sage king. Why are you so polite to him? A subordinate asked in confusion. You don't understand. You only need to know that he is the only person in this world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor. Renjie said solemnly. Can he stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor? Renjie looked at Yanchuan in the distance, took a deep breath, and didn't say anything. Standing on the dragon carriage, Yanchuan was chatting with Meow. How much of your memory have you recovered? Yanchuan asked. Meow, I don't know. Anyway, there's no progress, but it's getting more powerful. Meow shook its head. I thought you would remember everything from your previous life after sleeping, Yen Chuan said with a smile. How could it be that easy? However, I feel that if I were to obtain another seal of the heavenly Tao, I might be able to recall it. Miao shook her head. All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll help you look for it. Yen Chuan nodded. Miao, that's more like it. Miao nodded. Everyone continued to watch the battlefield. The dragons were anxious. Among the dragons, Mianru also looked worried. Rumble. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The huge impact killed countless creatures in the East Sea. For a time, countless corpses floated above the East Sea. Roar. In the center of the battlefield, a huge roar shot into the sky. The center of the chaos suddenly exploded. Boom. The huge impact created a huge crater in the East Sea. Seawater soared into the sky and then fell like a storm. The void that was shattered by the previous battle was restored in the blink of an eye. It was like a pool of water that had a hole in it, and the other spaces quickly flowed to fill it. The storm slowly recovered. In the center of the battlefield, Ao Dong and Qing Zhu stood in the void. They were in a sorry state, and their clothes were tattered. Ao Dong spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs went soft and he almost fell into the East Sea. In the distance, Qing Zhu's face was also flushed, but he was much better. Ao Dong, the outcome has been decided. You're old after all. Also, I've said that age can't represent strength. I, Qing Zhu, am destined to become the ancestral dragon. I'm the ancestor of all dragons. Ao Dong looked at Qing Zhu in the distance with a pained expression, but his hatred grew. A villain intoxicated by success. Cough, cough, cough. Ao Dong said with heavy injuries. A loss is a loss. A win is a win. I've won. I want to take over everything in the dragon race. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to me. Qing Zhu laughed. Ao Dong closed his eyes and revealed a sad expression. His body swayed as if he would fall into the East Sea at any moment. Dragon Emperor, are you all right? A group of East Sea Dragon Kings rushed over. In the distance, Mianru also flew towards Qing Zhu. I'm fine. Qing Zhu said excitedly. Okay. Mianru nodded. Ao Dong looked at Qing Zhu and Mianru's expressions and revealed a bitter expression again. The outcome had been decided. Di Renjia suddenly said, Yen Di, the outcome has been decided. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to Qing Zhu. The surrounding dragon kings were unwilling. They looked at Yen Chuan together, as if hoping that Yen Chuan could stop the final outcome. The outcome has been decided. The ancestral dragon's fate belongs to Qing Zhu. Yen Chuan nodded. Since he wanted to be fair, Yen Chuan naturally couldn't act shamelessly because of the preferences of this group of little dragons. Yen Di is righteous. Di Renjia said with a smile. Roar. Qing Zhu once again transformed into Bai Long and flew towards the ancestral dragon's fate floating in the air. Roar. In one gulp, Qing Zhu swallowed the ancestral dragon's fate. Buzz. Golden light suddenly shone around Qing Zhu, as if forming a huge cocoon of light that enveloped him. Waves of dragon might spread out in all directions. Qing Zhu seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Ao Dong looked at Qing Zhu helplessly because Ao Dong understood that from now on, the dragon race in the world was about to be unified. Ao Dong looked at Mianru and said, Mianru, Ao Dong has something to ask of you. Big brother Ao Dong, if you have anything to say, just say it. Mianru nodded. Although I'm ashamed of Qing Zhu as a human, and of course, I think he doesn't like me, there is indeed only one voice in the dragon race in the world of the living from today onwards. My East Sea Dragon race has a total of 34,000 dragons, horned dragons, and flood dragons. Qing Zhu might be targeting them, but I hope that you can protect them in the future. They are all good children. Ao Dong said in pain. Big brother Ao Dong, can't you continue to protect them in the future? I beg my husband to give you another division. Mianru said. Ha ha, another division? No, I can't be his subordinate. Never. Ao Dong shook his head. But the world is so big, and the dragon race only has one voice. Where is there a place for you? Don't worry, your husband won't make things difficult for you. Mianru persuaded. Impossible. It's impossible for me. I just hope that you can treat the East Sea Dragon race well. Ao Dong shook his head. No, wherever the Dragon Emperor goes, we will go. Long Yi immediately shouted. Yes, we will go with the Dragon Emperor. The group of Dragon Kings immediately shouted. The little dragons, horned dragons, and flood dragons below them naturally had no right to speak. At this moment, Qingzu, who was not far away, seemed to have transformed. Boom! Qingzu shattered the golden light, revealing his huge body. Previously, he was only 3,000 feet tall, but now he was 5,000 feet tall. Roar! Qingzu raised his head and roared. With a long roar, a vast dragon's aura spread out. The dragons on the surface of the East Sea couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow. Even most of the dragons on Ao Dong's side couldn't help but kneel down. This was because of their bloodline. It was a kind of inherent nobility of a high-level bloodline to a low-level bloodline. Chengzu's bloodline, after using the ancestral dragon fate, has transformed. Ao Dong said with a hint of bitterness. After a long roar of excitement, Chengzu suddenly shouted to the sky, "All dragons of the world, listen up. I, Chengzu, am the 5th-generation ancestral dragon. The dragon race will reappear in the glory of the ancient times. All dragons of the world, listen up. Those who hear this, head to the West Sea and celebrate the prosperity of the dragon race." Boom! As soon as Chengzu's voice fell, all the dragons trembled. This voice, why did it sound in my bloodline? What's going on? Long Yi asked in shock. Ao Dong smiled bitterly and said, "This is the dragon race. There is only one voice, not you, but the whole world." Chengzu's words just now, through the ancestral dragon bloodline, reached the ears of all the dragons in the world. This is the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon can command all living beings of the same race. It can make the living beings of the same race involuntarily have the thought of worshipping. This is the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon? Long Yi's face sank. With this ancestral dragon's voice, all dragons of the world can only bow their heads. Ao Dong said bitterly, No matter what the other dragons do, Dragon Emperor, we will follow you. Long Yi shouted. Yes, we will follow you. The group of Dragon Kings shouted. Chengzu roared and looked at Ao Dong arrogantly. Ao Dong? How is it? I am now the ancestral dragon? Haha, all dragons, come here. Chengzu shouted to the dragons behind Ao Dong. Roar! Roar! Instantly, more than half of the dragons gave up on Ao Dong because of the ancestral dragon's might. Behind Ao Dong, only 3,000 dragons resisted the ancestral dragon's might and stood beside Ao Dong. None of the 11 dragon kings left. Ha, Ao Dong, I am the ancestral dragon. As long as you submit to me, I will make you an elder of the dragon race. I will be under 1 dragon and above 10,000 dragons. How about it? Ao Dong laughed. What a joke. Even if I enter the netherworld, I will not submit to you. Ao Dong said coldly. Enter the netherworld? Ah, the netherworld is not a place for you to live. There are only a few kinds of dragons in the netherworld. If you go there, you will be suppressed by the endless Yin Qi and submit to me. Chengzu laughed. You want me to submit to you? Why don't you let me die? Don't be delusional. Ao Dong said coldly. I am the ancestral dragon. Not to mention that I am several times stronger than you, just the might of my bloodline can suppress you. Do you believe it? What if I want you to submit today? Chengzu said coldly. Husband? Mianru persuaded. Mianru, don't try to persuade me. I have already made up my mind. Ao Dong must submit to me. Chengzu shouted. You, cough cough cough. Ao Dong was so angry that he coughed. Bodong. Yen Xuan's voice interrupted the battle between the dragons. Everyone looked over. The agreement between Dejin and Dejin is still in effect. You will become a supreme in Dejin and I will send you to the netherworld. Yen Xuan said. Ao Dong was slightly stunned. Bastard, this is my dragon race's matter. You want to interfere? Cheng Zhu glared. Yen Chuan ignored him and stared at Ao Dong. I will bring trouble to Dezhen. I am already satisfied that you can take care of Dragon 5th. Ao Dong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Trouble? I, Dezhen, am least afraid of trouble. Everything is up to you. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Dragon Emperor, agree. Dragon 5th shouted from afar. Dragon Emperor, I will go with you. The group of Dragon Kings shouted. Ao Dong looked at the 3,000 dragons following him. Ao Dong understood that these dragons were under the ancestral dragon's authority. If he could not protect them and they were scattered, they would definitely die miserably given Cheng Zhu's personality. When the dragons of the East Sea were at their most helpless, Yen Chuan actually wanted to accept him despite the ancestral dragon's pressure and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court's pressure. Thank you, Emperor Yen. I am willing to join Dezhen's Heavenly Court. Thank you for taking me in. Ao Dong was touched. Good. You don't have to thank me, but I have to thank you. With your help, Dezhen will climb to another peak. From now on, Ao Dong's dragon race will be Dezhen's national beast, and Ao Dong will be the supreme of Dezhen's dragon race. Yen Chuan smiled. Boom. The providence clouds in the true dragon territory churned. Then, a surge of providence rushed toward Ao Dong from hundreds of millions of miles away. It instantly rushed into Ao Dong's body. All of a sudden, his injuries were much better. How dare you? Yen Chuan, how can you interfere in the affairs of my dragon race? Cheng Zhu rebuked angrily. Ancestor Ascension. Di Renjie suddenly shouted. Cheng Zhu frowned and looked at Di Renjie. Quit while you're ahead. Once you become the ancestral dragon, the scattered mountain dragons, river dragons, sea dragons, well dragons, and lake dragons in the world will all be under your command. Since Yen Di has spoken, you don't have to say anything more about these 3,000 dragons. Di Renjie said in a deep voice. Lord Di. Cheng Zhu's expression changed. I can represent the Heavenly Emperor. Di Renjie's expression darkened. Represent the Heavenly Emperor. At the thought of Wu Jiong, Cheng Zhu's anger immediately subsided. He suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Humph. Cheng Zhu snorted coldly at Ao Dong. Ao Dong smiled and flew toward Yen Chuan with the 3,000 dragons. Thank you, Emperor Yen. Ao Dong bowed again. Yen Chuan nodded and turned to look at Di Renjie not far away and said, Mr. Di, thank you very much this time. Di Renjie smiled slightly and bowed slightly. He did not say anything else. In the distance, Gong Yangxian revealed a trace of strangeness. Since the ancestral dragon has appeared, the dragon race in the world will only have one voice. What use does Yen Chuan have for these 3,000 dragons? Under the ancestral dragon's bloodline, these 3,000 dragons can be said to be all crippled? On the other side, Di Renjie looked at Cheng Zhu and said, Cheng Zhu, let's begin. Open the East Sea Eye. Cheng Zhu nodded. Open the Sea Eye? No, in the past, the ancestral dragon had instructed that no dragon race is allowed to have any ideas about the Sea Eye. Ao Dong exclaimed. O Dong, remember, I'm the ancestral dragon. Only the ancestral dragon has the qualifications to open the East Sea Eye. You no longer have the qualifications to interfere. Don't seek trouble for yourself. Cheng Zhu said coldly. Ao Dong was furious, but he did not stop it. He could not stop it at all, nor did he have the qualifications to stop it. Chapter 12:10. Above the East Sea. Cheng Zhu stood on the surface of the sea. He suddenly roared at the East Sea. Roar! The seawaters suddenly parted in all directions. It was as if a huge basin had formed on the surface of the sea. Yen Chuan led the 100,000 troops and waited solemnly. Di Renjie led the 100,000 ox guards and flew into the sky. Gong Yangxian also led the 100,000 subordinates and flew into the sky. Sea? Others might not know where the Sea was, but the dragon emperors of the 4 seas knew. Ao Dong sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. The seawater continued to be pushed away. Slowly, the Sea appeared in front of everyone. Rumble! It was a huge vortex in the depths of the sea. This vortex crazily sucked the seawater in all directions, and the seawater was sucked into it. This is the East Sea Eye? The bottomless pit? Guiguzi said with a slightly gloomy expression. The bottomless pit? Ao Dong was slightly stunned. Ao Dong did not know too much about the East Sea Eye. He had only guarded it for countless years. Guiguzi nodded and said, "That's right, the land of the bottomless pit. The Holy King and I have seen one before. We didn't step in for long before we came out. This is a bottomless pit that returns to the void. We guessed that this might be the loophole of heaven and earth, also known as the loophole of Tai Chi. It should be connected to the void, connected to the infinite. If you enter, everything will disappear." "You've seen it before? Where is it?" Ao Dong asked in surprise. Was there another Sea Eye? Guiguzi shook his head and did not explain. After all, he had seen it when he was in the Great Wide World. This was no longer the Great Wide World. If the land of the bottomless pit is at the bottom of the sea, it will draw endless seawater and stir up all the seas in the world. It will not be stagnant water. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Will there be a day when all the seawater will leak out? Ao Dong asked worriedly. Guiguzi shook his head. The infinite gives birth to Tai Chi. Nothingness and reality should be in a stalemate. This is a balance. A lot of seawater will disappear, but at the same time, it will continue to produce seawater. We don't know the details. There are too many mysteries of heaven and earth. Guiguzi shook his head. Buzz. At that moment, a dragon-shaped halo of light suddenly appeared from the Sea Eye. It was a huge seal that sealed the Sea Eye. However, the seal was extremely strange. It was like a filter that prevented any creature from entering. Only seawater could enter. The seal of the ancestral dragon? Ao Dong's face sank. No, Guiguzi, this Sea Eye is different from the one we had before. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Guiguzi's expression changed as he looked over with a grave expression. He saw 4 rays of blue light under the ancestral dragon seal. 1 heavenly primordial water? Absolute frost? Guiguzi's face darkened. Meow. What is absolute frost? Meow asked curiously. Absolute frost refers to the temperature. There is no limit to high temperature, but there is a limit to low temperature. Any temperature can approach this low temperature limit infinitely, but it can never reach it. This limit is absolute frost, and the temperature of the 1 heavenly primordial water is infinitely close to this absolute frost. Guiguzi said. Meow. Then it must be very cold down there, Meow said in surprise. Ancestral dragon seal? I understand now. This is not to filter living beings, but to condense the 1 heavenly primordial water. It takes the water of the 4 seas to condense the 1 heavenly primordial water, and now it has condensed 4 drops? Guiguzi's expression changed. Meow. Only 4 drops of the water of the 4 seas? How long has it been condensing? Meow asked curiously. At least a few million years, maybe even longer. Ao Dong said with a strange expression. Meow? Only 4 drops? Meow's eyes widened. Maybe there are other reasons. We'll see when Qingzu breaks the seal. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Meow nodded. 1 heavenly primordial water? In the distance, Gong Yangxian's expression changed. He then revealed a look of ecstasy. Di Renjia's expression also changed. Qingzu stood at the Sea Eye and was also surprised. Haha, 1 heavenly primordial water? Ancestral dragon seal? Qingzu roared and opened his mouth to swallow the ancestral dragon seal. The dragon chi of the seal rolled towards Qingzu's mouth. Rumble. Qingzu seemed to be enjoying it. This swallow took about 2 hours. A crack suddenly appeared on the seal. It's going to break, Meow said excitedly. As soon as the crack appeared, a gust of cold air suddenly spread out. Rumble. Above the sea, where the cold air passed, hundreds of icebergs were immediately frozen. What a strong cold air. Just a wisp and it's already like this? Ao Dong's face sank. Crack, 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 crack. On the seal, more and more cracks appeared, and more cold air penetrated through. Rumble. For a time, more and more icebergs appeared above the East Sea, and many of the underwater creatures here were instantly frozen to death. The seal exploded with a loud bang. Boom! In the sea eye, rolling cold air suddenly spewed out, like a storm, quickly raging in all directions. At the mouth of the sea eye, even Cheng Zhu was instantly frozen into ice, as if he was sealed in an iceberg. The cold air swept in all directions, and the surrounding seawater was instantly frozen. Hundreds of millions of miles of sea was instantly frozen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heavy snow fell from the sky. Endless cold air turned the originally scorching sun into a world of ice and snow in the blink of an eye. It's so cold. Countless dragons trembled. The ancestral dragon seal was broken, and cold air rushed out, sweeping across the entire East Sea. The 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water floated at the mouth of the sea eye. At this moment, there seemed to be a force inside the sea eye that repelled the 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water. The 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water shot up into the sky. Each drop was the size of a watermelon, and wherever it passed, the void was frozen and distorted. Seeing the 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water fly out, the experts from all sides attacked at the same time. Cheng Zhu, who was in the iceberg, roared. Boom! The iceberg exploded. It's mine! Cheng Zhu roared and rushed towards the one heavenly primordial water. Yan Chuan took a step and appeared in front of the one heavenly primordial water. Di Renjie and Gong Yangxian each took out a Dharma treasure and rushed towards a drop of one heavenly primordial water. The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The one heavenly primordial water seemed to be extremely thick, and the suction force of the 2 bottles actually made the movement of the one heavenly primordial water extremely slow. The 2 of them had no choice but to grab their bottles and rush towards the one heavenly primordial water. The surrounding space was extremely cold. Cheng Zhu rushed towards one of the drops. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Ka 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 ka. In an instant, Cheng Zhu was frozen into an iceberg again. Husband! Mianru exclaimed. Puke! Cheng Zhu shuddered and spat it out again. He couldn't swallow it. It was too cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a bottle to store the one heavenly primordial water. Yan Chuan, on the other hand, reached out with the universe in palm. He grabbed the last drop of one heavenly primordial water into his palm. Ka 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 ka. In the universe in palm, countless stars were quickly frozen into ice. Yan Chuan flew back to the dragon chariot. As he activated the universe in palm, he opened his mouth and the one heavenly primordial water was forcefully broken down by the universe in palm. Waves of blue energy quickly flowed into Yan Chuan's mouth. Wang! Cold air radiated around Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's hair slowly turned red, and a sea of blood wrapped around him. The sea of blood was burning and constantly counteracted the cold air. In the distance, Gong Yangxian, Di Renjie, and Cheng Zhu each collected a drop of one heavenly primordial water. However, the one heavenly primordial water was ultimately a top-notch treasure. Ordinary Dharma treasures couldn't store it. The 3 of them could only constantly create seals to seal the one heavenly primordial water. Only Yan Chuan was using the universe in palm to quickly refine the one heavenly primordial water. As the one heavenly primordial water was continuously refined, the universe in palm became more and more powerful. The billowing cold air was swallowed into Yan Chuan's stomach. Boom, boom, boom. After Yan Chuan completely swallowed the one heavenly primordial water, loud sounds came from Yan Chuan's body. Whoosh! With Yan Chuan as the center, a huge storm was forced out in all directions. Meow? Yan Chuan, you broke through? Meow exclaimed. There was still some frost on Yan Chuan's hair, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Second firmament ancestral immortal. It was the same as the zombie body. Not bad. What a treasure! Yan Chuan nodded. However, Gui Guzi said in a low voice, Sage King, there's something wrong with this sea eye. It actually forced out the cold air? Yan Chuan's expression turned serious as he looked at the sea eye. Indeed, other than the 4 drops of one heavenly primordial water, The sea eye was still spewing out cold air. Returning to ruins should return everything to nothingness. Why is it still spewing out cold air? No matter what it is, it shouldn't be spewing out. Because there should be nothing inside. But why is it able to store cold air? Or were we wrong back then? Guiguzi's face sank. Just as Guiguzi was extremely surprised, another sea eye appeared. The sea eye spat out another item, a huge ice mountain. Something seemed to be sealed inside the ice mountain. That is? Everyone looked at the ice mountain flying out of the sea eye in surprise. Crack, 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 crack. The ice mountain landed on the sea ice and quickly cracked. Boom! The ice mountain exploded, revealing a 300-meter-long monster. How disgusting! Meow said in disgust. That monster looked like a huge slug. Its entire body shone with an incredibly bright light as it quickly forced out the cold air from its body. After the cold air was forced out, its body went limp, looking like a pile of boneless flesh. It looked extremely disgusting. Its eyes sunk into its flesh, looking very chilling. When the monster opened its eyes, it suddenly opened its mouth and roared. There were 8 rings of teeth in its mouth, making one's scalp tingle. How ugly! How disgusting! Meow said with a disgusted expression. The 300-meter-long monster wriggled its body on the ice in the distance as it looked at the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators were also confused. The depths of the sea eye are not connected to nothingness. Otherwise, how could there be such a monster? Guiguzi's expression changed. What is that? Why have I never seen it before? Ao Dong asked out of curiosity. Take it down. Gong Yangxian shouted in the distance. No matter what kind of monster it was, they had to take it down first. Cheng Zhu, I'll block the others. You take down that monster. Di Renjia shouted. All right. Cheng Zhu shouted. Holy Sovereign, I'll go and take it down. Bai Qi shouted. No. Yen Chuan glared. Then he exchanged glances with Guiguzi. It's true? The former 9th divine beast of the Great Thousand Realms? The exploding beast? Guiguzi exclaimed in shock. Chapter 12:11. Gong Yangxian, Di Renjia, Cheng Zhu, and all the other experts pounced on the monster. Cheng Zhu, I'll block the others. You take down the monster. Di Renjia shouted. All right. Cheng Zhu shouted. Take me down? The monster suddenly opened its mouth and let out a creepy laugh. Ha! The experts flying in the sky were slightly stunned. The monster can talk? The monster slowly wriggled its disgusting body. Its eyes that were sunken into its flesh revealed a strange look. In the sky, Yen Chuan and Guiguzi frowned. The explosive beast has the strength of an ancestral immortal. As for how strong an ancestral immortal is, it depends on its maturity. Guiguzi said. Explosive beast? What's an explosive beast? Ao Dong asked in confusion. Not only Ao Dong, but the other Dragon Kings also looked at Guiguzi in confusion. After all, the name sounded too lame. Because it can explode. Guiguzi said. Huh. Everyone was confused. In the distance, the experts were stunned for a moment before they charged at the explosive beast again. Get out of the way. Gong Yangxian was anxious. Di Renjia led 100,000 ox guards and blocked in front of Gong Yangxian's 100,000 subordinates. Mr. Gong Yangxian, this monster is fated with our great Zhou dynasty. Don't force it. Di Renjia smiled. He held a giant mace in his hand and clashed with Gong Yangxian's longsword. Boom! The 1,000 ox guards and the Gong Yangxian disciples started fighting. Cheng Zhu, on the other hand, pounced on the explosive beast. Monster, be obedient and wait for the heavenly emperor to punish you. Cheng Zhu laughed and pounced. As he spoke, Cheng Zhu stretched out his huge dragon claw and grabbed at the monster from the sky. Cheng Zhu caught the monster with one claw. This monster doesn't have a shield? Isn't it too easy to catch it? Gong Yangxian, who was fighting in the distance, was also slightly stunned. He thought that the monster was incredible. How could it be caught so easily? The dragon claw squeezed, and the entire monster seemed to be deformed. It really looked like a pile of meat. Even its eyeballs were squeezed out by the dragon claw. Bam! The monster's body suddenly emitted a rebounding force, and the dragon claw was bounced away. Ha! Cheng Zhu was slightly stunned. The rebounding force was not small. A mere four-legged snake wants to catch me? Kiki. The monster's voice was extremely terrifying. Four-legged snake? How could an ancestor who had just become an ancestral dragon endure such humiliation? The massive dragon tail swung violently, causing the void to distort as it swung towards the monster. The monster still did not have a protective shield and used its body to block the attack. Boom! The monster was flattened, but it bounced back instantly. Boom! Cheng Zhu's tail suddenly twisted and was almost broken by the rebounding force. Cheng Zhu flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ha ha, come at me together, ha ha. The monster cried out in disgust. Attack together, 1,000 dragons heaven-binding chains. Ancestor Ching shouted. Roar! Instantly, the 3,000 dragons charged towards the monster. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 dragons formed a huge formation and covered the monster like a huge net. At the center of the array, Ancestor Chung pressed down. Boom! The great formation net fell from the sky, and the terrifying aura caused countless cracks to appear on the original ice surface. Haha! Explode! The monster shouted excitedly. Explosion? While the surrounding Xiuzhe were at a loss. All of a sudden, the space around the 3,000 dragons exploded in a bizarre manner. Boom! A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. Ah! 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 The 3,000 dragons in the formation were instantly blasted away. Cheng Zhu, Di Renjie, Gong Yangxian. A black hole appeared out of nowhere? This is a divine ability? What a strange divine ability! Ao Dong exclaimed. Is it strange? It's still early, Gui Guzi said with a strange expression. Ao Dong did not understand. Ha! Explode, explode, explode. The monster cried out excitedly. Boom, 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 boom. The void around the monster kept exploding, and black holes appeared one after another. Countless dragons were blasted into the sky, and countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals who betrayed Ao Dong were blown to pieces. The monster made the void explode as if it was playing a game. Horned dragon, flood dragon, back off! Cheng Zhu shouted gloomily. The weaker dragons quickly retreated. They could not withstand the power of the explosion at all. The remaining dragons who could use the Heavenly Dao quickly used the Heavenly Dao to resist the strange void explosion. What a powerful monster! If this monster is used on the battlefield, it can fight against hundreds of millions of troops. Di Renjie's eyes lit up. Indeed, if this monster was the vanguard on the battlefield, what was the point of fighting? They would blow up as many as they came. Cheng Zhu, capture this beast! Di Renjie shouted. All right. Cheng Zhu replied gloomily. They did not know where to attack this monster. It could make the void explode. How could they get close to it? Form the formation, form the formation. 10,000 dragons heavenly might formation. Cheng Zhu shouted again. What? The 10,000 dragons roared and immediately formed the formation again. This time, the 10,000 dragons formed a huge shield from a great distance, a shield of origin. Explode! Boom! The void exploded, and the explosion hit the cover. The cover trembled violently, but it still continued to move downwards. Gong Yangxian was naturally dissatisfied with Di Renjie. Get out of the way. This divine beast belongs to the east. Di Renjie, get out of the way. Gong Yangxian shouted. The long sword in his hand slashed down again. A vast energy sword shot toward Di Renjie. If he could subdue this divine beast, it would be much better than his family obtaining a mid-level ancestral immortal. Don't even think about it. Di Renjie blocked with his giant mace. Boom! The void trembled violently. On the other side, the 10,000 dragons' heavenly might formation covered the exploding beast. In an instant, the 10,000 dragons seemed to have intertwined. trapping the exploding beast in the center. Ha, I caught it. I caught it. You think a monster like you can fight us? Cheng Zhu shouted excitedly. In the distance, Gong Yangxian was getting more and more anxious. Di Renjie, on the other hand, smiled. However, in the next moment, Di Renjie's smile froze. Di Renjie noticed that Yen Chuan was standing in the distance with his hands behind his back, motionless. The army that Yen Chuan brought with him did not go to capture the monster at all? Why? Business was business and private was private. Although he had done Yen Chuan a favor just now, how could Yen Chuan let go of such a monster? Why was Yen Chuan not making a move? For a moment, Di Renjie had a bad feeling. It's trapped. It's trapped. This monster is really strong. Don't let it escape. Ha! Cheng Zhu shouted excitedly. Explode! Boom! The void around them kept exploding. However, the 10,000 Dragons' heavenly might formation was extremely powerful. It was not damaged by the explosions. At this moment, not far away in the eye of the sea, bang! Another iceberg was spat out. Crack, crack, crack. The iceberg exploded, and suddenly, another disgusting monster appeared. There's another exploding beast? Gue Guzi said in surprise. There's another one? In the distance, Gong Yangxian and Di Renjie were slightly stunned. Disciple of the Gong Yangxian, follow me to capture the second monster. Gong Yangxian immediately gave up on Di Renjie and flew toward the second exploding beast. Stop! Di Renjie shouted. He actually did not stop him. Di Renjie looked at Yen Chuan in the distance. Yen Chuan nodded at Di Renjie. This nod made Di Renjie suspicious. Is Yen Chuan hinting to me that I did the right thing? My lord, that monster is going to be captured by Gong Yangxian. A general shouted. Di Renjie shook his head. He stopped the Qinyo guards from going forward. Explode! Boom! The second monster was still an exploding beast. It used the same move again. Immediately, a large number of disciples of the Gong Yangxian were blasted into the sky. Many of them died on the spot. 100,000 Gongs formation. Gong Yangxian shouted. Rumble! Like the Dragon Clan, they quickly formed a formation, forming a huge light shield that enveloped the monster. Ha! The monster let out a chilling laugh. Boom! The light barrier covered the second exploding beast. Ah, monster, follow me back to the Gong Yangxian. The Gong Yangxian will not mistreat you. Gong Yangxian laughed loudly. On the surface of the East Sea, two groups of formations were formed, trapping the two exploding beasts in the middle. The explosions in the void did not seem to affect them at all. The exploding beasts are restrained? Meow. Meow's eyes widened. Restrained? These two exploding beasts are too evil, Gue Guzi said with a smile. Meow. Meow did not understand. The two exploding beasts in the distance were once again crushed by the formation. Explode! The two exploding beasts shouted at almost the same time. The two exploding beasts suddenly exploded. Hong! Hong! The void above the East Sea shook violently. The previous explosion in the void was at most 100 feet wide. Now, it was 100,000 feet wide black hole. The two huge explosions and the huge impact caused endless cracks to appear on the surface of the East Sea. The wind raged, and countless broken limbs were thrown in all directions of the East Sea. Arg! Arg! Amidst the screams, countless members of the Gong Yang family and the Dragon Clan died in the two super explosions. In the distance, Di Renjie, who was watching the exploding beasts, also shuddered. The sky was filled with corpses and blood rained down. This scene was too spectacular. Even Gong Yangxian and Cheng Zhu, who had used the heavenly Tao to protect their subordinates in that instant, were heavily injured and blasted away. Self-detonation? Self-detonation? It wants to die? How can this be? This monster's mental fortitude is too weak. It self-detonated just like that? Gong Yangxian and Cheng Zhu, who were sent flying, wanted to cry but had no tears. They did not expect the captured monster to be so unyielding. It actually chose to self-detonate? The self-detonation of an ancestral immortal was no small matter. The explosion of this monster was stronger than 10 ancestral immortals, no, 20 ancestral immortals. In this round of explosion, half of his subordinates died instantly. The rest were seriously injured, and many were on the verge of death. Ouch! My arm is broken. Monster, give me back my brother. Arg! My place is gone. I'm going to kill you. My tail. Give me back my tail. Wails filled the air. How could there be such a monster that did not want to live in this world? The 100,000 ox guards trembled and looked at Di Rengia gratefully. If he had not stopped them, this scene would have happened to them too. In the distance, Ao Dong opened his mouth in shock. At the same time, he quivered. This monster was too fierce. Self-detonation? Meow? This is it? Meow opened her eyes wide. Within the 200,000 zhang black holes, the exploding beast was instantly turned into countless fragments. Countless fragments? The countless fragments suddenly twisted and then gathered together at an extremely fast speed. All the fragments moved quickly and gathered into two huge balls of flesh. The countless pieces of flesh gathered together, looking even more disgusting than before. Two piles of flesh? However, the gathering of these two piles of minced meat caused the originally wailing cultivators to suddenly stop. Within the slowly recovering black holes, the two piles of flesh wriggled and wriggled. Gradually, the two piles of flesh wriggled and merged into one. As the two piles of minced meat merged, a unique silhouette slowly appeared. The silhouette became clearer and clearer, gradually forming a formal form. Monsters, have they revived? Ah, it's not dead. They can be resurrected? Can he be resurrected? Countless cultivators roared in shock. The two piles of minced meat fused together again, turning into two huge monsters, exactly the same as before. It was as if the explosion had never happened. Self-detonation? Didn't it self-destruct? How could it be restored? The monster is fine? Cheng Zhu was stunned. You can recover from the explosion? As if there was no explosion? Gong Yangxian felt his scalp go numb. How were they supposed to fight? This monster was invincible. How could he recover after exploding into pieces? Why was the most tragic self-destruction of a xiozha like drinking water and eating food in its eyes? Ha! The two monsters laughed creepily once again. Again. An explosive beast said proudly. Cheng Zhu. Gong Yangxian. Meow. Again my ass. Everyone was speechless. Yen Di, you know this beast? Di Renjia looked at Yen Chuan and asked. Everyone looked at him doubtfully. Yen Chuan nodded. That's right, this divine beast is called Explosive Beast. It can self-destruct infinitely and resurrect infinitely. Hearing Yen Chuan's explanation, Di Renjia was speechless again. Self-destruct infinitely? Resurrect infinitely? Such an invincible monster? Wouldn't it be a headache for a saint? Self-destruct infinitely? Resurrect infinitely? Gong Yangxian looked at the remaining disciples, not knowing how to comfort them. Encountering such a monster, how could it be just bad luck? Explosive beast? Wasn't its ability too exaggerated? Self-destruct like a game? Ha! You actually recognize us? An explosive beast wriggled its body and looked at Yen Chuan. Di Renjia's eyes were uncertain. Cheng Zhu, 1,000 bull guards, follow me to capture the explosive beast. Hearing the attributes of the explosive beast, although Di Renjia was surprised, he analyzed that if De Zhou had such a divine beast, their foundation would be much stronger. Without hesitation, Di Renjia wanted to capture the explosive beast. Gong Yangxian also reacted instantly. Those who are alive, attack again and capture the explosive beast. Chapter 12:12. Following Di Renjia and Gong Yangxian's orders, almost all the living cultivators, except for those who could not move, pounced on the two explosive beasts. Boom, boom. The explosions continued. However, at this moment, after knowing the strength of the explosive beasts, everyone was more cautious. However, it was still difficult to subdue the explosive beasts. How could they subdue them? Tie them up? They would self-detonate. Everyone would die. Surround them? They would die even more miserably. They could not escape. Even if they had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, their strength had not reached the level of the ancient ancestral dragon, so they could not take down the explosive beasts. When there were too many people, they would self-detonate. The two explosive beasts were fighting shamelessly, but there was nothing they could do. In the sky, Yen Chuan looked at the cultivators who kept exploding in the sky. Holy King, although these explosive beasts are strange, they are extremely valuable if we can subdue them. Should we do it? Lu Gang asked curiously. Yen Chuan shook his head. Now is not the time. Yen Chuan looked at the eye of the sea. Something is wrong, Holy King. In the Great Thousand World, this kind of divine beast can only be born once every 1,000,000 years. Most of the time, a new one will be born after the death of one. Gigu Zi frowned. What if these two explosive beasts were not born in the same era? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Gigu Zi's eyes narrowed. Holy King, are you saying that the Eye of the East Sea is used to seal the explosive beasts? And it is not sealed regularly? In other words, there may be a third one in the Eye of the Sea? Meow. There are more explosive beasts? Meow said in surprise. Boom. Sure enough, 2 more icebergs flew out of the Eye of the Sea. These 2 icebergs exploded in the air before they landed. Bang. Another 2 explosive beasts fell from the sky and landed on the ice. 2 more? 2 more? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Gong Yangxian and Di Renjie raised their eyebrows. There are more. Retreat! Di Renjie shouted. Rumble! The 1,000 bull guards and the dragons quickly retreated. When Di Renjie retreated, Gong Yangxian also understood that the situation was not right. He also shouted loudly and quickly retreated with the Gong Yangxian disciples. However, there were only about 40,000 of the 100,000 experts left, and many of them were severely injured. The 1,000 bull guards did not suffer many casualties, but the dragon clan suffered close to 10,000 casualties. Everyone looked at the exploding beast with complicated expressions. Among them, Gong Yangxian and Cheng Zhu were the most depressed. So many of their subordinates had died? High up in the sky, there were 3 groups. Yen Chuan's group, Di Renjie's group, and Gong Yangxian's group. The 3 groups stared at the 4 gigantic explosive beasts on the ice. The 4 explosive beasts didn't seem to know each other. They laughed and looked at each other. I was born in the 3rd era. An explosive beast said in a deep voice. I'm also from the 3rd era. Me too. I was born in the 2nd era. The 4 explosive beasts were interacting and getting to know each other. Even so, the 4 explosive beasts did not look at each other in a friendly manner, as if they were repelling each other. Bang! 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 Another 3 icebergs gushed out. The icebergs exploded in midair. Then, another 3 explosive beasts landed on the ice. 7 explosive beasts? Whether it was Gong Yangxian, Cheng Zhu, Di Renjie, or even Yen Chuan, they were all speechless. 7? Could there be more? How is this the Eye of the Sea? This is the nest of the monsters. Bodong, when did the seal of the Eye of the Sea start? Yen Chuan asked with a frown. I don't know. It has been here since the time of the Great Dragon Ancestor. The Great Dragon Ancestor has never told anyone about it, nor did he let anyone get close to it. I don't know. I only know that the Dragon Clan has been guarding the Eye of the Sea for generations. Ao Dong shook his head. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful aura was emitted from the Eye of the Sea. When the terrifying aura came, the expressions of the experts changed. There are more experts in the Eye of the Sea? Cheng Zhu was shocked. Ka. Under the powerful aura, the sea ice that was already shattered even more. Some even turned into powder and slowly poured into the Eye of the Sea. The 7 explosive beasts also stared at the Eye of the Sea. Goyulu. The sound of something crawling could be heard. A scarlet horn slowly emerged from the sea eye's mouth. Following the appearance of the horn, another explosive beast that was twice the size crawled out. The explosive beast that was twice as big had a huge horn on its head. The shape of the horn was like a crown, and it looked very domineering. The explosive beast with the horns suddenly roared towards the sky, and the void shook violently. Explosive beast? Such a rare divine beast can have a king? Gui Guzi frowned. The 7 explosive beasts stared at it together, and each of them showed a cautious attitude. The 7 explosive beasts growled at it. The explosive beast with the horn did not care and looked at the eye of the sea. You have been sealed for too long. Come out together. The explosive beast with the horn roared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 5 icebergs flew out and exploded, landing on the ice surface. A total of 12 explosive beasts looked at the explosive beast with the horn. Roar, who are you? Why are you different from us? One of the explosive beasts asked. I was born in the first era. From now on, you all must listen to me. The explosive beast with the horn roared. Boom, boom, boom. The void around the explosive beast with the horn suddenly exploded in all directions. The powerful aura was much stronger than the previous 2 explosive beasts. The explosive beasts were somewhat unwilling. The explosive beast with the horn roared, trying to suppress the explosive beasts with its roar. The sky above the eastern sea suddenly became strange. The original protagonists could only watch from the sidelines, and they could not interfere with the fight for dominance between the 13 explosive beasts. Interfere? Di Renjie and Gong Yangxian wanted to capture an explosive beast and bring it back. But at this time, even a fool knew that they would die if they rushed up. They could only watch helplessly. Just when everyone was frowning. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky. The heavy snow in the sky had disappeared. Instead, it was covered by countless white lights. Boom! A pure white beam of light shot straight to the surface of the East Sea. Whoosh! Wherever the light beam passed, the glaciers melted quickly. An extremely powerful aura was emitted. Along with this aura, plum blossoms floated in the void. The fragrance of the flowers spread everywhere, and the scene was extremely beautiful. The 13 explosive beasts that were arguing suddenly stopped. They all turned their heads to look. They saw a man in white standing in the middle of the white light beam. The man's clothes seemed to be embroidered with plum blossoms, and it was extremely clean. The man's hair was tied behind his head, and there seemed to be a layer of mist on his face, making it hard to see his face. Sage? Gong Yangxian raised his eyebrows. Sage Shimen? Di Renjie's expression changed. Yen Chuan also recognized him. He was the sage Shimen who fought against old demon Bai Xie before he left the inspiration weave. The sage stood in the sky and looked down at the group of explosive beasts. Explosive beasts? Sage Shimen's voice was filled with surprise. Sage? The one-horned explosive beast walked to the front, and there was no fear in its eyes. Is this the eye of the Eastern Sea? So it's a group of divine beasts like you that is sealed there? I am the sage of heaven and earth, and you can call me Shimen. Now, let me ask you, who is willing to follow me? Sage Shimen asked. What? You want my explosive beast to be your slave? So what if you are a sage? The one-horned explosive beast said coldly. Seems like you are the strongest among this group of explosive beasts? How about following me? Let's establish a contract, and it will be an equal contract. How about that? Sage Shimen said in a deep voice. Roar! The one-horned explosive beast roared. Suddenly, the void around Sage Shimen exploded. Sage Shimen waved his hand, and the explosion calmed down. You know that I can use the power of heaven and earth. This is useless against me, Sage Shimen said in a deep voice. Useless? So what if you are a sage? My view of heaven and earth is already incomplete. Do you think you are still a sage? The one-horned explosive beast snorted and flew into the sky. In an instant, the one-horned explosive beast was right in front of Sage Shimen. Explode! Boom! The one-horned explosive beast exploded, and the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. The terrifying explosion formed a huge black hole. The black hole swallowed the power in all directions and instantly affected the spectators. Yen Chuan's face changed, and his hair turned blood red. Blood sea! Boom! The endless blood sea enveloped Yen Chuan's army, But even so, the huge impact of the explosion still caused the blood sea to churn. On the other side, Di Renjia also took out a treasure. A huge tortoise shell instantly enlarged and covered the Qinyo Wei and the dragons. The tortoise shell shook violently. Gong Yangxian also took out a huge shield, and the shield blocked the aftermath of the explosion. However, the power of the shield was not as strong as Di Renjia's tortoise shell, and it was even weaker than Yan Chuan's blood sea. In an instant, there were still some disciples of the Gong Yangxian that died in the explosion. What a beast! The one-horned explosive beast and sage roared in the void. Boom! The two experts soared into the sky, and in a short while, they reached the distant starry sky. Boom! 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 Huge black holes appeared in the starry sky. The black holes were surrounded by holy light, and the sage was fiercely suppressing the one-horned explosive beast. Everyone looked at the sky, and even the 12 explosive beasts on the East Sea stared at the sky. This opportunity will not come again. Gui Guzi, by Qi, attack. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Gui Guzi replied. Gui Guzi waved his hand. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar came from the bottom of the East Sea. The dragon vein at the bottom of the sea? Ao Dong was slightly surprised. Tu Shijun, Sky Sealing Blade Formation. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! The army of 100,000 roared in unison. Even Yan Chuan flew out of the dragon carriage and flew toward the explosive beasts below. Chapter 12-13. It's now or never. Gui Guzi, by Qi, attack. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Yes. Gui Guzi replied. Gui Guzi waved his hand. A deafening dragon roar came from the bottom of the East Sea. Dragon veins at the bottom of the sea? Ao Dong was slightly shocked. Tu Shijun, Sky Sealing Blade Formation. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! The army of 100,000 roared in unison. Even Yan Chuan flew out of the dragon carriage and headed toward the group of explosive beasts below. Miao stood on the dragon carriage and looked at the starry sky. She frowned. Miao? Sing? That sounds familiar. As she spoke, Miao shook her head and looked at Yan Chuan below. Roar! Below, at the bottom of the icy sea, thousands of ocean dragon veins soared into the sky and rushed towards the 12 explosive beasts. Ha! The 12 explosive beasts were slightly shocked and looked down. Boom! The 12 explosive beasts were sent flying by the force of the thousands of dragon veins. Explode! Some of the explosive beasts instinctively chose to self-detonate. In the sky, Ao Dong was speechless. Explosive beasts? Self-detonate to protect themselves? Self-detonate? The group of dragon kings did not know how to express their feelings. Suddenly, 5 to 6 explosive beasts exploded. However, there were still a few that did not explode. One of them was even possessed by thousands of dragon veins and turned yellow in the blink of an eye. Bastard! The explosive beast that was enveloped by thousands of dragon veins shouted angrily. Sky Sealing Blade Formation. The 100,000 soldiers attacked at the same time, slashing at the exploding beast. The 100,000 slashes seemed to follow some kind of pattern. There were no astral sabers, only ripples in the void, squeezing towards the exploding beast. Boom! The void instantly froze. Self-detonate. The explosive beast barely managed to shout. However, under the solidified void of the heaven-sealing saber formation and the defense of the thousands of dragon veins, the explosive beast's body suddenly deformed, but it did not explode. It seemed to be colliding with the solidified void and the aura of the dragon veins. When the solidified void was broken, an even more powerful explosion would occur. But at this moment he was temporarily imprisoned. At this time, Yan Chuan swooped down, and a huge heaven-burying coffin appeared in his palm. The sky-burying coffin opened and the huge coffin mouth flew towards the exploding beast. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the exploding beasts were enveloped and disappeared. Quang! Yan Chuan closed the coffin lid. This series of actions was done in one go. Suppressing it for a short period of time before putting it into the heaven-burying coffin? In the distance, Gong Yongxian and Di Renjie were slightly stunned. The explosive beast didn't self-destruct? Gong Yongxian was shocked. I understand, I have an idea. Di Renjie's eyes lit up. What method? Ancestor Qing asked in surprise. Everyone, the 13 explosive beasts obviously don't know each other and are fighting on their own. Now, we will attack one explosive beast. We will use the Space Divine Talisman given by the Heavenly Emperor to teleport one of the explosive beasts back to Great Zhou, and the Heavenly Emperor will capture it. Di Renjie's face showed a trace of ecstasy. Lord Di, that Space Divine Talisman was given to you by the Heavenly Emperor to save your life. Ancestor Qing said in surprise. I am fine now, I don't need to save my life. Listen to my command, we must get one explosive beast. Di Renjie shouted. All right. Rumble. Di Renjie's army also swooped down and rushed towards another explosive beast. Gong Yongxian stared fixedly at Yan Chuan's coffin, only to see that the coffin didn't explode. Instead, it was safely kept by Yan Chuan. Magic treasure? Using a magic treasure to store the explosive beast? Seal it? All Gong Yang family disciples, come with me again. I will use the big sealing ball to capture the explosion beast and bring it back to the family for the patriarch to deal with. Gong Yongxian thought that he had found a solution and shouted, Yes. At the same time, west of the Thousand Ghost Domain, in the depths of a vast ocean, Zombie Yan Chuan also held a sky-burying coffin in his hand. The sky-burying coffin opened. Zombie Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. An explosive beast suddenly spat out from the sky-burying coffin. Bastard! The explosive beast roared. Self-destruct. Boom! The seabed suddenly exploded, and a vast black hole appeared. The entire seabed instantly exploded. The seawater exploded, and the entire surface of the sea was filled with endless waves. Zombie Yan Chuan stood not far away, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. I did not have the chance to see an explosive beast in the boundless universe, but I actually saw one here. Good. Zombie Yan Chuan laughed. Yang Realm, above the East Sea. After Yan Chuan and his army dealt with the explosive beast, they did not continue fighting. Yan Chuan flew onto the dragon carriage, and the army of 100,000 followed closely behind. Meow, an explosive beast, you caught an explosive beast? Meow said excitedly. Yes, we cannot stay here for long, let's return to Xianying first. Yan Chuan said. Oh. Meow nodded. Set off, let's return to the capital. Bai Qi shouted. The 4 huge dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage back. Ao Dong and the East Sea Dragon race were also stunned. Supreme Ao, do you have something to take away from the East Sea? Hurry up. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Okay. Ao Dong replied. Ao Dong stretched out his hand and waved downwards. Rumble. The vast crystal palace broke through the ice and arrived at Ao Dong in the blink of an eye. Ao Dong stretched out his hand and kept it in his sleeve. The dragon race also quickly packed up. After everything was done, the dragon carriage pulled Yan Chuan back to the Zhenlong territory. Before leaving, Yan Chuan looked into the distance again. Mian Ro, go back with the explosive beast and inform the Sky Emperor about the explosive beast's attributes. Tell him to be careful. Di Renjie shouted. In a huge bubble-like sphere, an explosive beast and a fully armed Mian Ro were wrapped. Got it. Mian Ro shouted. Swoosh. The bubble suddenly shrank and disappeared in an instant. Huff! Di Renjie revealed a look of excitement. Return! Di Renjie shouted excitedly. Thousands of dragons roared as Di Renjie led the army to the west. On the other side, Gong Yongxian also succeeded. The remaining disciples of the Gong Yongxian activated a huge metal ball together. There were countless runes on the metal ball. Caught it! Ha! Gong Yongxian said excitedly. The disciples of the Gong Yongxian who activated the metal ball were also relieved. After sacrificing so much, they finally succeeded. However, just as everyone was getting excited, Hong! The metal ball exploded with a bang, and its power was several times greater than before. The metal ball turned into countless fragments and shot out like countless sharp blades, cutting towards everyone. Under the huge explosion, there were miserable cries. The remaining disciples were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Countless broken limbs were scattered in all directions. Only about 1,000 people were left alive with serious injuries. Gong Yangxian was also covered in blood. Even with the protection of the heavenly law, he was still severely injured. He watched as the pieces of flesh slowly recovered into the explosive beast. Gong Yangxian could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Di Renjie succeeded. Yan Chuan succeeded. Why did he fail? Only 1,000 people were left out of 100,000 people? Unlimited self-destruction and unlimited resurrection? No! Gong Yangxian shouted with hatred. Bastard, you want to catch me? Self-destruct. Boom. Another huge explosion. 1,000 disciples of the Gong Yangxian were wiped out. In a panic, Gong Yangxian brought the remaining survivors and fled towards the southwest with a face full of grief and anger. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 explosive beasts left on the East Ocean. The 10 explosive beasts looked at each other. The explosive beasts of the first era were right. Our lonely lives will definitely be coveted by the experts of the world and be taken in as slaves. One of the explosive beasts said, "Submit to it? It's better than becoming a slave of another race." Another explosive beast said, "As long as it is strong enough, so what if we listen to it?" After experiencing the previous scene, the attitude of the 10 explosive beasts seemed to have changed. He was no longer against submitting to the explosive unicorn beast. Kik. A type of explosive beast let out a strange sound as it watched the battle in the starry sky. Half a month later, the underworld, the sea beside the myriad ghost domain. Giguzi, activate the 4 secluded springs and the lunar formation. Simulate absolute ice. Only then can we suppress the exploding beasts. Yan Chuan stood on the sea and shouted. After saying that, he dived into the sea. All right. Rumble. Countless glaciers appeared on the surface of the sea in the blink of an eye. On the surface of the sea, there were also countless soldiers from the Great Jin Empire. Bai Qi, Meng Yi, and the others took up positions in the 4 directions. Any living beings or undead spirits that tried to get close were blocked outside. Hundreds of millions of miles of the sea were frozen. In the depths of the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, but the frequency of the explosions was getting smaller and smaller. Deep at the bottom of the sea, there was a huge, round pool that glowed with silver light. Endless cold air emanated from the pool. This was the lunar formation, formed by Gigu Zi's countless nether springs. The frozen seawater came from the cold air of this huge pool. In the huge pool, there was an exploding beast. The exploding beast seemed to be unable to move in the pool. Beside the pool, there were 2 figures. Yan Chuan in human form and Yan Chuan in zombie form. Both Yan Chuan came forward. At this moment, they were staring at the exploding beast in the pool. The exploding beast was shivering from the cold. What do you want? I will sign a contract with you, the exploding beast said while shivering. Yan Chuan in human form smiled and said, Contract? No need. I don't need it. Then why did you capture me? The exploding beast roared. The 2 Yan Chuan attacked at the same time. Suddenly, countless stars surrounded the 2 of them. The stars were bright and dazzling, and a huge pressure was exerted on the exploding beast. The 2 Yan Chuans revealed a ferocious expression, their eyes shining with cold light. Refine? You want to refine me? The exploding beast roared. Rumble! Countless stars flew towards the exploding beast. No. Chapter 12:14. A few days later, at the bottom of the sea, west of the myriad ghost domain. Inside the lunar formation, the explosive beast had turned into a stone statue. Outside the lunar formation, 2 Yan Chuans sat cross-legged. Their backs were against each other. One Yan Chuan exuded vitality, while the other Yen Chuan exuded a blue-black aura. The power of two different birth charts was clearly separated from each other. Boom! The two of them trembled violently. The two Yen Chuan opened their eyes at the same time. The zombie Yen Chuan said, "Gue Guzi, withdraw the formation." Gue Guzi's voice sounded from the sea. Boom! The lunar formation was withdrawn. Not far away from the two of them, the explosive beast's stiff body was left alone. The two bodies stared at the explosive beast at the same time. The zombie Yen Chuan had a cold expression on his face, but the human Yen Chuan had a sinister smile on his face. Boom! The human Yen Chuan waved his hand, and the explosive beast's body suddenly turned into a cloud of sand and exploded. This time, the explosive beast could no longer recover. The two zombies looked at each other and smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, they flew to the surface of the sea. At this moment, countless soldiers were standing on the surface of the sea. When the two Yen Chuan flew out, they immediately said respectfully, "Holy King." "Meow, Yen Chuan, where's the explosive beast?" Meow jumped onto the human Yen Chuan. At the same time, it looked curiously at the zombie Yen Chuan. "Let's go back. The explosive beast is completely dead," Yen Chuan said with a faint smile. "Meow? Then what were you doing just now?" Meow asked in confusion. "You'll know in the future." Yen Chuan smiled. The zombie Yen Chuan returned to the Great Qin City, and the human Yen Chuan returned to Xianyang City in the Yang Realm. Xianyang City in the Yang Realm. Yen Chuan and Ao Dong stood in the square of the Skyward Hall and looked at the commoners. "How's your exploding beast?" Ao Dong asked curiously. "I've already gone to where I should go." Yen Chuan smiled and didn't explain. "How is Dezhen?" Yen Chuan asked again. "It's okay now, but it might be difficult in the future. Moreover, the Eastern Sea is now occupied by the explosive Beast King." Ao Dong smiled bitterly. "Even Shiman Sage couldn't do anything to the explosive Beast King?" Yen Chuan said solemnly. "I'm not sure. Anyway, the Western Gate Sage retreated in the end, and the explosive Beast King took over the Eastern Sea. When you were in the Netherworld, the explosive Beast King's voice spread to all the territories. The Eastern Sea became his territory, and no one was allowed to enter." Ao Dong said in a deep voice. 11 explosive beasts, all willing to stay dormant in the East Sea? Is there something else in the East Sea? Yen Chuan showed a hint of surprise. "Impossible. I've been in the East Sea for so long. Other than the sea eye of the East Sea, there are no other secrets. Maybe the explosive beasts like that place?" Ao Dong said strangely. Yen Chuan frowned and pondered for a while. "No? Then maybe the sea eye of the East Sea has other secrets?" Ao Dong was slightly stunned. After taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan shook his head and said, "No matter what, since the explosive beasts are willing to stay in the East Sea, it's good." Ao Dong nodded. "You've seen the Yellow Springs Road. Take the Dragon Clan and enter the Netherworld. I'll give you a place in the Thousand Ghost Domain so that you can integrate the Dragon Clan in the Netherworld. Return to your glory," Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. "Heh, return to glory? I'm a young dragon. In the Netherworld, my strength will be suppressed. How can I return to glory? I'll just drag out my feeble existence." Ao Dong smiled bitterly. Yen Chuan didn't comfort him. Instead, he took out a jade box and said, "This is for you. What happens in the end will depend on your luck." "Oh." Ao Dong took it curiously. The moment he took the jade box, Ao Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. "Impossible!" Ao Dong exclaimed as he opened the jade box. Countless dazzling green lights surged out of the jade box. "This is the life providence of the ancestral dragon? How is that possible? Didn't Qingzu swallow it? Did you kill Qingzu?" Ao Dong asked in surprise. "No." Yen Chuan shook his head. "No, then how can there be such a life providence? This," Ao Dong said in disbelief. "Who said that this is the life providence of the ancestral dragon?" Yen Chuan laughed. Ao Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. "The ancestral dragon is the 4th generation of the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan. You're one of the first 3 generations? Ao Dong said in surprise. I didn't want to give it to you so early, but I believe in your character. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ao Dong held the jade box and wanted to say that it was too precious to accept. However, when he looked at the ancestral dragon life providence, Ao Dong was unable to say anything. Looking at Yen Chuan, Ao Dong revealed a bitter smile and finally carefully put away the ancestral dragon life providence. Dezhen will not let Ao Dong down. Ao Dong will never let Dezhen down. Ao Dong bowed solemnly. Ao Dong knew that this life providence didn't just give him strength, but also dignity. Qingzu? Ao Dong originally didn't have the confidence to continue fighting. Not only was he lacking in strength, but the betrayal of the dragons had also trampled on Ao Dong's dignity. But at that moment, the ancestral dragon life providence gave him unprecedented encouragement and confidence. Ao Dong was extremely touched. Become stronger first. In the future, Dezhen will need your help, Yen Chuan said with a smile. But Ao Dong nodded. When will you enter the netherworld? In the afternoon. Alright. Gong Yang family. Gong Yang Xian led more than 300 disciples back to the Gong Yang family in a sorry state. Along the way, Gong Yang Xian's heart was filled with depression. 100,000 disciples were almost wiped out. Harvest? A drop of one heavenly primordial water? Just this drop? Even after more than 10 days, Gong Yang Xian's angry voice could still be heard from the Gong Yang residents. There had never been such a failure? Such an unlucky battle? Di Renjie and Yen Chuan both had gains? But he. Di Renjie, Yen Chuan. Gong Yang Xian roared angrily. Old ancestor, Gong Yang Benlei is back. A descendant walked into the hall and said with some fear. Gong Yang Benlei? Bring him to see me. Gong Yang Xian said with an unhappy tone. Soon, Gong Yang Benlei was brought over. Old ancestor, bad news. Elder was eaten by Yen Chuan. Gong Yang Benlei immediately shouted as soon as he entered the hall, trying to reduce his sins. Eaten? Gong Yang Xian was stunned. He seemed to have not reacted. It's true. He ate him. Poor elder. That Yen Chuan is too barbaric and inhumane. Gong Yang Benlei scolded. What happened? Tell me clearly. Gong Yang Xian shouted. Then, Gong Yang Benlei recounted the scene of zombie Yen Chuan eating the ancestor Immortal in the Sky Human Palace. Old monster Shui was eaten by Yen Chuan? Gong Yang Xian was stunned. Gong Yang Benlei nodded. You jinx. Why are all the people who were with you dead? You even killed old monster Shui this time? Gong Yang Xian immediately reprimanded. Indeed, Gong Yang Benlei had brought people to chase after Yen Chuan 3 times. Each time he died. This time, even the ancestor Immortal was killed. It has nothing to do with me. Old ancestor is wise and observant. It's Yen Chuan. Those who are related to Yen Chuan are unlucky. Benlei and many of my cousins have done all kinds of missions and have never made a mistake. It's Yen Chuan who is the jinx. Old ancestor, those who are related to Yen Chuan are unlucky. Gong Yang Benlei shouted. Yen Chuan? Gong Yang Xian's brows twitched. Indeed, Yen Chuan was also involved in the East Sea battle. At that time, he had also seen Yen Chuan capture the exploding beasts and learned from him. It's not my fault. It's Yen Chuan's fault? Gong Yang Xian immediately blamed all his mistakes on Yen Chuan. He found an excuse for himself. Yes, it's Yen Chuan. Gong Yang Xian's expression froze. How many times has it been? Oh no, I remember now. Back then in the sealed world, when my Gong Yang family entered, we were also crippled by Yen Chuan. Regardless of whether he was the one who did it or not, according to legend, Yen Chuan was always by our side. Gong Yang Benlei suddenly recalled. Indeed, Yen Chuan is always there. With Yen Chuan, the strength of our Gong Yang family will immediately weaken. Could it be, could it be? Gong Yang Xian's expression suddenly changed. Could it be what? Yen Chuan is the karmic disaster of our Gong Yang family? Gong Yang Xian suddenly stood up from his chair in shock. Karmic disaster? In the karmic disaster, Everything has its nemesis. Yan Chuan is the nemesis of our Gong Yang family? Is this karmic disaster? Gong Yang Benlei was also frightened. Gong Yang Xian paced back and forth in the main hall. If it's not, then Yan Chuan has caused our Gong Yang family to suffer heavy losses. If it's true, then it's too terrible. Yan Chuan must die. If Yan Chuan doesn't die, our Gong Yang family will never have peace. Gong Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Then gather all the ancestral immortals of the family and inform the family head. We will go and kill Yan Chuan together. Gong Yang Benlei immediately said. No, if it's really karmic disaster, then we can't kill him at all. There will be many accidents. No matter how many people we send, different things will happen. It may even cause our Gong Yang family to suffer heavy losses. Gong Yang Xian said solemnly. Yan Chuan can't be that strong. Gong Yang Benlei said in a strange tone. No, you haven't deeply understood what karmic disaster is. Even if he's immortal, he can still kill ancestral immortals. This is karmic disaster. No one can escape from karmic disaster. Then what should we do? Wait for death? Of course not. First of all, we can't be sure if Yan Chuan is our Gong Yang family's karmic disaster. Even if he is, we can't just sit and wait for death. We can't do anything, but we can find a way to borrow the hands of others to kill Yan Chuan. Yes, borrow a knife to kill him. Gong Yang Xian's eyes narrowed. Xian Yang. In the harem. Yan Chuan was picking fruits with Zizi. The two were silent. After a while, Zizi said, You go. Yan Chuan looked at Zizi and smiled bitterly. Thank you. I know. If I don't agree, you still have to go. No one can stop you. Zizi pouted. Yan Chuan was silent for a while. Zizi walked over and looked at Yan Chuan. She tidied up Yan Chuan's clothes and said, Be careful on the way. Bring the crown prince back. Holding Zizi's hand, Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with deep tenderness. He held Zizi tightly in his arms. Chapter 12:15. In front of the heavenly palace in Xianyang in the Yang realm, the four-dragon palanquin waited quietly as Yan Chuan gave instructions to the officials. Gui Guzi frowned and said, Something seems to have happened to the Divine Sword Mountain Manor, one of the outer eastern continent's three major factions. The enemy of the Holy King's previous life, Zhen Xiong, seems to have had a fortuitous encounter again. Zhen Xiong? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Holy King, do you want to? A light flashed in Gui Guzi's eyes. There's no need. A fortuitous encounter? That's good as well. That way, the difference will be even greater. I will take revenge for this, but not now. This is not just me. Gui Guzi, you are responsible for keeping an eye on the Divine Sword Mountain Manor and waiting for me to return. Yan Chuan said seriously. Yes. Gui Guzi nodded. Yan Chuan looked at Yifeng again and said, Tell Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and the others not to be too hasty in the purple azure weave and the barbarian dragon weave. Not only do I want the weaves, but I also want the hearts of the people. Yifeng nodded. Yan Chuan looked at Bai Qi, who was beside him. Holy King, rest assured. There is no need to worry about the heavenly saber weave. With Song Tianzong holding down the fort, the entire heavenly saber weave is continuously assimilating to the great perfection. Bai Qi said. Right. Follow me then. Yan Chuan nodded. Bai Qi said excitedly. Lu Bui, don't stop for even a moment. Quickly gather all the talents in the world. The great perfection will not stop. Yan Chuan ordered. Holy King, rest assured. Lu Bui nodded. This time, Bai Qi, In Hentian, and Jin Diyu will follow me to the west. Yan Chuan said again. The three answered. Meow, meow. I want to go too. Meow immediately jumped over. Meow Meow grabbed Yan Chuan's sleeve and refused to let go. Meow 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 seemed to be swinging on Yan Chuan's arm. When we reach the place, I'll summon you, and you can teleport over. Yan Chuan smiled. No, I want to go with you. Meow shook her head. This journey will take more than a year. Most of the time, I will be in seclusion in the carriage. You will be bored if you come, Yen Chuan advised. Is that so? Miao was a little conflicted. Miao couldn't stay idle. Seeing that Yen Chuan went out again, she immediately became interested. But to stay in a small house for more than a year, Miao couldn't bear it. Of course, if you stay in Xianyang, ZZ will play with you. Don't worry, once we reach the western outer continent, I will summon you. You can use the contract to teleport here. You know, you can only teleport to my side. You can't teleport anywhere else. Yen Chuan laughed. Miao. Miao twisted its head. Alright. When he left, ZZ did not come to see him off. Looking around, Yen Chuan sighed. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. What? The 4 dragons roared and pulled the carriage into the sky. They flew slowly towards the west. On the dragon carriage, Yen Chuan took out a letter. It was the letter from Shangguan Wan, that Di Renjia brought. There was not much content in the letter. Mou she obtained the inheritance of the Dark Phoenix, and the 3rd prince of the Phoenix clan proposed marriage to Mou she. The Sky Emperor knew that you were the first emperor, so he did not agree. However, the Sky Emperor wanted the support of the Phoenix clan, so he did not agree. He might not be able to hold on for long, but since the Sky Emperor has spoken, within 3 years, no one will dare to oppose this matter. 3 years later, this matter may be brought up again. Yushi's fate is in your hands. I have asked the Sky Emperor for permission to inform you. 3 years? Yen Chuan let out a long sigh. These 3 years included the time Di Renjia spent on the journey. It should be said that there was more than a year left. Standing at the front of the carriage, Yen Chuan frowned and pondered. Wu Jiong. Yen Chuan frowned and pondered. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and Yin Hentian stood behind and waited. Yin Hentian, is the Phoenix clan in the southern outer continent? Yen Chuan asked. Yin Hentian nodded and said, yes, there are 2 major powers in the southern outer continent, the Dugu clan and the Phoenix clan. The Dugu clan is in the east of the southern outer continent, while the Phoenix clan is in the west. They are connected to the western outer continent, and the Great Zhou Imperial Court is in the western outer continent. Saint King, on our way to the Great Zhou Imperial Court, we will pass by the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan rules over a large number of bird clans, and one of them is the Pheasant clan. Not long ago, news came from the Eastern faction that the Eastern Orthodox faction and the 9th Rat clan found another descendant of the earthly branch ancestor, the Pheasant Queen, said Yin Hentian. Pheasant Queen? That's good, let's go there. Yen Chuan said. The 3 nodded. Yen Chuan stepped into the hall and went into seclusion. The 3 of them stood guard outside the hall. The dragon carriage flew towards the southwest, passing by the southeastern continent. Although it was very fast and flew high, it was still discovered by some experts. Gongyang clan. Gongyang Xian's residence. Old ancestor, Yen Chuan went there. A Gongyang clan disciple rushed into the residence and shouted. What? He went there? Are you sure? Gongyang Xian raised his eyebrows. Absolutely. Yen Chuan's dragon carriage is too special. For dragons pulling a carriage, who else in the world can do that? Looking at the direction, it seems to be going to the southern outer continent. Gongyang Xian frowned and thought for a while. Go and inform Gongyang Ben Lei. I will inform a few elders. Gather in my residence in 2 hours. Yes. Yen Chuan? Pray for good luck. Gongyang Xian's face revealed a trace of malevolence. Half a year later, southern outer continent. Shattered Sun territory. In a huge manor. Yen Chuan's dragon carriage landed in the manor's plaza. Yen Chuan, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and Yin Hentian stepped out of the dragon carriage. A fat man in front of him bowed respectfully. The 1,000 households of the Eastern faction in Shattered Sun territory greets the Sage King. The man's attire was very ordinary. It was obvious that he was trying to fool others. You may rise. Yen Chuan nodded. Thank you, Sage King. The 1,000 households stood up excitedly. This is the territory of the Pheasant tribe? Did the Eastern faction ask you to send the news back? Yen Chuan looked at the 1,000 households and asked, Sage King. However, that was a long time ago. The eastern faction did not want to wait, so they went to the western outer continent first. They asked us to receive the heavenly emperor. The 1,000 households said. Yen Chuan nodded. Actually, Sage King came at the right time. A new divine sun pearl has been produced in Shattered Sun territory. A large number of forces have come. In fact, a sage came 10 days ago. The 1,000 households said respectfully. A sage? Yen Chuan's expression changed slightly. I heard that the Western Gate sage also came for the divine sun pearl. At this moment, he is outside the Shattered Sun Palace, playing chess with the Pheasant Queen. The Pheasant Queen said that if the sage can defeat her, the divine sun pearl will belong to the sage. The 1,000 households said respectfully. Let's go and take a look. Yen Chuan nodded. Yes. The 1,000 households quickly changed into a black robe. They covered their faces. They left the dragon carriage there and the group of 4 followed the 1,000 households into the distance. Not long after, they stopped at the peak of a mountain. Countless pheasants were flying around. They were of different shapes. Although they were not as beautiful as the phoenix, it was obvious that the pheasant tribe was prosperous. There were many mountains in the surroundings. There were cultivators standing at the peak of each mountain. Everyone stared at the center of the hall. There was a huge palace in the center. The words Shattered Sun Palace were written on it. A large number of cultivators stood respectfully in the square in front of the palace. There was a stone table in the square. 2 white-clothed figures sat on both sides of the stone table. One was the Western Gate sage who had fought with the explosive Beast King in the East Sea not long ago. The other was an old woman who was dressed neatly. The 2 of them sat in front of the stone table, each holding a chess piece and staring at the chessboard on the stone table. They were playing chess. That old woman is the Pheasant Queen? Bai Qi said in surprise. Yin Hentian nodded and said, It should be her. It has been 1,000,000 years. It seems that she is the same as Ao Dong. Her cultivation has not improved for a long time and she looks older by the day. Jin Dayu frowned at the side. Sage King, I feel that there is a strong burning aura in the Shattered Sun Palace. Jin Dayu said with a frown. I feel it too. The divine sun pearl? Is it nurtured in this territory? Yen Chuan frowned. I don't know. But everyone says so. The 1,000 households said respectfully. Yin Henan shook his head and said, Sky Emperor, perhaps I know the situation. After the ancient great calamities, underworld sun was shattered by the lotus god. The fragments of the sun were collected and brought into this territory. Therefore, this territory is called the Shattered Sun territory. The pheasant race was the only race that could keep the shattered sun from being destroyed. Therefore, the pheasant race guarded the fragments of the sun. Yin Hentian said, The pheasant race can keep the sun from being destroyed? Bai Qi was surprised. Our family has records that the pheasant race can match the sun. When the sun was shattered, the heat dissipated and was about to turn into a pile of minerals. Back then, 10,000 pheasants crowed together and sealed the heat of the sun. Yin Hentian explained. Pheasants? But the Pheasant Queen, Bai Qi said with a strange expression. At this moment, the Pheasant Queen suddenly said, Sage, it is your turn. When the Pheasant Queen spoke, everyone was speechless. This was because the Pheasant Queen's voice was male. Is the Pheasant Queen male or female? Everyone looked at the 1,000 households. I don't know. The 1,000 households said with a strange expression. Everyone immediately chose to ignore this question. They looked at the 2 people playing chess in the distance speechlessly. Not far away, in a valley, a group of black-robed figures stood in the valley. The leader was a woman who did not wear a hat. If Yen Chuan saw her, he would recognize her. She was Shangguan Wan, from the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. Shangguan Wan, frowned and looked at Yen Chuan in surprise. Yen Chuan is here? My lord, should we change our plan? A black-robed figure behind her asked. Shangguan Wan, shook her head. She gently put on the hat so that no one could see who she was. In another valley, There was another person that Yen Chuan recognized. A yellow-robed man carried a huge yellow gourd that was almost as tall as a person. His forehead was protruding and he looked fierce. He was the Shadi from the sealed world. He carried the immortal slaying gourd. When the Shadi saw Yen Chuan and his group, his expression froze. He's here? He is here too? The Shadi frowned and pondered for a while. Yen Chuan sensed something and turned his head. However, the Shadi suddenly disappeared from the valley. Yen Chuan took a look and continued to pay attention to the chess game between the Pheasant Queen and the Shaman Sage. Chapter 12:16. Outside Broken Sun Hall. Yen Chuan looked at the chessboard in the distance. The Pheasant Queen against the Western Gate Sage. The two of them continued to place their pieces for another 3 days. The Pheasant Queen's chess skills are shocking. Shaman Booty. The Shaman Saint stood up and said solemnly. The Pheasant Empress also stood up and suddenly bowed towards the Western Gate Sage. Sage, you are too serious. The Pheasant Empress was only lucky for a moment. The heaven and earth are broken and the sage has a heavy responsibility. The pheasant race is the guardian of the heaven and earth. I hope the sage can take care of us. Of course. The Shaman Sage nodded. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Even a saint lost in chess? The Pheasant Queen's voice was thick and strong. She turned to look at the surroundings and said, Everyone, the divine sun pearl is born once every 100,000 years. The Pheasant clan doesn't dare to keep this one and is willing to offer it to the world. Whoever can defeat me will obtain the pearl. A commotion broke out among the countless cultivators in the surroundings. Pheasant Empress, let me play chess with you. A purple-robed man suddenly flew over. I wonder what you will use as a hostage? The Pheasant Empress asked with a smile. He didn't even ask for his name. Quality? That's right. Saints use their reputation as a hostage. If they win, they get the pearl. If they lose their reputation. I wonder what you're using as a hostage? Your name is clearly inferior to a saint's. Take out something of the same level, and I will play chess with you. The Pheasant Empress said with a smile. Something of the same level? The purple-robed man's expression turned ugly. The Pheasant Queen smiled and said, There is no free lunch in this world. If you win, you get treasures. If you lose, you don't lose anything. How can there be such a good thing? My Pheasant clan has been guarding the sun for generations without any complaints or regrets. However, to give away such a precious treasure, my Pheasant clan also has a lot of cultivators. In order to guard the sun, we can't travel the world, only leaving and not entering. I also don't want the Pheasant clan to be too poor. If you take out your precious treasure, I will play chess with you. If I win, I will take it all away. If I lose, I will leave behind your precious treasure. The purple-robed man's face turned ugly again. Of course, you can also use spirit stones as a substitute. 100 million immortal stones, and I'll play a game with you. How about it? The Pheasant Empress smiled. The purple-robed man. 100 million immortal stones? Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't have any. This one has been rude. The purple-robed Xiozha turned around and flew into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Although the others were unhappy, the saints were all like that. Moreover, the saints were here, so no one could do anything. Qianhu, you can go back. Yen Chuan said to the Qianhu of the East faction. The Qianhu retreated. In the distance, the Pheasant Empress looked around and asked, Is there anyone else? The surroundings were silent, waiting for the Pheasant Queen to be disappointed. Let me do it. Suddenly, a voice sounded. He saw Yen Chuan, Jin Dayu, Bai Qi, and Yin Hentian flying over to the shattered Sun Hall Square. You are? The Pheasant Queen asked curiously. Duzhen, Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan smiled. Great accomplishment, Sage King, Yen Chuan? The Shaman Sage suddenly asked. Shaman Shen? Yen Chuan said with a smile. The Great Shen Kingdom is located in a foreign continent. I didn't expect the Westgate Sage to know about it. How could I not know? The four of us sages have a lot of information. You, Yen Chuan, caused a ruckus during Huazuan Tian's birthday celebration. The Shimin sage said. Since the sage knows about it, I hope the sage can clear the name of the Yin family. In the past, the Yin family contributed a lot to the world. In the end, they were exterminated. The sage is the guardian of the world. I hope the sage can clear their name. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Behind him, Yin Hentan stepped forward and said, Yin family head, Yin Hentan greets the sage. Yin family? The pheasant queen raised her eyebrows. Many people looked over curiously. Some people thought of the Yin family, but most people did not know about it. The sage looked at Yin Hentian and finally took a deep breath and said, yes. With that, the sage waved his hand. In the void, a huge projection suddenly appeared. In the projection, it was the scene of the underworld that day. Everyone watched quietly. In the projection, Yin Hentian confronted the Zhou family. In the end, the sage nodded to prove his innocence. Wow! Suddenly, there was an uproar. There was such a secret in the ancient times? More people were envious of the people who attended Huazuan Tian's birthday celebration, because at that time, there was a memory of an ancestral immortal shared with everyone. The memory of a powerful ancestral immortal. Yin Hentian bowed to the four directions once. Yin Hentian did not say any more emotional words. Instead, he stood quietly behind Yen Chuan. Yin family? I also misunderstood back then. The pheasant queen sighed. Everything is in the past. As long as the pheasant queen believes in the innocence of my Yin family, it is enough. Yin Hentian smiled. The pheasant queen nodded. The sage looked at Yen Chuan and said with a deep smile, there is a rumor in the underworld that Huazuan Tian has a feud with your great Shen. Once Huazuan Tian recovers from his injuries, he will destroy your great Shen. Haha, thank you for your concern. When that day comes, if the sage is free, you can go to Great Qin and take a look at the grand occasion. Yen Chuan smiled. Shimin Sheng felt strange. This Yen Chuan really did not know what was good for him? Yen Chuan turned his head and looked at the pheasant queen. Pheasant queen, how about I play a game with you? The pheasant queen looked at Yen Chuan and said with a slight smile, I naturally welcome you. However, this quality cannot be lacking. 100 million immortal stones, or a treasure of the same level. I'll use this to bet with you. Yen Chuan said with a slight smile. As he spoke, Yen Chuan reached out and took out a jade box. The pheasant queen was slightly surprised. After all, immortal stones were easy to obtain, but treasures were hard to find. Generally speaking, most people would choose to gamble with immortal stones. Yen Chuan really had a treasure? The pheasant queen took it with a trace of curiosity. But the moment she touched the jade box, the pheasant queen's pupils suddenly constricted. All around, countless cultivators stared at the pheasant queen's expression, all of them extremely curious. What treasure made the pheasant queen act like this? The pheasant queen was about to open the jade box, but Yen Chuan pressed down with his hand and pressed down on the lid of the box. Pheasant queen, if you look at this treasure, can you let me see the sun god pearl? Yen Chuan said with a smile. This? The pheasant queen was slightly troubled. Pheasant queen, my treasure is not as good as the sun god pearl? Yen Chuan said with a smile. Yen Di, you misunderstand. The pheasant queen immediately said with a smile. As she spoke, the pheasant queen also took out a jade box. The two of them opened it at the same time, and dazzling light shot out from their respective jade boxes. The pheasant queen quickly closed the jade box. A trace of excitement flashed across her eyes. Primogenitor's fate? Is it real? And in the jade box in Yen Chuan's hand, there was a watermelon-sized golden ball. It was like a small sun, blooming with dazzling light. Good treasure! Yen Chuan nodded solemnly. He also closed the jade box. The two of them exchanged jade boxes. Yen Di, please. The pheasant queen said with excitement. Yen Chuan smiled faintly, put away his jade box, and slowly sat down. The Shimin sage looked at the two of them curiously. Yen Chuan placed his chess piece first. The first piece, Tianyuan. The pheasant queen did not underestimate him. In fact, she was even more serious than before. After thinking for a while, she also began to place her chess piece. The two of them played chess. After 100 moves each, the entire chessboard became mysterious. The Shiman sage looked at the chessboard in surprise. He did not expect Yan Chuan to be so good at chess. The Pheasant Queen also became more serious. 6 hours later, the Pheasant Queen's chess pieces began to slow down, and she revealed an anxious expression. Yan Chuan, however, smiled. The Pheasant Queen's chess skills are not up to par. Could it be that she cared too much about the treasure in the jade box? The Shiman sage looked at the chessboard in confusion. If the Pheasant Queen cared too much, she would not be able to reach her original level. And Yan Chuan's mental fortitude was clearly much higher than the Pheasant Queen's. The more Yan Chuan played, the smoother it became. Most of the time, the Pheasant Queen was the one thinking. Just like that, 3 days passed. Pheasant Queen, you lost. The Shiman sage took a deep breath. I didn't. I still have a chance. The Pheasant Queen said anxiously. The Shiman sage smiled bitterly, then looked at Yan Chuan, who was still carefree. The Sun God Pearl won just like that? The Pheasant Queen seemed to be unwilling to believe the current game. But she held the white chess piece in her hand and could not place it down. The Pheasant Queen's eyes were even bloodshot. Pheasant Queen! The Shiman sage shouted. With a shout, the Pheasant Queen suddenly quivered and came to her senses. Looking at the chessboard, the Pheasant Queen revealed a bitter expression. Yan Di, good chess skills. I lost. The Pheasant Queen reluctantly took out the jade box of the Sun God Pearl and handed it to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan took it and handed it to Jin Deyu. Jin Deyu, you have worked hard guarding the Yellow Springs Road all these years. I will reward you with this. Jin Deyu said in shock. Ha, take it. Yan Chuan smiled and stuffed it over. From the start, Yan Chuan saw the desire in Jin Deyu's eyes. It was just that Jin Deyu had been suppressing it. Thank you, sage ruler. Jin Deyu said excitedly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. The Sun God Pearl was given away so casually? What holy hall of great Shen? The benefits were too good, right? Indeed. The Pheasant Queen said with a strange expression. What's wrong? Yan Chuan smiled. The item from before is very important to me. I wonder if Yan Di can part with it? I can use something to exchange with you. The Pheasant Queen said anxiously. Exchange? Yan Chuan suddenly smiled. Yan Chuan was waiting for this sentence. Just as Yan Chuan was about to speak, screech. Suddenly, a phoenix cry came from the distant horizon. Everyone looked over and saw a huge carriage flying over. Pulling the carriage were 7 huge phoenixes of different colors. Their radiance soared into the sky. On the balcony of the carriage stood hundreds of figures. Each of them was incomparably arrogant. Phoenix Clan's third prince's carriage? 7 Phoenix carriage? The Pheasant Queen raised her brows. Phoenix Clan's third prince? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Wasn't he the one who proposed marriage to Mo Yushi? Far away, in a valley, Shangguan Wan sneered and said, finally here. Screech! 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 7 phoenixes cried out together. The huge 7 phoenix carriage stopped in the sky above the broken sun hall. Pheasant Queen greets the third prince. The Pheasant Queen bowed respectfully to the 7 phoenix carriage. Quang! The 7 phoenix carriage's main hall opened. From inside, a young man slowly walked out. The man was extremely handsome, so handsome that it was a little demonic. His eyes were suffused with a 7-colored radiance. He slowly stepped out of the main hall. From above, he looked down at the broken sun hall's plaza. So the sage is also here. This nephew greets the sage. The third prince said with a smile. Third prince, you don't have to be so polite. The Shiman sage nodded. The third prince turned to look at the Pheasant Queen and said, Pheasant Queen, I heard that another divine sun pearl was born. Chapter 12:17. The third prince turned to the Pheasant Queen and said, Pheasant Queen, I heard that another sun god pearl was born? The Pheasant Queen shook her head and smiled bitterly. Third prince, you are late. Just now, the sun god pearl was lost to someone else. The third prince raised his eyebrows. The pheasant queen did not point out Yanchuan. After all, she still needed his help. Third prince, you have come for nothing. The pheasant queen smiled. The third prince shook his head and said, no matter. Most of the sun god pearls that were born here are in my phoenix clan. It doesn't matter if there is one less. I am here today for something else. Something else? The pheasant queen asked doubtfully. The third prince waved his sleeves and a huge monster flew out from the sky. Explosive beast? The shaman sage exclaimed. This is? The pheasant queen frowned. That's right. It is the explosive beast recorded in the ancient records. The third prince nodded. Yanchuan's expression turned serious. Did Di Renjia catch it that day? Divine beast, explosive beast? The pheasant queen exclaimed. It's good that you remember. I am also helping someone else. The people of Dezhou asked me to use this explosive beast to exchange for something from you. The third prince said. The explosive beast seemed to be in a deep sleep. The explosive beast is so noble. I don't have anything that is of equal value to it. The pheasant queen frowned. You do. The third prince revealed an evil smile. Use the explosive beast to exchange for half of your sun fragment. The third prince said. Half of the sun fragment? What? Impossible. The pheasant queen suddenly exclaimed. The third prince revealed a cold smile and said, impossible? Pheasant queen, you must think this through clearly. The reason why the pheasant clan is able to prosper until now is all because of the protection of my phoenix clan. Without my phoenix clan, with just you, do you think you can defend the sun fragment? I am guarding the sun for the world. The pheasant queen said anxiously. Guarding the sun for the world? The sun is already broken. Why do you still need to guard it? It is your pheasant clan relying on it to cultivate, right? The Phoenix clan has been protecting you all this time because you know what's good for you. Every 100,000 years, you refine a sun god pearl and give it to the Phoenix clan. Do you really think the world respects you? Do you believe that Shattered Sun Domain will immediately collapse if my Phoenix race no longer protects you? The third prince exclaimed coldly. You. The pheasant queen's face revealed a look of grief and indignation. Pheasant Empress, one must be content with what one has. The great Zhou dynasty has done its best. This explosive beast is hard to find in the world. In exchange, you won't lose out. The third crown prince laughed. Third crown prince, did you get the Phoenix Emperor's permission? The pheasant empress asked in a deep voice. My father? Don't worry. Such a small matter won't alarm my father. My father definitely won't object. The third crown prince said with a deep laugh. The pheasant queen was anxious and turned to look at the shaman saint. Saint, please uphold justice. The pheasant queen said anxiously. High up in the sky, the third prince revealed a cold smile. The shaman sage looked at the pheasant empress and finally sighed. Since the Phoenix Emperor and Wu Jiong have spoken at the same time, it's not good for me to interfere in this matter. Far away, in a valley, Shengwanwan revealed a cold smile. In the past, there were still saints who could balance for you. Tens of thousands of sects in the world guarded for you. However, it has already been 1,000,000 years. The pheasant race? With such a great treasure like the sun fragment, you can't even become stronger. In this chaotic world, the survival of the fittest. The Phoenix race protects you? Why protect you? Isn't it because of your sun fragment? It's just that everyone in the world is gossiping and we can't snatch it away. My lord, is the pheasant empress being forced into a dead end? Do you want me to add fuel to the fire? A subordinate laughed. No need. Remember, we have never been here. Furthermore, the great Zhou dynasty has done its best and even used the explosive beast to exchange. Shengwanwan said in a deep voice. Shattered Sun Hall's square. Saint, I am guarding the sun for the world. The heavenly Tao is constantly making up for it. I believe that one day, the heavenly Tao will make up for it. As for the broken sun, there will also be a day when it will be restored. You are a saint, you shoulder the entire world. The pheasant empress said anxiously. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The saint shook his head. The Pheasant Empress took a step back and looked at the Shaman sage in shock. Originally, the Shaman sage was invited by her to suppress the heroes. But now, in the sky, the third prince revealed a cold smile. Have you thought it through, Pheasant Empress? The great Zhou dynasty is benevolent. That's why they gave you the explosive beast as compensation. I don't want the explosive beast, I don't want it. The Pheasant Empress roared in grief and indignation. Pheasant Empress! Yen Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. The Pheasant Empress looked at Yen Chuan bitterly. Can't you tell? Virtue will decrease with the passage of time. Only one's own strength is the most important. If you have the strength of the Phoenix Emperor, if you have the strength of a saint, sitting here, do you need the protection of others? Do you need the pity of others? Do you need to deliberate and offer the sun god Pearl in exchange for the peace of your race? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Hearing Yen Chuan's words, the Pheasant Empress's face turned ugly. Indeed, if she had the strength of the Phoenix Emperor, who would dare to be impudent in front of her? But the pheasant race's talent was too weak. Difficult? Suddenly, the Pheasant Empress thought of Yen Chuan's jade box. The primogenitor's life providence. The pheasant race had absolute experts before ancient times. Take the saint before us for example. Did you invite him? Do you know that he is actually in cahoots with the Phoenix Emperor? No, everyone here is in cahoots. Look at the experts on the surrounding mountain peaks and the experts hidden in the surrounding valleys. Don't they want the sun fragment? No, I want to say that everyone here, including me, wants the sun fragment. No, including you, right? Yen Chuan said with a smile. The Pheasant Empress's expression changed. You also know that treasures can move people's hearts, much less the sun fragment. In the past, you used virtue to protect it. However, after 1,000,000 years, the world is incomplete. That bit of virtue of yours is no longer worthy of everyone's respect. You want to protect it again? Do you think that's possible? Yen Chuan said with a smile. The Pheasant Empress said with some disbelief. I dare say that people from all the major factions around Shattered Sun Dominion have come. Do you believe me? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Impossible. Why weren't there any in the past? The Pheasant Empress said in disbelief. In the past there were. No, it should be that every time you participated in the Sun Divine Pearl gambling competition, all the factions came with the same attitude. However, there was no opportunity. No one took the lead. Now there is finally one. We have lost more than half of the sun fragment. I think that if you do not grasp this opportunity, your entire pheasant race might be wiped out. Yen Chuan said. The Pheasant Empress took a step back in disbelief. How did things develop to this extent? The Yen Emperor is indeed extraordinary. No wonder my nephews hold you in such high esteem after returning from the netherworld. A hearty laugh came from the summit of a mountain peak. Everyone looked over and saw a purple-robed man carrying a sword on his back. Duguduantian? Someone suddenly exclaimed. High in the sky, the Phoenix race's third crown prince narrowed his eyes. Duguduantian? What are you doing here? The third crown prince asked. Duguduantian smiled faintly and said, Whatever you are here for, I am here for. Your Phoenix race has already shed all pretense of cordiality today. We no longer have any reservations. Yen Chuan said at the right time, Pheasant Empress, did you see that? Am I wrong? The Pheasant Empress looked around in disbelief. It was like the entire world suddenly changed. How could it be like this? Pheasant Empress, remember, never rely on others. Being strong yourself is the most important. Only when you are strong can you decide yourself. Only when you are strong can you not be trampled on by others. Yen Chuan said. The surrounding cultivators still could not understand. After all, Yen Chuan's words were too strange. What was the point of saying this to the Pheasant Empress now? The Pheasant Empress looked uncertain. The Yen Emperor, what do you want? I hope that you can join my great Zhen and become its sovereign. I will not restrict you. Yen Chuan said gravely. The third crown prince. The sage. Duguduantian. The surrounding experts looked at Yan Chuan speechlessly. After being busy for so long, you are even more ruthless. Do you want to destroy the entire pheasant race? No one believed that Yan Chuan would succeed. After all, he sold her out with just a few words? How could that be? However, at this moment, the Pheasant Empress really hesitated. Pheasant Empress, the pheasant race's survival is at stake. You decide for yourself. Yan Chuan said. The Pheasant Empress looked around strangely. Third Crown Prince, must you snatch the sun fragment today? The Pheasant Empress asked with grief and indignation through gritted teeth. The Third Crown Prince smiled coldly and said, That's right. I have already talked to the great Zhou dynasty's Princess Taiping. As long as I help them obtain half of the sun fragment, they will be responsible for persuading the great Zhou dynasty's heavenly emperor to give me Mo Yushi. The Third Crown Prince's tone was firm. On the square, Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The Pheasant Empress looked around. The Third Crown Prince, the sage, Du Guantian, and countless cultivators were eyeing her covetously. For a moment, the Pheasant Empress was like a lonely boat in the sea, filled with helplessness. Pheasant Empress, do you agree? The Third Crown Prince shouted again. The Pheasant Empress closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her face revealed a trace of pain. In the end, she looked at Yan Chuan gratefully. Although Yan Chuan did not say much, the Pheasant Empress instantly understood her situation. Haha, guarding the sun on behalf of the heavens? How laughable! The Pheasant Queen understands now. In the past, we really thought too highly of ourselves. The Pheasant tribe has guarded the sun shatter for the world for 100 years. Today, in order to preserve ourselves, we are willing to sacrifice the sun shatter right here in the Sun Shatter Sun Palace. There is a minor world inside. Everyone will have to rely on their own fate. The Pheasant tribe will give up and find it yourselves. Yan Chuan did not hesitate and led by Qi, Jin Deyu, and Yin Hen Tian into the Broken Sun Hall. Du Guantian raised his eyebrows and also shot out. The Third Crown Prince was annoyed. He wanted to use his prestige to suppress the Pheasant Empress and make her sacrifice it to him. Who would have thought that the Pheasant Empress would give it to everyone? It was all caused by that Yendi's nonsense. Sage, who is that Yendi? The Third Crown Prince asked in a deep voice. He is called Yan Chuan. The sage said, Yan Chuan? He is called Yan Chuan? Yan Dongin's father? Mo Yushi's. The Third Crown Prince's eyes suddenly revealed a sinister look. Chapter 12-18. Broken Sun Hall. Yan Chuan and the others were the first to step in. The hall was like a huge black hole. Apparently, it was the entrance to a small world. They stepped in. It was as if the world had changed. The world was gray, but there were streaks of red light shooting into the sky from all directions. The sky was burning red. The ground under their feet was barren. It was as hard as metal. Sun fragments. Jin Deyu's eyes lit up. Let's go! Yan Chuan shouted. Swish! The four of them quickly shot toward a bright place. After Yan Chuan and the others left, a large number of experts rushed in. Just like Yan Chuan, they only looked at the mineral loin-like ground for a while and then shot toward one of the streaks of red light in the distance. Screech! Screech! The 7 Phoenix chariot rushed in. The third prince of the Phoenix clan looked around. All of you spread out and find Yan Chuan for me. I want him dead. The third prince of the Phoenix clan said ruthlessly. Yes. 20 of the figures quickly rushed towards the 20 light pillars. The 7 Phoenix chariot also rushed toward one of the light pillars. After the third prince of the Phoenix clan left, Shiman Sage also stepped in. He looked at the gray world. Are these the sun fragments of the past? The fire energy has dissipated and only a pile of waste ores is left? Shiman Sage said in a low voice. As he spoke, Shiman Sage also rushed toward one of the light pillars. More and more experts rushed in. Outside the Broken Sun Hall, the Pheasant Empress looked at the experts rushing into the Broken Sun Hall and revealed a bitter smile. It turns out that I've always been the most foolish. Pheasant Queen smiled bitterly. At this moment, Shangguan Wan, are also stepped in with a group of black-robed men. The last to enter was Shadi. Shadi stood in front of the broken sun hall with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. After a moment of silence, Shadi looked at Pheasant Queen and said, "Pheasant Queen? Let me ask you. The sun fragments have been here for many years. Have you found a tomb in it?" "Tomb? What tomb?" Pheasant Queen asked in shock. Shadi stared at Pheasant Queen. As he stared at Pheasant Queen, a powerful spirit rushed into Pheasant Queen's mind. Boom! The Pheasant Queen suddenly felt dizzy. "Have you found any tombs?" Shadi asked in a deep voice. "No, there is no tomb," the Pheasant Queen said muddle-headedly. In the surroundings, the expressions of the Pheasant Clan's experts changed because the Pheasant Queen was currently in an unconscious state. Look, that man had attacked the Pheasant Queen with a single glance, causing her to be unable to resist at all. The Pheasant Queen was an ancestral immortal. The Shadi frowned and nodded. As expected of the handiwork of the Grave clan. The grave was hidden in the sun, yet it has not been discovered until now. That's good, that's good. The Slayer nodded. Shadi stepped into the broken sun palace. Sovereign, sovereign. The group of experts from the Pheasant clan quickly shook the Pheasant Queen's arm. The Pheasant Queen suddenly quivered and woke up. What's going on? Supreme Being, you were in a daze just now. It might have been a mental attack. A pheasant race expert said. What? The Pheasant Queen's expression changed. No matter what, he was still an ancestral immortal. A mental assault? He was actually shocked into a trance? Who is he? The Pheasant Queen asked with an ugly expression. I don't know, we don't know him. Everyone shook their heads. Am I really that weak? The Pheasant Queen's face revealed a pained expression. Supreme Being, what should we do? What should we do now? The group of experts from the Pheasant clan were worried. What should they do? Who should they beg? Now, they did not even have a foothold. For some reason, Yen Chuan's previous words suddenly echoed in the Pheasant Queen's mind. Pheasant Queen, remember, never rely on others. The most important thing is to be strong yourself. Only when you are strong yourself can you decide yourself. Only when you are strong yourself can you not be trampled on by others. Strong myself? The Pheasant Queen's expression was complicated. Thinking of the primogenitor's fate in Yen Chuan's hands, the Pheasant Queen's eyes narrowed and flashed with determination. In the broken sun palace, Yen Chuan was flying in the air. Fragments of the sun? These ores that have long lost their radiance are still lacking, Bai Chi said in a deep voice. In Hentian held a piece of broken stone in his hand and said, No, this is after all a part of the sun in the past. The sun's true fire is constantly burning it. The material is not bad. Even if it is not a top-grade material, it is still very good if it is used to equip an army. Wu Jiong might have taken a fancy to this point and wanted to use these countless ores to build a huge army. Yen Chuan nodded and also took a piece of ore. After all, the sun has not been completely extinguished. Other than these ores, the fire attribute is the greatest treasure at this moment. The sun god's pearl is a portion of the fire attribute that has been refined. Yen Chuan nodded. That's not right. Yen Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. What's wrong, Sage King? The three of them were puzzled. Yen Chuan reached out his hand and squeezed. Bang! The ore in his hand suddenly turned into powder. Fragments of the sun? The fire is not extinguished? These materials should not be so weak. Yen Chuan said solemnly. This ore is quite strong. In Hentian said, puzzled. No, after all, this is a fragment of the sun. Its density is not comparable to that of ordinary metals. However, it is still a little lacking. It is 30% less than what I expected. However, this 30% is not right. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. As he narrowed his eyes, Yen Chuan's eyes shone brightly. I understand now. This trip was not in vain. We came at the right time. Yen Chuan said with excitement in his eyes. Bai Chi looked at Yen Chuan and asked, Could it be? Bai Chi thought of something. That's right. It is very likely that it is a life-stealing derivative refined body from my first life. It is the fourth divine beast in the Great Thousand World, the Metal Beast. Yen Chuan said with a serious look in his eyes. Metal Beast? What is that? Yin Hentian was slightly stunned. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the light pillar. It was a huge fire pool that looked like a pool of lava. A huge golden mountain floated above the fire pool. Fire essence stone of the sun? Jin Deyu's eyes lit up. This is the material used to refine your chaos bell? Yen Chuan was surprised. Jin Deyu said excitedly. Yin Hentian, you are responsible for following Jin Deyu and collecting this information. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yin Hentian replied. Yen Chuan looked at Jin Deyu and said, Jin Deyu, I still remember your ancestor, the Eastern Emperor Tai. The chaos bell rang and heaven and earth roared. I hope you can reach his level. Yes, I will do my best. Jin Deyu replied. Boom. Yen Chuan lifted the huge golden mountain. He threw it to Jin Deyu. Jin Deyu turned into a huge golden crow and swallowed the golden mountain. Lordin, come on my back. I will bring you to the next place. Jin Deyu shouted. Yin Hentian flew onto Jin Deyu's back. Sage King, I will go now. Jin Deyu shouted. Wow! Jin Deyu flapped his wings and shot far away. Only Yen Chuan and Bai Qi were left standing in front of a huge pool of fire. Sage King, how do we find the metal beast in this vast space? Bai Qi frowned. No problem. I refined a metal beast in my first life. Naturally, I know its characteristics. The Pheasant Empress does not know about the existence of metal beasts. It should be a newly born metal beast or a metal beast that is still in the process of being born. Follow me. Yen Chuan said with a smile. As he spoke, Yen Chuan dove into the pool of fire. Bai Qi followed closely behind and jumped into the fiery pond, heading deeper in. But the blood sea suddenly surrounded Yen Chuan and Bai Qi, enveloping the two of them. The surrounding fire was like liquid mercury but denser. It was extremely difficult to descend. However, Yen Chuan was an ancestral immortal after all and was not too worried. The two of them charged straight down. The blood sea can absorb the power of fire? Yen Chuan's expression changed. Rumble! Controlling the blood sea, Yen Chuan crazily absorbed the heat energy. They went all the way down into the depths. Gradually, they reached the depths of the pool of fire. It was a vast space. The surroundings were completely sealed. There was only endless heat. That direction. Yen Chuan pointed in a direction. Bai Qi replied. Boom. Bai Qi's saber slashed violently at the sturdy interior. With a loud boom, a small opening was created. Continue. Yen Chuan ordered. Bai Qi continued to open the path. Shattered Sun Hall. Shengguan Wan led a group of black-robed men into the interior. She also arrived before a pool of fire and looked around. About 500 black-robed men followed behind her. My lord, what should we do next? A black-robed man asked. Our great Zhou has never failed to get what we want. The fragments of the sun? Naturally, we have to get them all. According to our plan, we have to find the corner of space here. The fragments of the sun here should all belong to our great Zhou. Shengguan Wanner said. If the Shiman sage finds out, you can show him your tokens. He will not make things difficult for you. Shengguan Wan ordered. Boom. Quang. A large number of experts entered the space of Shattered Sun Hall. Many of them were excitedly excavating the mountains. There were mountains of top-grade materials. In many people's eyes, this place was a huge treasure. Although an endless supply of materials wasn't enough to move Yen Chuan and the others, it was enough to drive countless experts crazy. With this mountain, there is hope for our sect. White dwarf stone. Tai essence gold? Myriad flame blood mine? Extremely excited voices could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the sage was flying high in the sky. Under his feet was the mouth of a pool of fire. Standing high in the sky, he overlooked the whole world. Shadi carried the gourd on his back and looked around. His face darkened. He came to the mouth of a huge pool of fire. He took a deep breath and stepped into the pool of fire. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths. Chapter 12:19. Shattered Sun Hall. A fire pool. Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone? What a huge piece. A gold mountain? Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone? This gold mountain is much more precious than the other ores. A gold mountain is worth 1,000, no, 10,000 ores. This is a top-grade material. I can actually see a Extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone. Boom! Countless experts rush towards the Sun Fire Essence Stone in the fire pool. It's mine, no one can take it. Bastard, I was here first. You think you're worthy? Immediately, a group of experts fought over the gold mountain. Heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 4 huge heavenly Taos were erected. Ancestral Immortal? The experts were slightly stunned. No one expected that there would be an ancestral immortal beside them. The 4 of them merged with the heavenly Taos and looked at each other. The 3 of you, there are countless fire pools here. Give this to me, there are other extreme Yang Fire Essence Stones. An ancestral immortal said with a smile. Ha, Taoist brother, you must be joking. It's better for you to back down. Another ancestral immortal laughed. I've already passed by a fire pool. That fire pool didn't have any extreme Yang Fire Essence Stones. Not all fire pools have them. Everyone knows how precious it is. Let's rely on our own abilities. That's right. The 4 ancestral immortals refused to back down. They each took out their treasures and weapons, preparing to fight for the gold mountain. Just as the 4 ancestral immortals were about to attack, a voice suddenly interrupted them. It just so happens that I want to forge a fire elemental sword. Don't stop me from getting the materials. A voice said indifferently. The 4 ancestral immortals were slightly stunned. They turned their heads and saw Duguduantian standing on the peak of a mountain with a long sword in his hand. The 4 ancestral immortals' pupils constricted. Duguduantian? So what if you're from the Dugu family? Do you think we'll leave just because you told us to? One of the ancestral immortals said coldly. Duguduantian sneered. He stomped his foot slightly. Boom! Boundless sword energy suddenly soared into the sky from the ground. The sword energy was like a storm, rushing towards everyone. The surroundings of the fire pool was instantly filled with a rain of swords. Countless people with weaker cultivations immediately fled in panic. Sighing. 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 Within the storm of sword ki, 4 enormous sword lights suddenly soared into the skies, shooting straight towards the heavenly Taos of the 4 ancestral immortals. The huge impact caused the entire void to shake violently. Wherever the sword light passed, huge spatial cracks were carved out. How could this be? The faces of the 4 ancestral immortals sank. Boom! The 4 heavenly Taos immediately retreated. The sword light was domineering, fighting 1 against 4. Even with the full strength of the 4 ancestral immortals, they were actually forced back by Duguduantian alone. Rumble! Duguduantian calmly collected the extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone amidst the violent sword energy void. Buzz! Countless sword chi converged. Duguduantian sneered at the 4 ancestral immortals. The 4 of you, please find another opportunity. Ha! Duguduantian laughed wildly. As Duguduantian laughed, he shot towards another fire pool. But at this moment, none of the 4 ancestral immortals stood in his way. What a domineering sword! Duguduantian! The faces of the 4 ancestral immortals turned ugly. In the next moment, they had no choice but to fly off in different directions. At a fire pond. The golden crow flew down with In Hentian. Again? There is no extreme Yang Fire Essence Stone here? The golden crow was anxious. With a long cry, the golden crow flew into the sky with In Hentian. Then there are only 2 possibilities. First, there really isn't any here, and everything depends on luck. Secondly, the pheasant queen is not as selfless as we thought. Let's go, Lord Jean. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Yin Hentian laughed. Jin Deyu, who was flapping his wings, nodded. Deep within the fire pond, Yen Chuan and Bai Qi were continuously attacking the firm inner walls. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Qi continued to attack and a path was opened up. Holy King, this path is getting harder and harder. The metal is getting harder and harder. Bai Qi said with a frown. Of course, because we're getting closer and closer to where the metal beast is. The materials here are much tougher than those on the surface. You can collect some and refine your killing blade. Yen Chuan nodded. That's what I was thinking. Bai Qi said with a smile. Boom. Bai Qi continued to open up the path. He also collected the fragments that he had dug out. The two of them continued to push deeper into the fire pond. As they were pushing forward, Yen Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Is there a sound? Yen Chuan said with a serious expression. Bai Qi stopped and the two of them listened carefully. Boom! Boom! Bai Qi and Yen Chuan looked at each other. Holy King, did someone discover it too? Bai Qi's expression changed. Continue. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Qi continued to dig the path frantically. For a moment, the loud rumbling sounds attracted the attention of the other side. On the other side, Shadi was forcibly breaking through the depths of the fire pond. Boom! With a loud bang, Shadi's path suddenly came to an end. It was an internal space. In the internal space, there were two kinds of light, one golden and the other silver. They rotated slowly like a huge Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern. The golden part was extremely hot. The golden grand sun primordial fire was at the edge. The deeper one went, the denser it became. It was impossible to see what was in the distance. The silver part was extremely cold. The grand moon primordial water was at the edge. It was even harder to see what was in the deeper part. The grand sun primordial fire and the grand moon primordial water were two extreme forms of energy. At this moment, they were in perfect contact at the edge. They did not even explode. The Grave clan is indeed strange. Two directions? They have set up two tombs? One real and one fake? What a trick! Shadi said with a serious look in his eyes. Shadi looked at the two sides and seemed to be analyzing which side he should go to. Boom! At this moment, there was another loud bang not far away. A huge hole opened up. Yen Chuan and Bai Qi jumped in. As soon as they entered, Yen Chuan and Bai Qi noticed the difference in the surroundings. Grand sun primordial fire? Grand moon primordial water? It did not explode when it touched? Bai Qi said in a low voice. On the other hand, Yen Chuan saw Shadi who was not far away. Yen Chuan looked at Shadi seriously. Shadi, who was carrying the immortal slaying gourd, also looked at Yen Chuan seriously. Shadi! Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Shadi looked at Yen Chuan and frowned. Yen Chuan. The two looked at each other and a fierce look flashed across their eyes. Immortal slaying gourd? Why is it in your hands? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yen Chuan remembered clearly that the immortal slaying gourd was the magic treasure of Taoist Luya in the greater world. Eventually, Luya entered the Great Qin Empire and became the demon god uncle. Jin Deyu was the descendant of Luya and was brought to this world by Luya. Jin Deyu once said that Luya had died. Everything was left unsettled. This is my treasure. Why isn't it with me? A ferocious smile flashed across Shadi's eyes. Sage King, maybe there are different immortal slaying gourds in different worlds? Bai Qi analyzed with a frown. No, there is only one immortal slaying gourd. Yen Chuan shook his head with certainty. As he spoke, Yen Chuan's eyes became more serious. Are you Luya? Luya? Bai Qi suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the distance, Shadi looked at Yen Chuan and shook his head. Luya? Ha, unfortunately, I am not. You are not? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Great Qin? You won? I did not expect you to win in the sealed world. Unfortunately, I am not Luya. Luya can become a subject of the Great Qin Empire. You can become one of me, never. Shadi said with a proud expression. Yan Chuan stared at Sha Di with a sharp gaze. Sage King, he is not Luya, is he? According to the queen, Sha Di should be from the same tribe as the queen of Zizi. Their tribe is sealed. Every time a layer of the seal is undone, their strength will increase tremendously. If he is Luya, Jin Deyu should be his descendant. Jin Deyu's bloodline did not undergo a mutation like the queen's. He should not be Luya. Bai Qi analyzed. Yan Chuan stared at Sha Di. Sha Di smiled coldly. You are not Luya, but you know who I am. Sha Di? You are not ordinary. You are right. Luya does not have the same ferocity in his eyes. You are not Luya. Yan Chuan nodded. Sha Di nodded. I am here for something. I hope you will not follow me. Otherwise, my immortal slaying flying dagger will not show any mercy. Sha Di said coldly. As he spoke, Sha Di walked towards the grand moon primordial water. Sage King? Bai Qi frowned. It is okay. The metal beast that I am looking for is not there. Yan Chuan said. Bai Qi nodded. Seeing that Sha Di had left, Yan Chuan turned serious. He turned around and led Bai Qi towards the grand moon primordial flame. Along the way, Yan Chuan's blood sea continued to absorb the grand moon primordial flame. However, it seemed to have reached a bottleneck. No matter how much it absorbed, it could not increase its cultivation. It seems to have reached a limit? Yan Chuan pondered. They continued to walk deeper. This huge space was like a Tai Chi yin yang fish. In the center of the yang fish, there was a pure yin fish eye. The grand moon primordial flame outside was mixed with countless metal elements. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk. However, when they reached the center, countless metal elements of extreme yang flowed into a silver-white vortex like a collapsing void. The vortex was incomparably cold. We are here. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. On the other side, Sha Di was experiencing something else. In the center of the endless cold, there was a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, one could vaguely see a huge golden palace. Sha Di's eyes were filled with excitement. He took a step forward and flew towards the golden palace from the extreme cold to the burning fire. Quang! Sha Di kicked open the door of the palace. Sha Di walked into the palace. There was a huge golden coffin in the palace. On the other side, Yan Chuan and Bai Qi entered the area of extreme cold. They also saw a silver palace. When the palace opened, a silver coffin was placed inside. All around, countless amounts of metal energy were converging toward the silver coffin. Chapter 12:20. A huge silver coffin. Quang! Yan Chuan reached out to open the coffin. Rumble! The lid of the coffin opened, and for a moment, even more metal elements rushed into the coffin. Yan Chuan and Bai Qi looked inside and saw a humanoid figure lying inside. Its humanoid body was completely silver-white, as if it was wearing armor. However, Yan Chuan knew that this was not armor, but its flesh body. Its flesh body was metal. The surging metal elements rushed towards the corpse. Plop, plop, plop. The heart of this body seemed to be beating gently. What a big move! What a powerful move! Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Holy King, is this humanoid metal a metal beast? Bai Qi asked solemnly. That's right, but I didn't expect someone to have such means. These metal beasts weren't nurtured by heaven and earth, but by man. They haven't been fully born yet, but soon. Yan Chuan said gravely. The fourth divine beast of the great thousand world. This is man-made? Bai Qi asked solemnly. That's right. That's why I said that this person has good skills. Perhaps this world is really the weakest of the so-called first worlds? What a joke. This isn't the weakest world at all. With just this method, I could only do this in my previous life when I was only one step away from transcending. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah! Bai Qi exclaimed. Yan Chuan, stand guard for us. We will help the metal beast to be born as soon as possible, said Yan Chuan in a deep voice. Yes. Bai Qi immediately stood outside the great hall. The metal beast was as tall as 3 people, and it was lying flat in the giant coffin, constantly absorbing the metal elements around it. In other words, it was absorbing the metal power of the entire sun fragment. Yen Chuan walked up to its head, stretched out a finger, and pointed at the metal beast's forehead. Buzz. The metal beast's forehead seemed to vibrate. The speed at which the metal beasts extracted the metal elements suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Rumble! Surging metal elements converged toward the metal beast. Boom! Like a surging river, it headed straight for the metal beast. Yen Chuan was completely controlling the metal beast. On the other side, in the Golden Palace. Kwang! Sha Di reached out his hand and lifted the lid of the golden coffin. When the lid of the golden coffin opened, there was a body inside. It looked exactly like the metal beast. However, the body inside the coffin was golden in color. It was completely golden, like a golden corpse. It didn't make a single sound. Golden Great Emperor? Ha! He was indeed buried here by the Grave Clan. Sha Di's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Who? With a wave of his sleeve, Sha Di put away the whole coffin and the corpse of Golden Emperor. Boom! The moment the corpse was taken away, it was as if the entire tomb had collapsed. The young fish eyes of the Yin fish suddenly exploded with endless heat. Boom! The entire environment of the Yin fish region had turned into a yang environment. The original Taiji Yin Yang fish instantly collapsed and turned into a boundless fire that burned fiercely. Only the place where Yen Chuan was still retained a trace of coldness. The Grand Moon primordial water instantly evaporated. Sha Di stood in the sea of fire and looked in the direction of Yen Chuan in the distance. He frowned and did not go forward. Instead, he went back the way he came and went through the hole that he had previously dug and headed to the outside world. In the distance, Bai Qi was resisting the fire and guarding Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan pointed his finger at the glabella of the metal beast. The metal beast seemed to have sensed something and moved its finger slightly. A satisfied smile appeared on Yen Chuan's face. At the entrance of a fire pool. Wah! Jin Dayu roared angrily. A large number of wounds appeared all over his body. A large number of cultivators surrounded him. Yin Hentian covered the wounds on his body. There were a large number of golden crow feathers on the ground. In front of Jin Dayu stood a man in a purple robe. It was Duguduantian. Evil creature, hand over all the sun fire essence stones. You can't have them. Duguduantian sneered. Bastard, everything in the space of the shattered sun hall depends on opportunity. If you have an opportunity, why don't you go and find it yourself? Jin Dayu said angrily. Ha ha, opportunity? My strength is my opportunity. How can I find everything by myself? Duguduantian sneered. Countless cultivators in the surroundings had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them had been robbed by Duguduantian before. However, no one was willing to stand up for Jin Dayu because Duguduantian was too strong. He was so strong that he once defeated 5 ancestral immortals alone. Those 5 ancestral immortals came prepared. In the end, they were all defeated by Duguduantian. At this moment, everyone looked at Jin Dayu, who was shedding his feathers with pity on their faces. What? Jin Dayu roared indignantly. At this moment, Jin Dayu did not even dare to use the Divine Emperor Bell because Duguduantian was too strong. He was so strong that Jin Dayu felt that even using the Divine Emperor Bell would not help. Take it out. Duguduantian said coldly. By the side, Yin Hentan covered his wound and said, Lord Jin, give it to him. The sage monarch will definitely avenge us in the future. Jin Dayu's eyes flashed with extreme reluctance. Duguduantian revealed a cold smile and waved the long sword in his hand. Boom! A sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long rushed towards Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu seemed to be unable to hold it in and spat out the Divine Emperor Bell. Clang! A vast sound wave spread out in all directions. Rumble! The void shook. However, Duguduantian's sword light was too strong. It slashed through the void and even broke the sound wave of the Divine Emperor Bell. It collided with the Divine Emperor Bell. Boom! With a loud collision, a rolling storm instantly swept up in the surroundings. Under the huge impact, the giant bell crashed back and went straight into Jin Dayu's mouth. Boom! Jean Diu was sent flying again and crashed into a mountain. The mountain collapsed with a loud bang. This bell is not bad? It seems to be made from the extreme yang fire essence stone? Dugu Duantian's eyes lit up. Jean Diu stood up unwillingly. Don't be stubborn. Hand it over. And that bell, hand it over as well. For Yanchuan's sake, I will not pursue the matter. Dugu Duantian sneered. Jean Diu was panting with hatred. Lord Jean, forget it. Let's wait for the Sage King to return. Yin Hentian said bitterly. Jean Diu shouted stubbornly. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Dugu Duantian's eyes flashed with coldness. Just as Dugu Duantian was about to explode, a voice suddenly sounded. Don't want to live anymore? The one who doesn't want to live anymore is you. A voice filled with hostility was heard. Dugu Duantian raised his brows and looked at the fire pool not far away. A figure slowly emerged from the fire pool. He was dressed in a yellow robe and carried a huge yellow gourd on his back. It was Sha Di who came out from underground. Immortal slaying gourd? Jean Diu raised his brows. Jean Diu knew that his first ancestor was the Eastern Emperor Tai. Tai Yi's son, Lu Ya, was his second ancestor. The immortal slaying gourd was Lu Ya's treasure. When he was in the sealed world, he already knew about Sha Di. But, who are you? Dugu Duantian asked coldly. Sha Di looked at the golden crow feathers on the ground and squinted his eyes. He then turned to look at Jean Diu, who was covered in injuries. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'm asking you. Who are you? Dugu Duantian asked coldly again. Sha Di snorted. You're courting death. Dugu Duantian stabbed his sword towards Sha Di. Sha Di threw the immortal slaying gourd. Treasure, please turn around. As soon as he said that, a white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd. The white light was extremely fast. It was so fast that one could only see the white light but could do nothing about it. Swish. The white light shot towards Dugu Duantian. Ah! Dugu Duantian screamed in horror. Pissed. The white light flew back into the immortal slaying gourd. In midair, Dugu Duantian's head was sent flying. His head was separated from his body. Ah! Countless cultivators around opened their mouths wide as they watched Dugu Duantian's head being cut off. Almost everyone rubbed their eyes as if they couldn't believe it. How domineering was Dugu Duantian? He fought 5 ancestral immortals alone and won all of them. Just now, he had forced Jean Diu to retreat step by step. Such a person couldn't even last 1 round in front of this person? He was beheaded with a single slash? Dugu Duantian's head was sent flying. Even in death, he couldn't believe this strange scene. He was Dugu Duantian. How could he be one of the top figures in the Dugu family? He was beheaded with a single slash? No, not only his body, but his divine soul was also severed? Bam! Dugu Duantian's body fell to the ground. Sha Di threw Dugu Duantian's body to Jean Diu. Jean Diu opened his mouth and swallowed it. Wow! Jean Diu not only swallowed Dugu Duantian's body but also the extreme yang fire essence stone that Dugu Duantian collected. He killed Dugu Duantian with a single slash? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Sha Di's face was cold. He glanced at everyone and said, "Do you still want to see?" Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately scattered. Sha Di looked at Jean Diu and Yin Hentian. Yanchuan is under the fire pool. Go and find him yourself. Sha Di said in a deep voice. With that, Sha Di was about to leave. Wait! Jean Diu turned into his human form and quickly called out. Ha! Sha Di frowned and looked at Jean Diu. Are you my second ancestor, Lu Ya? Jean Diu frowned. No! Sha Di said in a deep voice. The second-generation ancestor, Lu Ya, brought our clan into this world and disappeared. My father once said that the second-generation ancestor had died. However, his immortal slaying gourd is with you. May I ask, where is Lu Ya? Jean Diu shouted again. Sha Di looked at Jean Diu and said, Lu Ya has fallen. He's no longer here. No longer here? Is my ancestor really dead? Jean Diu felt bitter. He obviously did not have the ability to get the immortal slaying gourd back. He had hoped that Luya was still alive, but dead? Shadi raised his eyebrows. He looked at Jean Deyu and said, "Just take it that he's dead." With that, Shadi ignored Jean Deyu and walked away. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Shadi was gone. Lord Jean? Why is Shadi helping us? In Hentian frowned. I don't know. He said that the Sage King is at the bottom of the fire pool. Maybe he wants to do the Sage King a favor. Jean Deyu sighed. In Hentian nodded. We've almost found the extreme young fire essence stone. Let's go and see the Sage King. In Hentian said. Alright. Jean Deyu nodded. Chapter 12:21. Shadi left. Once again he walked to the Broken Sun Hall. He stepped out of the Broken Sun Hall. Shadi was the first to come out. The moment he came out, he raised his eyebrows because there was no one left in the square. The Pheasant Queen and even the Pheasant clan around had all disappeared? They're all gone. Shadi sneered. Shadi did not pursue the matter any further. He stepped forward and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the space of the Broken Sun Hall. At the mouth of a fire pool. Shiman Sage stood at the mouth of a fire pool. He waved his hand at the mouth of the fire pool. Endless red power rushed up from the mouth of the fire pool and went straight into a bottle in Shiman Sage's hand. Rumble! Rolling fire energy poured into the bottle. The light in the fire pool became dimmer and dimmer. After a while, the light completely disappeared and all the fire energy poured into the bottle. The original fire pool was left with countless solidified metals that were buried to the deepest part. Sage looked at the bottle in his hand. Sun God Pearl? This bottle of pure yang energy is equivalent to a Sun God Pearl. With that, Sage stepped to another fire pool. Suddenly, Sage felt the void tremble slightly. Sage turned his head. Someone wants to collapse this space? Sage said solemnly. In the blink of an eye, they came to a valley in the distance. In the valley, there was a black-robed figure holding a golden light ball in his hand. The golden light ball trembled slightly and the void trembled slightly. Who are you? Shiman Sage asked in a deep voice. The black-robed figure holding the golden light ball was slightly stunned. Then he took out a token and said, Sage, I'm a subject of the Great Zhou dynasty. I'm here on the order of the Emperor of Heaven. This is my token. Wu Zhao? Sage looked at the token in surprise. With that, Sage turned his head and looked around. With his eyesight he found more than one void trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, Sage finally stepped away and did not make things difficult. At the place where Jean Deyu was injured, Jean Deyu and Yin Hentian discussed for a while and went into the mouth of the fire pool. They went deep into the ground to look for Yen Chuan. Not long after Jean Deyu and Yin Hentian went deep into the ground, some experts surrounded them again. A group of experts frowned and looked at the mouth of the fire pool. Shadi came out from the mouth of the fire pool. Is there something different at the bottom of the fire pool? Do you want to go in and take a look? Alright. However, just as the crowd was about to enter the fiery lake before them suddenly expanded. The fire pool is expanding? Someone exclaimed. Wah wah wah. Starting from the fire pool, the ores on the ground seemed to be mutating. All kinds of non-ferrous metals gradually turned silver-white. The ores are changing? What's going on? Someone asked in surprise. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of ore that had changed color. Iron? Someone exclaimed. That's not right. I saw it clearly earlier. These are all primordial essence gold. How did they turn into iron or iron? Purple copper or also turned into iron? So much iron? How did it turn into ordinary iron? Many people were surprised and confused. Metal fission and metal fusion? Someone exclaimed. What's going on down there? Plop. A large number of experts headed towards the depths of the fire pool. The 7 Phoenixes' chariot fluttered in the space of Broken Sun Palace. Third Prince, I found it. I found it. An expert quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 7 Phoenix carriage. On the 7 Phoenix carriage, The third prince looked at the panting man. You found Yan Chuan? The third prince was delighted. No, I found Yan Chuan's subordinate, Jin Diyu. If we find them, we should be able to find Yan Chuan. The person said. Lead the way. The third prince's eyes flashed. Screech. Screech. 7 phoenix carriages pulled the carriage quickly towards Jin Diyu's feather fire pool. In the underground space, Bai Qi was guarding the silver-white hall. Endless metal energy rushed in from all directions. It was like a collapsing sea cave, gathering towards the silver-white hall. In the hall, Yan Chuan pointed at the metal beast's forehead. The metal beast's surroundings became brighter and brighter. As the terrifying metal energy rushed in, Yan Chuan had to summon a small blood sea to protect himself. Even so, the blood sea was muddy from the impact of the metal energy. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Boom! Jin Diyu entered the underground space from a cave not far away. As soon as he entered, he saw that the environment was chaotic. Among the flames, there were colorful metal energy. King Sage? Jin Diyu shouted. Lord Jin, Lord Yin, over here. Bai Qi shouted from afar. Jin Diyu was delighted. He quickly flew over with Yin Hentian and arrived in front of the silver-white hall. The surroundings of the silver-white hall were icy cold. What a strange environment. Yin Hentian frowned. Lord Jin, Lord Yin, are you injured? Bai Qi raised his eyebrows. Lord Yin, you tell me. After I refine the divine sun pearl, my injuries should be much better. Jin Diyu said. Yin Hentian nodded. As Jin Diyu swallowed the divine sun pearl, Yin Hentian told them everything that had happened outside. The Shadi helped you? Are you okay? Bai Qi frowned. Our injuries are not serious. Yin Hentian nodded. Someone is coming. You two protect the King Sage. I will block them. Bai Qi said. The two nodded. In the distance, more people entered the underground space. Indeed, there is a universe inside. Look, the surrounding flames and the flowing energy. Is it because of this place that the metal in the outside world has turned into iron? Just as the people who entered were surprised, a blood-red saber slashed toward them. Boo! The 3 of them screamed and retreated with serious injuries. Behind them, a large number of experts rushed over. This saber is just a warning. If you dare to take another step, kill. Bai Qi shouted. The things inside are not for Yan Chuan to enjoy alone. Everyone attack together. Someone shouted. Kill. Boom. This time, Bai Qi did not show mercy. He slashed out with his saber. In an instant, the battle raged at the entrance of the cave. Countless experts rushed in and were killed by Bai Qi in the blink of an eye. Many miserable cries rang out. Bai Qi alone could hold back 10,000 people. Many cultivators died under Bai Qi's saber. Some cultivators had already retreated out of fear, but even more cultivators continued to rush forward, one after another. The retreating cultivators retreated from the entrance of the fire pool and spread the news everywhere. There is still space underground? More and more experts began to gather at this place. Chapter 12:22. Outside the underground space where Yan Chuan was. The news seemed to have grown wings as it attracted more and more experts. Before long, thousands of people had gathered outside the fire pool. However, the entrance to the fire pool seemed to be blocked. Many people simply could not rush down. The one with the saber, he's blocking the other end. No one can rush down. One man can hold back 10,000 men. The passageway is long and narrow. We can't go down at all. Some of the experts who managed to squeeze out shouted. Ming! Ming! A series of phoenix cries resounded. Immediately, the 7 phoenix carriage flew over. Where is Yan Chuan? The third prince shouted. Countless experts in the surroundings looked over. Third prince, it's down there. However, Yan Chuan's subordinates have blocked the way. There's a large space down there. There must be some treasure down there. Yan Chuan wants to monopolize it. A subordinate quickly flew over. Treasure? The third prince was slightly surprised. That's right. Third crown prince, look around you. The mountains, rivers, and earth were originally made of precious metal. But now, all of their metal energy has been extracted and turned into iron. Fantai. The subordinate repeated. Block the entrance? Iron? If that's the case, then I'll just carve out another path. It's just an iron mine. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. The third crown prince's subordinates quickly bombarded the ground. There were even some experts who had merged with the heavenly Tao, using the power of the heavenly Tao to attack the entire iron mine. In an instant, countless fragments shot up into the sky. In the end, iron ore was just iron ore. It was too hard for mortals, but to these experts, it was nothing. In an instant, the sky was filled with iron rain. Below, Bai Qi alone occupied a small space and blocked off all incoming enemies. In the Silver Palace. Rumble. The metal energy surging into the metal beast suddenly stopped, and the metal beast's body trembled. I helped you to perfect your form, yet you still dare to resist me? Yan Xuan glared at him. Boom. All of a sudden, the surrounding silver palaces exploded into pieces. Then, it turned into countless metal fragments that spun madly and charged towards Yan Xuan. You really want to retaliate against me? Yan Xuan snorted coldly. The sea of blood around Yan Xuan suddenly expanded to meet the metal fragments. The powerful impact of the metal fragments was immediately weakened by the sea of blood. Rumble. Yan Xuan's blood sea continued to expand. As it expanded, the frigid coldness in the surroundings was instantly sucked away. Next, the boundless flames in the outside world were also sucked away by the blood sea. The sea of blood surged, but the metal beasts were still resisting. The metal walls of the inner space. Suddenly, a large number of cracks appeared. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The metal wall cracked open, instantly turning into countless metal fragments. Boom. In the inner space, the metal fragments instantly formed a huge storm that swept towards Yan Xuan. Saint King? Jin Dayu exclaimed. Get out of the way. We are fine. Yan Xuan shouted. Jin Dayu, In Hentian, and Bai Qi quickly shot towards the cave entrance. Countless metal shards rolled over, heading straight for Yan Xuan at the center. Metal storm? It's still not enough. It can't do anything to our blood sea. Yan Xuan sneered. In his hand, Yan Xuan continued to tap the metal beast's forehead. The metal beast was unable to move. It could only instinctively control more and more metal to attack Yan Xuan. Boom, boom, boom. Countless metal impacts seemed to explode on the sea of blood. Under the huge explosion, Yan Xuan's eyes became more and more focused. Boom, boom, boom. More and more cracks appeared on the metal wall. More and more metal shards crashed into the blood sea. Yan Xuan's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? My super divine ability? How can it absorb this impact? Yan Xuan's expression changed. This was the first time Yan Xuan noticed it. He did not pay much attention to it before. But now, under the impact of the metal storm, the blood sea was surging. Not only was Yan Xuan not injured, but the impact of the metal was absorbed by the blood sea. What a super divine ability, It's so strange that it can absorb the impact of external attacks. I can absorb the impact of other people's attacks? I've cultivated this super divine ability to the extreme. No, the third form is not the extreme. There's a fourth form? Yan Xuan's eyes shone with excitement. Is it the Yan clan's ancestor? Who is it? Yan Zizai? This divine ability is so domineering. Yan Zizai? Is it related to the Nether River Patriarch? This blood sea should be the same as the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea. I didn't understand it before. Now I finally understand. Back then, the Nether River Patriarch of the Greater Thousand World said, as long as the blood sea does not dry up, the Nether River will not die. I always thought it was because of the blood god. So that's not the reason. It's because the blood sea can absorb the impact of attacks. The more the blood sea is attacked, the stronger it will become. If I can't completely destroy the Blood Sea in one go, I will be able to borrow the power of the Blood Sea to become stronger and stronger. Stronger and stronger? Yan Chuan said in shock. After getting this result, Yan Chuan was also shocked by his own divine ability. The ability to absorb the Sea of Fire? No, it's not the Blood Sea absorbing the power of fire, but the offensive power of fire. As long as there's an attack on the Blood Sea, the Blood Sea can absorb it. Be it a fire attack, an ice attack, or even a metal attack, as long as it's an attack, the Blood Sea can absorb it. It can't absorb metal, but it can absorb the impact of metal. Yan Chuan's eyes gradually lit up. Metal beast, I wanted to destroy your consciousness as soon as possible. But now I've changed my mind. You can continue attacking my Blood Sea. Yan Chuan laughed excitedly. Ka. The space inside was getting bigger and bigger. More and more metal was formed into a metal storm by the metal beast's divine ability and swept towards the Blood Sea. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of blood bloomed in all directions amidst the crazy explosions. However, not only did the explosion not hurt Yan Chuan, but it also increased Yan Chuan's cultivation. Rumble. The space kept expanding. In the outside world, under the request of the third prince of the Phoenix clan, a group of experts were also digging a hole in the ground. Boom, boom. More and more metal fragments exploded, and countless metal fragments shot in all directions. Gradually, a huge hole appeared. Open for me. Yan Chuan? You brought it here yourself. You can't blame others. The third prince said with a ferocious face. In the distance, Shiman Sage stood on the peak of a mountain and quietly watched the third prince's arrogance. He was just watching, but not long after, Shiman Sage noticed something unusual. Shiman Sage noticed that some of the metal fragments that the third prince's subordinates had dug out flew into the air and didn't fall down. The metal fragments were floating in the air? There were too many metal fragments. At first, no one paid much attention to them. However, more and more metal fragments floated in the air. Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. Stop! The third prince shouted. Everyone immediately stopped. Gradually, everyone discovered that the metal fragments that the third prince dug out were actually floating in the air. They were even moving slowly. The metal fragments were moving? The surrounding people were confused. The metal moved faster and faster, faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the countless metal fragments formed a huge metal storm, spinning around quickly. Suddenly, a practitioner with a weak cultivation was hit by the metal shards, and was seriously injured and was sent flying. Cut. The cracks in the ground of the iron mine increased. More and more metal fragments exploded in all directions, then flew into the air and spun quickly. The spinning force grew increasingly stronger. Under the metal storm, countless cultivators immediately retreated as if they couldn't take it anymore. Cut. There was no need for the group of experts to make a move. As the number of holes increased, the ground disintegrated automatically, forming an increasingly berserk metal storm. The third prince's expression changed. He quickly flew away with his subordinates. Rumble. The metal fragments continued to attack the iron mine. More and more metal fragments flew around. For a time, the depth of the hole increased rapidly. Bai Qi, Jin Deyu, and Yin Hentian flew out. In the surroundings, countless experts looked gravely at the turbid metal storm. The Shiman sage waited with rapt attention. In the distance, the black-robed Shangguan Wan also looked over curiously. It was as if the entire sky was filled with metal fragments. After flying around for half a day and accumulating momentum, suddenly, all the metal fragments crashed into the ground below. Hong! Under the impact of the billions of metal fragments, the huge hole instantly exploded. A force that was like the impact of heaven's might blasted a 10,000-mile-long hole in the ground, from the surface all the way to the inner space below. In the inner space, Yan Chuan was originally enduring a large amount of metal storm attacks. However, suddenly, it was as if the sky and earth were about to be destroyed. A great force that caused the void to distort charged down. The vast metal storm charged straight at the sea of blood, causing the entire sea of blood to explode. The sea of blood instantly exploded with towering waves of blood. At this instant, Yan Chuan's sea of blood nearly couldn't hold on. Torrential sea of blood. Yan Chuan shouted. The sea of blood expanded by more than 10 times, welcoming the impact of the surging metal storm. Hong! The vast impact charged into the sea of blood. The sea of blood splashed everywhere. The surging power surged into Yan Chuan's body. Boom! Yan Chuan's body trembled. He nearly suffered internal injuries from the impact. That was close. Yan Chuan laughed loudly. Let's go to the underworld and let my other body refine you, Yan Chuan said with a laugh. The sky-bearing copper coffin covered the metal beast and sent it to the other sky-bearing copper coffin in Yan Chuan's hands. Rumble! Yan Chuan's body trembled. While trembling, Yan Chuan's face revealed an extremely comfortable expression. Third heaven of ancestral immortal realm? So this works too. The excited Yan Chuan stepped on the sea of blood and slowly floated up. The impact of the countless iron ores had been offset by the sea of blood. As the sea of blood rose, Yan Chuan was slowly exposed in front of everyone. Boom! The sea of blood rose again. In an instant, it rose to the top of the huge pit. The sea of blood spread rapidly in all directions. Countless experts in the surroundings revealed a look of confusion. The impact of the metal storm earlier was too terrifying. Most of the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts when they saw it. Countless iron ores had crashed into Yan Chuan, but Yan Chuan was actually fine. With his scarlet hair and bloodshot eyes, Yan Chuan looked like a powerful demonic god as he stood before everyone. Above the blood sea, Yan Chuan looked around with a sense of comfort. Countless cultivators flew in all directions. The third crown prince's phoenix chariot was also surrounded. Yan Chuan, the third crown prince shouted from the phoenix chariot. Yan Chuan turned his head to look, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Jin Deyu in Hentian and Bai Qi immediately flew over to Yan Chuan. Holy ruler, the three said respectfully. Yan Chuan nodded. Above the sea of blood, Yan Chuan stared at the third crown prince. The third crown prince of the phoenix race? Yan Chuan said coldly. It's good that you recognize me. Yan Chuan, what treasure was down there earlier? The third crown prince asked coldly. That's none of your business. Yan Chuan retorted indifferently. Humph. The third crown prince's eyes turned cold. It doesn't matter if you say it or not, because you will be a dead man soon. No matter what you obtain, it should be mine. Do you know why I want to kill you? The third crown prince asked coldly. You think you are qualified to propose marriage to Yushi? Yan Chuan showed disdain in his eyes. Humph. That's right. It is because of Mo Yushi that you must die. Let me tell you, I do not like Mo Yushi. It is just that she has a reason that my father wants. The Dark Phoenix inheritance? Even if I marry her, I will find her dirty. However, it doesn't matter. I heard that Mo Yushi is devastatingly beautiful. In the future, I will reward her to my subordinates and by their hearts. Ha! The third crown prince sneered. You must die. Yes, you must die. No one can save you today. Yan Chuan's eyes turned even colder. Then he flung his sleeve. Whoosh! The blood sea suddenly expanded in all directions. The surging blood sea filled the entire area in the blink of an eye. Those with weaker cultivations could not even see the end of it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-colored figure appeared not far from Yan Chuan. The blood-colored figure appeared from the blood sea and gently turned its head. Its appearance was exactly the same as Yan Chuan's, except that its body was made of blood. Huff! Puff, puff. More and more blood-colored figures appeared on the blood sea. In just a short while, the number of blood-colored figures on the blood sea reached 3,000. All of them looked exactly the same as Yan Chuan. It was as if 3,000 Yan Chuan were standing on the blood sea, staring at the third crown prince. What is this? The third crown prince's expression changed. This is called the blood god's son. Yen Chuan said coldly. If you are not the third crown prince's subordinate, scram immediately. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. Yen Chuan shouted coldly. After the shout, the 3,000 blood god's sons suddenly soared into the sky. Each of them carried a powerful aura as they charged at the 7 Phoenix carriage. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.